Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. I Luffy, Awakened Sun God. Chapter 81. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku already knew about the failure of Buster Call, and was repelled by Straw Hat alone. Hearing this, he was inconceivable and thought it was impossible. How could it be possible? That's Buster Call. Although the Straw Hat is very strong, with a bounty of 1.3 billion Baileys, how could it be possible to defeat Buster Call alone? However, it is true, and it is said by the 5 elite Vice Admiral. This shocked Sengoku. It turned out to be true, and he understood what happened before and after. Only then did he realize that the Straw Hat not only defeated Buster Call by himself, but also took a minute. First, the terrifying conquerors hockey stunned 10,000 marine elites. Without the strength to control, the battleship is useless no matter how powerful it is. Although there are 5 Vice Admiral Buster Calls, but they were all sunk by the Straw Hat with just one move. Moreover, the tone of the Elite 5 Vice Admiral is a little weak. Obviously the injury is not serious. At this time, the Elite 5 Vice Admiral was waiting for Sengoku's order. The 5 of them were hit by Luffy's third gear pistol, and all of them sank into the sea. That punch was too powerful. Even though the 5 Vice Admiral had already slashed beforehand, they didn't expect that punch to be so powerful. After sinking into the sea, they struggled to swim up. They didn't want to fight the Straw Hat again. They were too strong. When they were not injured, they were punched into the sea when they faced the Straw Hat, and that punch combined with emission. Not only the skin injury, but also the serious internal injury, so if you go up, it's useless at all, it's just courting death. So, I climbed aboard the battleship and contacted Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, an elite sea soldier, has gradually awakened. What shall we do next? Flying Squirrel asked, and looked at the 570 surrounding every battleship. There were about 10 awakened, obviously the top group in the elite. Although he is stunned by conquerors, he will not faint for too long. In the marshal's office, Sengoku looked ugly. Garp was shocked when he heard it. Luffy was so strong, he defeated Buster Call by one person. This was something he didn't expect, and he relaxed a little, but not completely, because he knew that there were still CP9 and CP0. Also, Buster Call has not completely retreated. Sengoku asked, "How is the Straw Hat crew vs CP0 now?" Marshal, I just saw that in the battle situation, CPO does not have an advantage, it is evenly matched, and it can even be said that it is slightly disadvantaged. Hearing this, Sengoku's face changed in shock. How could it be? The 6 forces sent by CPO this time are also powerful, and even if an admiral singled out these 6 forces, it would be impossible to defeat them. After all, the team leader Cook's strength this time was close to admirals. Quasi-admiral and admiral, infinitely close to admiral. With such combat power, plus the other 5, it is impossible not to take down the Straw Hats. Also, there is CP9, Lucci's combat power is very strong, plus other, to deal with 2 to 3 combat power of the Straw Hats, no problem. So how could CP0's 6 combat powers fail to gain an advantage? Sengoku frowned. Even if he had a slight advantage, he let Buster Call 5 Vice Admiral take action, and jointly won the Straw Hats, but he was still slightly disadvantaged. Flying Squirrel said solemnly, Lucci of CP9 has no idea of his life or death, and was easily defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. As for the other members of CP9, they are being held back by a combat force of Straw Hat Regiment, and CP9 is crushed. 5. This made Sengoku startled and asked, are CP9 and the team fighting against one of the 3 main forces of the Straw Hats? Roronoa Zoro, or Blackfoot Sanji? In Marine's view, the 3 main forces of the Straw Hats are Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. The Flying Squirrel shook his head. No, the one who dealt with them was the Straw Hats ship doctor, Tony Chopper. This shakes Sengoku, the ship doctor, that little reindeer. Naturally, I have seen the photos on the bounty list. I originally thought it was the pet of the Straw Hats, and I just wanted to give 50 Baileys. But I didn't expect that so strong, one person can crush CP9. Sengoku feels that this battle may be difficult. Fortunately, the Buster Call is not really destroyed, but the premise is that the Buster Call is retreated. But that would be a shame. It would be equivalent to Buster Call being repelled by Luffy the Straw Hat alone. But don't retreat, such a situation. If we don't retreat, we don't know if we can take down the Straw Hats. Buster Call will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Right now, Redhead and Whitebeard don't know what to do. I thought before that Buster Call is for shock and deterrence, and now there is a risk of heavy damage. Sengoku hesitated. Soon, Sengoku decided. Retreat. Got it, Marshal. The flying squirrel gave the order, and the Buster Call began to retreat, and the battleship turned around, away from the Enies lobby. 5 Vice Admiral are not surprised. After all, the premise of this operation is to not allow Buster Call to suffer too many casualties. Yeah, Redhead and Whitebeard don't know what will happen, so naturally they have to retain their fighting power. If they join forces, it will be even more dangerous, far beyond the Straw Hats. Well, the overall situation is the most important thing. Originally, we Marine did not intend to take action in capturing Straw Hat crew this time, and handed it over to the world government. Now that we're back, it's harder for CP0 to take Straw Hat crew. It seems that this time, we are going to fail. Sengoku sighed at this time, originally determined to win, but it seems that this time, it is difficult to succeed. Garp breathed a sigh of relief. In this case, Luffy and the others would be difficult to take down. Sengoku contacted the flying squirrel and reminded, this matter is kept secret. After all, the news that Buster Call was repelled by the Straw Hat Luffy alone will have a great impact and will damage Buster Call's face. Understood. I'll keep this Buster Call a secret. Sengoku nodded and hung up. Secrecy is a must. If the story of the Straw Hat repelling Buster Call alone spreads, what deterrent will Buster Call have in the future? Buster Call represents disaster, and it makes many pirates fearless, but if it spreads, they will definitely be ridiculed. Therefore, it must be kept secret. Sengoku is also fortunate to be in the Enies lobby, who are both from Marine and world government. It is easy to keep secrets and not spread the word. Sengoku frowned. Hope cook they can beat Straw Hat crew. Holy Land Mariajoy. The 5 elders already knew that Buster Call had retreated, to be precise, by the Straw Hats alone. When Marine made such a decision, he naturally had to report to the 5 elders. The 5 elders looked ugly when they found out, and were repelled by the Straw Hat alone. If it's a redhead, it's understandable to stun all the Marine elites, but the Straw Hats' conqueror's hockey is also so strong. The 5 elders are also helpless, there is no other way. Whitebeard and Redhair are more dangerous factors. Marine's decision is also correct. It's up to Cook and them. I didn't expect the combat power of Straw Hat crew to be stronger than we thought. I just released the bounty for everyone in Straw Hat crew not long ago. I thought I had a clear understanding of their combat power, but it was obviously underestimated. In this case, it may be difficult for Cook and the others to take down the Straw Hats. The Celestial Dragons have found out that they have been out of the Holy Land for a while and have started to rage. Hope they will end soon. At this moment, the intelligence organization quickly came to report. 5 elders, there is movement in the Revolutionary Army. 5 elders' complexion changed slightly. Is there any movement? It's like going to attack the Holy Land. This made 5 elders' complexion sank. Did they know that 5 CP0 combat powers were dispatched? It's definitely not a coincidence. I thought that sending this amount of combat power would not have any impact, but should the Revolutionary Army still take the opportunity to act? The 5 elders gave up inwardly. Let Cook and the others come back. There is movement in the Revolutionary Army, and Celestial Dragons is just unhappy. Also, it's almost impossible to win the Straw Hat crew in this battle, so don't waste time. It can only be this way. Then let me contact them. The 5 elders decided to let Cook and others abandon the mission. Enies lobby. Cook is in full force and is looking forward to it, and he can fight with the Straw Hat to the fullest. Looking at Luffy's arm in front of his mouth and biting it, he knew that the Straw Hat was going to be in 4th gear. But just then, the phone bug rang. This kind of battle, I don't want to take it, but I must take it, and immediately, because it is called by the 5 elders. 5 elders, Cook said in awe. Mission cancelled, return to Mariajoy immediately. Then hung up directly. Cook was startled, and obeyed. Mission cancelled, evacuate. The CP0s in the remaining battles also immediately retreated. Swoosh swish. CPO moved away quickly, and took away the Kaku of CP9. In their opinion, this Kaku has some strength, which can be cultivated and has the opportunity to enter CPO. Another CP0 non-capable person jumped into the sea first, found Lucci, and took him away. CP9 other people, of course, are sure to die. In desperation, they retreated, and the Straw Hat crew won this battle. Immediately, the remaining members of CP9 were resolved. Luffy originally wanted to drive fourth gear and fight as much as he could, but he left, so forget it. Luffy secretly said, maybe in this battle, I can't become the fifth emperor, it seems that I still have to be in the Seadi archipelago. Luffy felt that this battle would not spread, and Marine and the world government would definitely cover it up. After all, Buster Call was repelled by himself, and the world government's combat power failed to take them down, so naturally he would not spread the matter. Moria joy. The 5 elders' faces were ugly, and this time, 3 things, none of them succeeded, all because of the Straw Hat crew. Do you need to update their bounties again? Don't update it yet, the frequency is too fast. Once it is updated, it will definitely make people feel that something bigger has happened, and they will go to find out, especially the world's largest newspaper. They find out and will not stop propaganda because of our warning. Well, then let's pretend it didn't happen. 9. Talked to Sengoku, and he also understands that this time, the bounty of Straw Hat crew will not be updated. What will happen to Redhead and Whitebeard? Let's hurry up, there is nothing to kill Straw Hat crew. This battle made them more aware of the strength of the Straw Hats and paid more attention to it. Enies lobby. Luffy and the others came to Robin and smiled. Luffy grinned. Robin, we can get out of here and keep sailing. Robin nodded heavily, and she would never do this again. Afterwards, Luffy and others returned to the Seven Water Capital shipyard together. Staying here for a few days, the ship has not been remodeled. 3 days passed. As Luffy thought, the Enies lobby thing didn't spread, and no one in the world talked about it because they didn't know. Luffy didn't care either, and he didn't go all out in this fight, so they could see their true fighting power, so wait until Seadi archipelago. On this day, the people of the Seven Waters gathered in the street, shaking, stunned, and disbelieving. A group of sailors were walking on the street, and the one headed by them was what made them gather and shake. Because yes, Monkey D. Garp in a dog hat. Horror discussions continued on the street. That's, Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. Why did he come here with such an existence? He's an existence that has compared One Piece Gall D. Roger to a desperate situation several times. In this way, the pirates in the capital of Seven Waters, no matter what kind of existence, will be finished. If such a legendary figure comes here, unless there are also legendary pirates in the Seven Waters, otherwise, the pirates here will really be caught. The Straw Hat crew is here, they are great, but they are going to die here. Soon, Garp and others came to the rest area of the shipyard, in front of a 1.9 building. Garp said to Kirby, Bellarmaber, behind him, you two are waiting here. Yes, although it was just a few months, Kirby has changed a lot, completely different from the beginning. It can even be said that it is difficult to tell that it is the same person, and the whole person has a momentum. Garp walked to the building wall, but did not go through the gate. He knew that Luffy and others were inside, and Garp was excited and looking forward to it. Luffy, face me, can you escape? Naval Headquarters. Sengoku knew that Garp went to the Seven Waters. Garp's strength, he was clear, but Sengoku didn't think Straw Hat crew would be caught. I know Garp, the righteous marine, but in the face of his grandson, he will definitely have compassion. Although Garp said that he will fight with all his strength, Sengoku thinks more, perhaps to make his heart feel more at ease. Sengoku's eyes flashed wisely. Garp, you will fight with all your strength, not just to catch them, but to see their strength. I was with you when you were young, and I still know you. 5. It was clear in his heart, but Sengoku didn't say anything, and closed one eye. At this time, Cook came. The reason why I came here, not in the Holy Land, is because the movements of the Revolutionary Army are false. After Cook sat down, he said solemnly, the strength of the Straw Hat is very strong, more than 1.3 billion Baileys. Sengoku is also aware, but he can't update the bounty right now. After all, they covered up the Enies lobby matter, and it was suddenly raised, which is too inexplicable. Cook asked, I don't want to raise the bounty, in order to better cover up the Enies lobby. But, there is one thing that does not conflict with this. That is, should we make Straw Hat Luffy the 5th Emperor of the Sea now? Sengoku pondered for a while and decided, Forget it this time, next time, a suitable opportunity. If it is 1.3 billion, it will be the 5th Emperor of the Sea, which is a bit reluctant. Cook understood, but knew it was a matter of time, because of the strength of the Straw Hat, it was fully achieved. Sengoku asked about the specific battle situation. After learning about it, Sengoku was shocked. Before Kuzan, he still couldn't fully see the true combat power of the Straw Hats. If this is the case last time, then the bounty of the Straw Hats will definitely be increased. Set the bounty for Straw Hat Luffy at 1.5 billion, but there is no if, only next time. Cook left and went back to find Lucci first. Both Lucci and Kaku were wrapped in bandages, especially Lucci, who was the most seriously injured. After saving Lucci by himself, the situation was very bad and he almost died. However, Lucci's vitality is also strong, and he has willpower, he has survived, and he has survived with the best medical help in the world. Things are getting better now, but not quite yet. Lucci wanted to get up, enduring the pain all over his body. Shame, anger, dare not. With just 2 moves, Straw Hat defeated himself and almost died. The gap was too big. He had to train and become stronger. Lucci asked, I hope CP0 can teach me, I want to become stronger. Cook shook his head. Not now, let's continue to recover, or start now, you will have sequelae. Don't worry, your potential is good, and you can become stronger. Lucci obeyed and lay down, determined in his heart, he must become stronger, he must defeat the Straw Hat Luffy, and grab Nico Robin. Straw Hat, wait, I will definitely catch up with you and capture you and Nico Robin. Lucci swore in his heart. City of 7 Waters. Garp smashed the walls with a punch, and dust filled the hall. Zoro and the others were startled. What was the situation? Everyone looked at the past, dust password, and a robust figure walked out of it. You are Straw Hat crew. Before leaving, the voice came. There are some men who want to meet Monkey D. Luffy. The figure walked out. Zoro and the others saw clearly that it was Marine. Luffy was sitting in front of the round table at this time, and the plates on the table were still there. Obviously, Luffy had just eaten and drank, and was lying on the chair and sleeping beautifully. It's Marine, this aura is unusual. Zoro and Sanji were immediately ready to stare at Garp. Garp noticed Luffy, who was sleeping behind him, and grinned, it's still the same, kid. 95. Whoosh. In an instant, Zoro and Sanji were shocked, their hearts were extremely shaken, they turned around quickly, Garp had swept behind them, and rushed towards Luffy. How is that possible? So fast. Sanji vibrated. Zoro's face was heavy. Oops, Lu. Then, shouting that it was too late, too soon, Garp was already charging over Luffy, Iron Fist. Garp growled, don't get up yet. From top to bottom, Garp's Iron Fist was about to hit Luffy's head. However, with a bang, Garp was startled, surprised and startled. Because, Luffy, who was sleeping, suddenly raised his right hand and spread the block above his head, blocking Garp's punch. The chair Luffy was sitting on was not damaged in any way. Obviously, the power of this punch was completely blocked by Luffy. Luffy closed his eyes and said, Grandpa, I was hit on the head too many times after I was a child, but not now, I'm stronger. Garp's heart trembled, and it really was different. This made Zoro and Sanji relieved and blocked. Garp grinned. Although you've grown stronger, a fistful of love is irresistible. Garp's arm muscles bulged, his fists raised, and he slammed down hard. Luffy clenched his right fist in pitch black and slammed it. With a roar, the ground under Luffy's feet dented, and Garp jumped to the ground. The ground around Luffy was sunken and cracked, and the dust was filled with dust. After dispersing, he knelt on one knee, stood up, and shook his hands. Grandpa is still so powerful. In this state, I still can't resist your fist. This shocked Zoro and others, this Marine is so strong. But he was stunned and realized what, just now Luffy said, Grandpa. Luffy, you've been having a lot of trouble lately. Garp sighed. Outside, the sailors were surprised. Grandson of Garp Vice Admiral. It turned out to be a Straw Hat Luffy. Monkey D, no wonder. Nami surprised. Garp, he'd heard it, Marine hero. Luffy, is Garp your grandpa? Luffy nodded. Nami, Zoro and others were shocked. The pirate's Luffy, grandfather turned out to be Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Luffy said, So, please don't shoot. When Garp heard this, he frowned slightly and asked, Luffy, are you worried about your friends? Luffy shook his head bluntly. No, I'm worried about you, Grandpa. Garp's face was gloomy for a while. It turned out to be worried about himself, but even so, he was not angry. Outside, the sailors laughed. Worry about Garp Vice Admiral. Even for the Straw Hats, this is too arrogant. Garp Vice Admiral is an existence that has driven the Roger Pirates into a corner many times. The Straw Hats are no match for Garp Vice Admiral. They despised the Straw Hats and adored Garp, the legend and hero of Marine. Luffy asked, so Grandpa, are you going to try it? Then we'll do it together. Garp looked away from Luffy, swept over Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Robin, Chopper, Frankie. Although there are not many people, they seem to be very powerful. Garp shook his head. Forget it. It's not that he didn't dare, but he didn't have such a plan in the first place. He didn't really come here to catch Luffy and the others. Luffy surprised. Grandpa, won't you do it? Now that he has become a pirate and is famous, his grandfather would probably want to beat him up. Garp sighed. In the past, I worked hard to train you to make you an excellent marine, but now I have become a pirate, and I am so strong, saying, who taught you, I want to beat who taught you the skills. It's true that Garp wants to beat up Luffy's teacher the most right now. Luffy is so strong, there must be someone else to teach. Who is the teacher? It's not convenient for me to say. Luffy shook his head. Garp gritted his teeth. Could it be that the red-haired guy came back to Windmill Village and taught you hockey? Conqueror's Haki awakened. So strong, Garp thought of the redhead. Luffy shook his head. No. Garp could see, knew Luffy well, and really didn't. But he didn't ask any more. Obviously he really didn't want to say it. Luffy said, why are you angry? I have always said that I want to be a pirate since I was a child. Garp was even more angry, clenching his teeth and clenching his fists. That fool with red hair. When you see him, you must beat him. Luffy reminded. Shanks is my savior, you are not allowed to say that. Garp was angry. He stepped forward and grabbed Luffy's collar and lifted it up, hating that iron was not steel. Holding Luffy in his right hand and clenching his fist in his left, Garp yelled, you ordered Grandpa not to say such things. Watching this scene, Chopper worried. Luffy got caught. Sanji frowned. Luffy doesn't have the will to fight when facing Grandpa. Nami worried. Luffy is going to be beaten. However, in the next moment, they were collectively sluggish and speechless. Because Luffy and Garp suddenly fell asleep because their noses were bubbling. Fell asleep. It's really a grandfather and a grandson. This is the first time I see this situation. What should I do? Why is he here? At this moment, Garp opened his eyes and murmured, for what? Luffy woke up too, knowing something must have happened. Get out with me first, Luffy. Garp finished speaking and went out alone. Luffy also followed, and Nami and the others were a little worried. Luffy, it's okay, you don't have to follow. Since Luffy said that, they thought it would be okay. After going out, Kirby stepped forward, excited. Mr. Luffy. Luffy's eyes lit up. Kirby, it's you. Zoro looked inside, startled. Kirby. Luffy, are you kidding me? Zoro was stunned. How could it be Kirby? Looks somewhat similar, but completely different in demeanor. Kirby was surprised. Mr. Luffy, you recognized me. I thought you would be the same as Mr. Zoro, not recognizing me. After all, you have changed a lot. Luffy nodded. Well, some changes are normal, so I'll be happy for you too. Zoro was stunned. The voice was a bit similar. Is it really Kirby? Thinking about the former Kirby, he looked timid, crying, and very thin, but now he looks taller and more energetic. Mr. Luffy, you are very powerful, but I have also become stronger. I want to see how much difference there is between me and you. Kirby couldn't wait. He insisted on coming, wanted to see Luffy, and wanted to learn from each other. Knowing that there is a gap with Luffy, it can't be Luffy's opponent, but I want to know how much. Luffy nodded. Okay, let's attack with all our strength. It is good. Although Luffy was not at his full strength yet, Kirby knew that he would do his best, and see how Luffy would deal with it. Shave. Kirby moved quickly, appeared behind Luffy, and volleyed. Tempest kick. A kick out, however, stagnated in an instant. Kirby's eyes widened in disbelief. and he saw Luffy turn around in an instant, raised his right hand, stretched out an index finger, blocking his kick, and even his fingers did not cover armament haki. This surprised Kirby, knowing that there was a gap, but did not expect the gap to be so big. Kirby lost his fighting thoughts, and exclaimed after landing, "Mr. Luffy is too strong, the gap is much bigger than I thought, I have to work harder." Luffy patted Kirby on the shoulder. "Well, I'm sure you'll get stronger." Garp said condensedly, "Luffy, it's up to us next, let's fight with all our strength, and we must do our best, otherwise we will lose to me, but I will take it away." Luffy understood, knowing that Grandpa was going to fight him. Understood. It is the real understanding that if you lose, you will not take yourself away, but you want to see your true strength. Of course, Luffy will show Garp too. Both of them understood and left alone, heading for the deserted woods. "Luffy, just go to 4th gear, you should know my strength." Garp directly reminded that, through Cook's words, he also knew that Luffy not only has a 2nd gear and a 3rd gear, but also a stronger 4th gear, but Cook failed to play against the 4th gear Luffy. So, Garp wants to see how strong Luffy in 4th gear is. Luffy nodded, "Okay." The next moment, the roar continued, and the battle began. No one was approaching, but from the roar, you could hear the intensity of the battle. It lasted for 3 hours, there was no movement, the battle was over, Zoro and the others were nervous. In the woods, Garp was a little embarrassed and asked Luffy, "4th gear, is it your full strength?" Luffy lay on the ground, panting, wounded and weak, and replied, "That's it." This answer makes Garp stunned. "Right?" Garp asked sternly, "Isn't it your limit just now?" Luffy shook his head. "No way." Garp was even more shocked, but didn't say anything, he was relieved and didn't ask any more questions. "Okay, got it." Garp's heart shakes, and the 4th gear is not the limit. So, what is the limit? On top of 4th gear, there is 5th gear. In the battle just now, Garp has fully seen the power of the 4th gear, and his heart has relaxed a little. Luffy's strength is beyond his imagination. The 4th gear is very strong. Although he won, he is not unscathed. At the same time, I am relieved. This trial is necessary. After all, the growth of the Straw Hats was horrible, and now Marine didn't do it again because Redhead and Whitebeard didn't know what to do, but once this was over, Marine would definitely focus on dealing with the Straw Hats again. So come here, try Luffy's strength, force Luffy to do his best, and know whether Luffy is capable of facing the difficulties that follow. After seeing the 4th gear, Garp felt that it was enough, but compared with Admiral and 4 Emperors, there was still a little gap. However, Garp was relieved to hear that 4th gear was not the limit, and that this battle was not the limit for Luffy. I'm also very curious, what kind of existence is the 5th gear? Open 5th gear, can you have the combat power against Admiral? After all, the 4th gear is much stronger than the 2nd and 3rd gears, so the 5th gear is naturally stronger than the 4th gear. Garp is even more sorry, Luffy would have been a Marine. Garp sighed inwardly. It's amazing to be able to develop rubber fruit to such an extent that its strength has grown to such a level. If I have a stronger fruit, Luffy, then I can be completely relieved. In my heart, Garp still thinks that rubber fruit is a bit ordinary. Even if it is developed to the limit, the combat power of the 5th gear will not be scary enough to reach the level of One Piece. After all, it's rubber fruit, which doesn't sound like it has a lot of potential. If Luffy got better fruit in the beginning, it must be stronger now, which is what Garp thought. However, One Piece Roger, who is not capable, still became One Piece. Garp taught and reminded. Fruit development is important, but haki, physical skills are also very important. After all, Roger is not an ability person. Although the 4th gear is not the limit, I hope to focus on my own improvement. Luffy nodded. I see, I'll do both. We'll both be compatible. Well, after all, I am also a capable person. If I don't take care of everything, I will become a landlubber. Garp nodded. Well, while taking care of the two, let's lean towards yourself. Although I'm curious about your limit and what it is like above the 4th gear, it is rubber fruit after all, so I don't have any special expectations. Luffy smiled and didn't say anything. He wanted to say in his heart, he'll see it soon, and then he'll give his opinion. Knowing Luffy's strength, Garp left, although he didn't see the limit, it was nothing. And also know that the limit is not so easy to reach. Luffy may not have reached the limit yet. Garp left with the sailors. Luffy and others continued in the Seven Waters, waiting for the completion of the renovation of the Sunny Mary. Frankie wanted to join the Straw Hats, and Luffy would naturally. I didn't tell Frankie about the teaching space, because I was also responsible for remodeling the ship. After the renovation, Frankie was allowed to enter the teaching space. Luffy secretly said, as a partner in the early stage, only Brook is left. Luffy felt it was too soon. After all, the next stop would be the thriller bark. With his current fighting strength, it will end soon and defeat Moria. What Luffy is most looking forward to is the Seadi archipelago. Of course, before going to Seadi land, I should meet the Golden Lion and fight, so I look forward to it. 2 days later, Holy Land Mariajoy. The soldiers panicked and entered the hall to report. 5 elders. Something bad. The 5 elders are calm and relaxed. What's wrong? The fleet that went to the New World a few days ago has been defeated, and the 4 emperors, the red-haired Shanks and the white-beard Edward Newgate have finally made direct contact. Speaking of which, even the 5 elders had a heavy face. Finally contacted, we can know what they are going to do. Looking forward to this moment, but also worried about this moment. I hope it won't be a union, or it will be a big trouble. Keep an eye on it. New World on the sea. The Mobidy was sailing on the sea, and the reconnaissance crew's telescope saw a pirate ship approaching, the Red Dragon Bow, the ship of the Red Hair Pirates, the Red Force. Soon, on the deck of the Mobidy. Dad, Redhead said he wanted to see you. Sitting on a chair with hanging bottles hanging all over his body, Whitebeard, who was drinking wine with his head up, heard it, as expected. Let him come. Pipe. Whitebeard took a few sips of wine and looked forward to it. That kid brought a good wine. With Whitebeard's consent, the Red Force approached the Mobidy. Also, naval headquarters. The troops were assembled, ready to go, standing in the square, lined up neatly, and full of energy. Even so, the atmosphere was heavy and depressing, and the hearts of every sailor were frightened and kept talking in a low voice. The fleet was defeated, is it true? 9. It seems so. Redhead and Whitebeard are finally touching. Hope it's a good result, so I can focus on dealing with the Straw Hats. If it is not a good result, it will be troublesome, and the Straw Hats will continue to grow. In the worst case, the most troublesome thing is not the Straw Hats continuing to grow, but the 4 emperors. Yeah, there is still a big gap between the Straw Hats and the Red Hair Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates. Rather than fighting the Straw Hats, I don't want to fight the Red Hair Pirates or the Whitebeard Pirates. Headed by Rear Admiral, feeling the depression of the atmosphere, he shouted, "Stand at attention." Immediately, the discussion dissipated, and everyone stood at attention. Rear Admiral said sternly, "Listen. I don't know what will happen next, but keep the highest alert on standby." Yes. At the same time, this incident spread all over the world. The meeting between the 2 sea emperors was a shock, and it was also the concern of newspapers around the world. Snapshots from a distance, print quickly, and newspapers spread all over the world. While the world is shaking, it is also panic. The people who panic are mainly civilians, but there are also gloating, lest the world will not be in chaos. Most of them are pirates. What are the 4 emperors going to do when they meet? If it's a fight, that's fine. It may be very small. After all, the enemy of the pirates is Marine, the 4 emperors, and they will not easily start a full-scale war. Join us against Marine, then the world will be in chaos. I hope they don't join forces. City of 7 Waters. Naturally, Luffy saw the news and secretly said, "Is this time already, then?" Luffy stared. Summit War, not far. Luffy naturally knew the outcome of this meeting. On the Sea of New World, the Red Force approached the Mobidy and stopped. On the Mobidy, a salute sounded. "Meet the 4 emperors, Redhead." On the deck, Joes said solemnly, "The Red Hair is coming." Marco immediately said, "Young people step back immediately, your body can't take it." The young crew was puzzled and could not understand. "My body can't take it." "Captain Marco, what do you mean? Why do you want us to step back? We wanted to see the redheads and see what the most hockey man was like." Marco was helpless. "Don't ask, don't say it, and hurry back." Boom, bang bang. Suddenly, the sound of falling to the ground sounded, and the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. This made some pirates startled. What happened? Marco said nothing more, it was too late. Crunch, crunch. The red hair stepped up the wooden ladder, and soon, all the pirates on the deck looked at the bow. The red hair stepped up the ladder, and the figure of Haki came into view. Wearing a black stand collar cloak, the redhead with his right hand carrying wine and his left hand in his pocket stepped forward. At the same time, the pirates on both sides of the red hair kept crashing to the ground. Bang! Even, the vibration sounded, and it was accompanied by a clicking sound. The pirates found that there were cracks in the hull. Marco said, "Don't panic, they just fainted." Joe said condensedly, "I can't even stay awake in front of that man with a half-hearted mental capacity." Watching a large number of pirates keep falling down, I can't help but marvel. What a horrible Haki. As expected of the most Haki man in the world, and also the strongest conquerors in the world, the only existence that can cause real harm. Essentially hurting conquerors, only redheads can do that, right? No, conquerors' Haki can't be improved through acquired cultivation, it relies on its own spirit, and only redheads can do this. At this moment, the red hair stopped, and before talking about the business, the red hair looked at the discussion crowd and corrected. "I think someone can do it." This made Marco, Joe's and others startled. "Redhead, you mean, there will be someone like you in the future with a conqueror's Haki that can do real damage? Before I met you, I didn't know that conquerors could cause real harm. I thought only you could do it, and there would really be others. Thinking it's yours, it's unique. Redhead, who are you referring to?" They were curious, and since the redhead said so, it meant that he already had a name in mind. The redhead is looking forward to it, and said seriously, it is likely to be him, you should also know him. As soon as these words came out, they were startled, and they became more curious. Who is it? Even Whitebeard looked interested. Create real conquerors, even he can't do it. I don't talk about strength, but if I want to say the man with the most Haki in the world, I have to admit that he is a redhead. The redhead said it himself that there would be someone like him, so Whitebeard was also curious. The red-haired letter said, "He will do it, Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D. Luffy." Hearing this, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates was shocked. Naturally, he knew it, but he didn't expect that the redhead was referring to him. However, I have always felt that the only conquerors that can cause substantial damage is the redhead, even the recently famous newcomer, Straw Hat Luffy. He's powerful, young and world famous, but can conquerors do real damage? Impossible. Unless, his aura is as strong as yours with red hair. Conquerors that do real damage is yours, and I don't think anyone else can do it, not even a straw hat. Yeah, after all, the previous era is a good proof. How many legends have appeared? Rocks, Red Earl, and even One Piece Roger, conquerors can't do any real damage. The redhead didn't say anything, he believed it, and it was useless to make others believe it, and Luffy hadn't done it yet. But redheads are to look forward to, maybe. The redhead looked at Whitebeard and started drinking and chatting. Whitebeard felt that the wine brought by the redhead was very sweet and a very good wine. Looking at the red-haired broken left arm, Whitebeard was surprised and curious. A man like you, who lost an arm in East Blue and came back, will be surprised and want to know who cut it. The redhead smiled expectantly. Well, I bet it in the new era. Whitebeard had a guess in his mind. East Blue, the straw hat is also East Blue, and he looked at the bounty list. The straw hat on his head was the one that Roger gave to the redhead before. Whitebeard guesses. Betting on Straw Hat Luffy. Yes. After chatting and drinking, the redhead started talking about business. The purpose of this visit was to persuade Whitebeard not to let Ace go to Blackbeard. However, as Luffy knew, there was no negotiation. Whitebeard swung the naginata with both hands, and the redhead swung out the griffin with one hand. The two knives collided, shaking the sky. Everyone raised their heads in shock, and the sky cracked. After the battle, the redhead knew that he couldn't stop it, and got on the boat and left. Wisdom flashed in Beckman's eyes. Maybe the war is about to begin. Lackey rode, Usopp and they are puzzled. What's the meaning? The war is about to start. How did you know? The redhead said. Beckman guessed it, but it's really possible. Beckman speculated. Blackbeard is very ambitious, and Fire Fist Ace is looking for him. I thought about the bad result. Then, because of Fire Fist Ace, a big war is likely to break out. Knowing Whitebeard, it will definitely start a war. This is what the redhead wanted to prevent, but there was no way. Whitebeard didn't follow his advice. After all, Roger used to take good care of him. Ace was Roger's son, and the redhead naturally stopped him if he wanted to. But there is no way to stop it. Beckman worries. There's a little, I worry, about Luffy. This made Reikalu and Usopp even more puzzled, but they got used to it. After all, Beckman's thinking was always beyond their ability to keep up. The redhead looked at Beckman, his face was a little heavy, and he seemed to understand what Beckman was thinking. Beckman said, Fire Fist Ace has also approached us, and you all know that Luffy is his younger brother and has a good relationship. So if, speaking of this, cadres such as Reikalu and Usopp understood. They knew Luffy well, and Luffy couldn't ignore it. What's more, Luffy has gone out to sea now and established a pirate group, which is very powerful, and has not yet entered the New World. Well, if it breaks out at naval headquarters, Luffy will definitely be there. I see, you're worried about Luffy going. In this case, it's really dangerous. Lee Zhao's. Being involved in an impending war, even Luffy, can be dangerous. When the time comes, shall we go? The cadres looked at the red hair and waited for a response. The redhead shook his head. Don't intervene, this is their own adventure, we should not interfere too much in this difficult situation. Usopp they nodded and understood. The most important thing is that the redhead believes in Luffy and will not fall down in the middle, which is the main reason. The redhead looks forward to, in a war that is likely to happen, Luffy, you may show up. Then, fall down or shine, I'm looking forward to it. Even if you can't shine, you must live, Luffy. The redheads felt that it was difficult for Luffy to shine. Although he was very strong, his strength surprised them, but after all, if he participated in such a war, he would be facing the strongest combat power in all of Marine. Even a powerful newcomer like Luffy can't be able to shine in this kind of war, or even turn the situation around, impossible. Therefore, what the redhead expects most is that Luffy can survive if he participates. Usopp there also expected. Although Luffy is grown up now and knew him as a kid, we also know him and will really go. Hope you don't die there, Aji. Although it is very strong, it is not enough to participate in that kind of battle. We don't directly join forces in the fight, but we'll be there, and we should meet Luffy. When the time comes, I don't want to see Luffy's. Speaking of this, I stopped abruptly. I didn't want to see Luffy's body, even if Luffy was seriously injured, I didn't want to see Luffy die there. The redhead looked in the direction of the first half of the Grand Line, and secretly said, Luffy, when the time comes, you will be involved in the battle, so you have to live. Although you are strong, such a battle is still very difficult and dangerous for you. The redhead didn't want Luffy to participate, but he knew that it wouldn't be as he thought, so he could only pray. If the time comes when they arrive and Luffy is still alive but in crisis, he'll help. However, at that time, will Luffy need help? After one day, news spreads all over the world about the outcome of Redhead's meeting with Whitebeard. The world shook, there was a fight, but Redhead briefly fought Whitebeard and then left. Civilians of the world breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't seem to be negotiating. It's impossible to unite, let alone war with Marine. That's fine. I heard that during the battle, the sky was split, and someone saw it from a distance. Is this the four emperors, too powerful? Marine and the world government are also relieved, but they can't relax, they must continue to pay attention. Marine didn't immediately focus on dealing with the Straw Hats, and planned to wait for a while to see if Whitebeard and the Redhead would have new actions. City of Seven Waters. Luffy knew it too, as he expected. Whitebeard didn't listen to the Redhead's advice, then he'd know for himself. Then, Summit War will come. Luffy's eyes were piercing. When the Summit War comes, we will definitely participate. At that time, the 5 Emperor Straw Hats will participate in the war and come to the top. All efforts, the most important, is to get on top. At this time, Luffy and others came to the seaside of the shipyard, because the ship was remodeled, which made them excitedly look forward to it. The iceberg was waiting here, the boat was covered with cloth. Nami and others are looking forward to what the transformation will look like. Luffy looked around. Mr. Iceberg, isn't Frankie here? Well, it happens that he's not here, I'll show it to you on his behalf. When the iceberg came forward, it was completely clear, and he said with admiration, the remodeled ship will be very powerful. When the design drawing came out, my eyes widened. No matter what kind of sea, I can cross the sea and use this ship to go to the world. The end is not a dream. Immediately, Luffy and the others became more and more excited and couldn't wait. Pulling the cloth off, the new ship came into view, and Bingshan said, Frankie asked me to tell you this, if one day you become the Pirate King, take this Sunny Mary. Immediately, everyone's eyes lit up. Amazing. It's magnificent. He's so handsome, there are so many things I haven't seen before. Is this our new ship? Twice as big as before, with the shadow of Mei Li and the shadow of the new ship Sunny, the combination of the two is perfect. Let me see the kitchen. Sanji can't wait to cook in the newly remodeled kitchen. Soon, Luffy and the others boarded the ship, their eyes shining brightly at every part of the new ship. Luffy was in a great mood, rolling on the deck, the lawn deck. The deck with lawn is so comfortable. Robin exclaimed, it's like a garden. Zoro came to the second floor and looked at the sea, the view is really good. After Iceberg explained to Nami, Nami was firm, I will try my best to use this ship well, and I will go up and have a look. Sanji came into the kitchen and was overjoyed. It's great to have the lockable fridge I've always dreamed of, and a huge oven. Frankie, thank you so much. At this moment, when Luffy and Usopp heard the first half of Sanji's sentence, their expressions changed. The refrigerator was locked, wasn't it just to prevent them? But Luffy and Usopp looked at each other and smiled, and the lock would be useful. At this time, Frankie came with a bag, knowing that he was going to leave here. The rest of the shipyard also came and said goodbye, heartbroken. Frankie grateful. Thank you for taking care of your time here. Frankie gets aboard, and the Sunny Mary sails away from the Seven Waters. Meanwhile, Bannero Island, Blackbeard and his party were about to leave, but on the roof, Ace was already waiting. Hey, wait, Teach, I've been looking for you for a long time. Blackbeard followed the sound, looked up, and saw Ace squatting on the roof. Blackbeard laughed. It turned out to be Captain Ace. Ace was upset and said solemnly, you can't call me that anymore. Blackbeard laughed. Thief, ha 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 ha. How did you know I was here? Ace's face was gloomy. Teach, let's stop talking nonsense. You, who have lived so many years longer than others, can't help but understand what's going on with me now. Blackbeard still smiled harmlessly. I know, so before we start, let me say something. Ace, do you want to be my companion? Come and conquer the world with me, I have already planned the road to hegemony. Whitebeard, the era of the Pirate King has come to an end, and I will be the Pirate King. First of all, I am going to take the capital of the Seven Waters and find the Straw Hat crew. If you leave, catch up with them, and kill Luffy, the Straw Hat, as a gift to the world government. Quote, quote. Hearing this, Ace's face sank. In this case, I can't let you go more and more, he is my brother. Also, it is impossible for me to be your companion. 5. The sniper Fanoka shot instantly and made a precise hit. Once he started, it could be seen that he was a very strong sniper. However, Ace instantly became elemental, and flames burned where it was sniped. The fight begins, and Ace shoots Fanoka with both hands like guns. At this time, the sinister badgers sprang out from behind and lifted a house high and smashed at Ace. Flame ring. Fire pillar. A pillar of fire surged and impacted, destroying the house and turning it into nothingness. Blackbeard reminded, you still can't win this, man, step back. Got it, Captain. Fire punch. Ace suddenly threw a huge fire fist and devoured the Blackbeard group. With a scream, the Blackbeard group was blown away. Blackbeard fell to the ground, charred, slapping the flames on him in pain. It's so hot, so painful. After the fight, Blackbeard stood up and looked at Ace, and said bluntly, the Whitebeard pirates, the captain of the 4th team, Thatch, was indeed killed by me, but there is no choice. He has the devil fruit I want. According to the rules on the ship, whoever finds it first can eat it. I kept the fruit in the picture book by heart and knew instantly that it was the fruit of my dreams. Speaking of which, I have been on the Whitebeard ship for so many years, there is a reason, it is more likely to be on board get that fruit. If you are not lucky, I will recognize it, but it falls into the hands of my friend. As Blackbeard continued to speak, Ace's face became more and more gloomy. So you killed Thatch and stole the fruit. Blackbeard smiled in a low voice. It was the fruit that chose me, thief, ha 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 ha. Now, I have become the strongest person. Even against the Straw Hat Luffy, I can defeat him. Since you are here, then change it. Go for it. After that, tackle the Straw Hat. Ace said solemnly. My brother, it is impossible for you to solve it. Ace, don't rush to judge, just see, in Logia my abilities are all alien. Blackbeard's body suddenly churned, and darkness rose, partially covering the sky. Blackbeard smiled excitedly. Thief, ha ha ha. Ace, you are fire, and I am darkness. So, Ace, I will not be killed by you. Even if you are fire, it is useless. This dark fruit of Logia is the history the most ferocious force. I became a dark man. How strong this force is, let you see it now. Also let you know, it's just rubber fruit Straw Hat. I said it can solve him. Blackbeard's fruit ability erupted, and black smoke surging suddenly, like a black river, filled the surrounding area, as if it could cover the entire island. Blackbeard was excited. Thief, ha ha ha. The so-called darkness is gravity, the power that can devour everything, and the infinite gravity of not letting go of a trace of light. Look, what happens to this town? Darkness. As Blackbeard's right hand slapped the surging darkness on the ground, all the surrounding buildings and other buildings were sinking continuously, as if the surging darkness was a black hole. Soon, the entire town disappeared and was swallowed up. Blackbeard sneered. So, any power will be swallowed by me. Then you say, Straw Hat Luffy, how can I not kill him? His power, I can also BHBJ, swallow it. However, if Luffy hears it, will there be an idea to devour the sun god? Ace didn't want to listen anymore, and the fight began. But soon, Ace's body was attracted and flew to Blackbeard. Don't be surprised that dark gravity can correctly attract the body of the able. Ace wasn't worried, but when he got close to Blackbeard, Blackbeard grabbed his arm and held him. Oneself, failed to be elementalized. Blackbeard sneered. How about it, my ability, I noticed it, Ace. Ace's heart sank. Could it be that it would invalidate the ability? Blackbeard punched Ace's abdomen. Ace felt a strong force, his abdomen was sunken, blood spit out, and was blasted out. Seeing Ace being blown away by himself, Blackbeard laughed. Thief, ha ha ha, you two brothers, no matter who faces me, it will be like this. Looking at the painful Ace, Whitebeard asked, I haven't been beaten for a long time, Ace. My dark gravity can not only devour things, but also the ability of devil fruit, so your Mera fruit ability is invalid. Touch, the ability person will not be able to use all abilities. Logia, Zone, Paramecia, any ability person, in the face of my attack, can't use the ability to defend. Fighting again, Ace was blown away again, and the pain was so bad that it felt like the bones were about to break. Not to mention ability, Blackbeard's own strength and physical skills are beyond Ace's imagination. The ability is very strong, and the physical skills are also very strong. They were hidden before. Ace completely understood. Not long after the battle, the final collision, the great Yan Jia Yan Emperor broke out, darkness and flames collided, filling the entire island. The outcome of the battle is well known, Ace was defeated. With Ace captured by Blackbeard, Summit War will come soon. At this time, the Sunny Mary left the capital of Seven Waters, and the sea was sailing. On the boat, the food was ready, Luffy and others held a banquet, and 8 people gathered around the table and raised their glasses. Luffy said, cheers to the returning Robin, as well as new partners Frankie and Sunny Mary. The wine glasses collided, and Luffy and the others burst into laughter. After the banquet, Frankie was excited, knowing that his strength was at the bottom of the group, so he was about to enter the teaching space. So, what teaching template to choose? In Luffy's view, Haki must learn, but Frankie also needs technology. Luffy said, after entering the teaching space, first select the Vegapunk template. This must be chosen, and for Frankie, it is the most suitable. Vegapunk, unfamiliar to the rest of the ship, but Luffy knew very well that although he was not capable of fighting himself, he was very suitable to teach Frankie. He is a scientist at Naval Headquarters, 500 years ahead of today's technology, and is known as a scientist who has surpassed human intelligence for 500 years. Haki is going to meet Luffy let Frankie choose Garp template for the second template. Frankie expressed his understanding and entered the teaching space. Then everyone, see you in 2 months. The next moment, Frankie disappeared. Luffy and the others are looking forward to how Frankie will change after 2 years of cultivation and how much his combat power will increase. It is unknown, even Luffy is not clear. After all, the cultivation route is different from the original plot, and it is naturally better. Just then, Luffy was startled. Because the teaching space sounds, breakthrough. Entering the teaching space is no longer 2 months and 2 years, but 2 days and 2 years. This made Luffy happy. Yes, it didn't take as long as 2 months. The reason for the upgrade is because entering the teaching space to practice, the space will evolve with the number of people practicing. Luffy also knew that there could only be 10 people in the teaching space to practice, and after 10 people finished practicing, the teaching space would disappear. Luffy can also accept it. It is normal to have restrictions, otherwise there are no restrictions, they can continue to cultivate strong players. Time shortened, and 2 days later, Frankie came out. After entering the teaching space, I also learned about evolution. But it was 2 days for Luffy and them, and 2 years for Frankie, so they miss it. Everyone was curious about Frankie's ascension and change, but knew that after the battle, it would be clear. Frankie couldn't wait for the battle performance, and there was no bounty on board himself. Luffy felt that there was an opportunity soon, because Moria's land was coming. Once Moria is resolved, it's time to reach the Seadi archipelago. Looking at Frankie who couldn't wait, Luffy was also curious. Then, if there is a fight at the next stop, if it's not particularly powerful, Frankie will solve it by yourself. Okay, Frankie is ready to show off his skills and let everyone know his strength, as well as the changes in his body. Soon, entering the dark sea, the sky was overcast, with lightning and thunder. The Sunny Mary sailed completely against the wind was howling, and it was raining heavily. Nami is heavy. What a big headwind, it will be blown back. Frankie said. Sunny Mary, more than that. Nami thought about it and said, Frankie, fortunately, you came out, woke me up, reeled, and used the outer wheel. Zoro and Sanji stowed the mainsail and jib, and Frankie was ready with the rudder in hand. Next comes the soldier shipping system. Channel 0, Coke engine, the outer ship Sunny Mary. The outer wheel sprang out from both sides and turned rapidly, and the ship immediately moved forward easily against the strong headwind, sailing faster than before. Such technology is also necessary for calm belt. Soon, we arrived at the thriller bark. Luffy said, if you encounter an enemy, Frankie, you should shoot first. For Alabasta, facing Shichibukai crocodile, let Sanji shoot to beat. This time, I will meet Shichibukai, Moria, and leave it to Frankie, who has been trained. After the end as soon as possible, go to Seadi archipelago and start the battle for the Emperor. A day later, Luffy and the others came to the thriller bark, which is as big as an island, and met Brook before, but not here together. Moria knew that the Straw Hat crew had come to his territory, but she was not afraid. Instead, she was full of fighting spirit and wanted to prove her power. He is not afraid. After all, when he was young, he dared to duel Kaido. Now he is confident that he is strong enough, and he has prepared a big killer. Luffy and others solved a few zombie puppets, let them introduce, here. This is not an island, but the largest pirate ship in the world. It looks like a town, but it's actually a ship. The castle behind the land is the main sail, 7 warlords of the sea, and Moonlight Molly Ya is there. Luffy said indifferently. It's another king's 7 martial arts, the sea. Sanji thought it was boring. 7 warlords of the sea would be boring. Zoro reminds. If it's Hawkeye's level, you still have to be careful. 9. Frankie's fighting spirit rises. 7 warlords of the sea, then leave this battle to me. Frankie can't wait to show off his tech skills. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper are looking forward to seeing high-tech battles, which must be cool. At this time, inside the castle, the clock reached 12 o'clock in the evening. This means the beginning of the horror of the thriller bark. Absalom, who owns the transparent fruit, summoned an army of zombies at this time, ready to attack the Straw Hats. He is confident in his own strength. Although he is a powerful Straw Hat group, he can definitely win. After all, he is a transparent fruit, and it is useless for the opponent to be powerful. However, it is still ignorant. Even if it is a transparent fruit, it will be easily discovered in the face of the current Straw Hat group. The transparent fruit is good for the strong, but at his level, anyone in the Straw Hats can detect him. After all, he is a master of observation hockey. Absalom's fighting spirit rises. Okay, the zombie soldier army, the victory or defeat with the pirates, leave it to us. Although they are powerful, you will stand up no matter how many times you fall, so use your immortal body, surround them, consume them, defeat them. Ow! One by one, the bodies were patched up, wrapped in white bandages, like zombie soldiers with claws, shouting. Inside the castle, as the clock chimed at 0, a lowly girl appeared. With a pink double ponytail and a crown, she has a standard lowly figure, wearing a short dress, her slender legs are wrapped in black and white stockings, and she holds a wine-red umbrella in her hand. Apparently, she is Perona, the ghost fruit power. Perona is confident. The Straw Hat pirates were hit by my ghost, no matter how powerful it is. The clock strikes at 0, and I will do my best. Don't try to escape from here, stupid pirates. Perona's leadership is all animal zombies. When Luffy and the others were about to enter the castle, Absalom led the zombie soldiers. If you want to get in, I don't agree, even Straw Hat crew is going to fall. However, listening to the sound, no figure was seen. Hundreds of zombie soldiers came in, but none of them spoke. I followed the sound and looked at it, but after locking it, I didn't see a figure. Zombie soldiers came, and Frankie said, "Leave it to me. In this battle, Luffy and the others are not going to fight, so let Frankie deal with it first. However, if there is one, Zoro should be interested in fighting each other if they meet him. Naturally, it is Ryoma." Frankie pushed forward with both hands and shouted, "The wind is coming." Boom! The hollow of Palm Heel Strike fired powerful air bombs, consuming a little coke energy in the body, and in the roar, the air cannons blew a large number of zombie soldiers out. Chopper's eyes light up. "Amazing," Frankie said. "It's easy to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers, and when you encounter a powerful one, let's show you the cooler ones." This has Chopper and Usopp looking forward to it. However, after the zombie soldier was blown away, he stood up, uninjured and without any blood. This made Frankie a little embarrassed. After all, he just came out of the teaching space. If he wanted to show his strength in this battle, he had to give it to himself, but this shot looked very powerful, but none of these people were injured, it shouldn't be. Usopp, they are also unexpected. No one was hurt. It couldn't be just the wind, but the powerful air cannons, but none of them were hurt. These guys look weird, not like people. Some people have their heads and necks separated. The zombie soldiers all stood up and rushed up. The invisible Absalom laughed. "Ha ha ha, they are immortal and have immortality. Zombies can't kill." Frankie was stunned. No wonder, otherwise it was impossible for him to not hurt them in the slightest. "Chilla." Frankie shot 2 chains with both hands, and quickly bound nearly 100 zombies, shrinking into a ball, unable to move. "If you can't kill it, then tie it up," Frankie said. In the dark, Absalom's face was ugly. "Looks like it's up to me. Nami et al. Wonder. Cannot see. A capable one. Although I can't see it, I still know the location." Nami and other popular people are calm. Observation hockey can fully know the opponent's location, and he is not a master, and he will make movements when he walks. Frankie can also sense the position naturally, and is ready to solve it with a shot from the air. But this time, Sanji was shaking all over. Could it be? Could it be? Sanji whispered angrily. This made Frankie startled. Except for Luffy, everyone else was puzzled. "Sanji, what's wrong with you? What's wrong suddenly? Why are you so angry?" Sanji took a step forward and said solemnly, "Frankie, this guy, you must leave it to me." Frankie was stunned. This battle has to be solved by himself, and Sanji has no interest, but why did he suddenly stand up to fight? And he looked very angry. Is there any personal grudge? Frankie nodded. "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Sanji looked behind a dead tree and shouted, "Come out to me." Absalom was surprised. He appeared and walked out, surprised, "I know my location." Seeing the other party appear, he still looks like a ghost, and his mouth is like a leopard's mouth sewn up. So ugly, Sanji is even more unbalanced. "How did you know my location?" Sanji didn't answer, swooped in front of Absalom and kicked him in the face. Absalom couldn't react at all, and was blasted out with a kick, excruciating pain. Sanji's face was gloomy. I must solve you, because I have a grudge with you. Frankie, Nami and the others in the back were startled. Is there really any kind of grievance? What kind of grievance? Knowing that the opponent's strength is very strong, Absalom used his ability after being blasted, and his body disappeared, so he relaxed a little. After disappearing, Absalom asked in a puzzled way, benefits? Do I know you? It's the first time I saw you. What kind of grievances do I have with you? This made Nami and others even more puzzled, thinking that the two had met, but it was the first time they met, so why would there be grievances? Sanji's angry veins burst out on his forehead, and said solemnly, not only is there a grudge, but also the biggest grudge, because you are the man who stole a dream from me. Dream? Absalom looked puzzled. I don't remember. You made a mistake, right? It's the first time I met you. I feel like you're targeting me. I must destroy you. He felt that the other party was deliberately trying to find fault, which made him extremely angry. Absalom attacked, and the shells burst out suddenly. Invisibility, coupled with the ability to make objects you encounter transparent, is very sudden. It's like an invisible person who comes to the front, shoots with a gun, and will surely die. However, it is useless to face ordinary people, and to face any of the straw hats. Sanji dodged easily, unscathed. This made Absalom vibrate. The invisible self and the sudden fire of the cannonball, the other party couldn't see it at all, and it was even more impossible to escape, but why? Sanji reminded in a deep voice. It's useless, don't resist, it's futile, you are dead today. Feeling the terrifying killing intent, Absalom panicked and shouted, how did I offend you? Sanji's face was gloomy. You are an ability person, you can make your body and the things you touch invisible for a short time, you are a transparent fruit ability person, a transparent person. I have thoroughly studied this fruit, but. Sanji's whole body trembled with anger, and he began to study this fruit from a very young age. Now, Absalom is still confused, but Nami, Robin, Zoro and others seemed to understand why. Zoro stroked his forehead, speechless. This guy, I seem to understand. Nami was also speechless and understood, and wanted to punch Sanji. Sanji gritted his teeth angrily. Now that I have met you of the transparent fruit, then that dream of mine will be shattered. I once wanted to be a transparent person. So you who ate the transparent fruit shattered my dream. I must solve you, so I still have a chance. Absalom was stunned and understood that this guy in front of him was a pervert. Sanji regretted and hoped. I once wanted to go to the women's bathroom if I wanted to get transparency. No, what I want to do is still the women's bathroom. No, there must be other things I want to do, and I want to get transparency. Think about how to help others, to help the women in the women's bathroom. Absalom and the bound zombie soldiers were speechless. As a result, all I was thinking about was peeping at the women's bathroom. Sanji shouted angrily, shut up. After so many years of simulation training, I have thought about everything I can do with this ability, but it's all because of you. Forgive, prepare to die. 5. Absalom exploded in anger and killed himself, and that was the reason. You pervert, Absalom cursed angrily. However, being kicked by Sanji again, he was angry. Others can say that about me, but you can't. Nami was speechless. Sanji, stop playing, let's end it quickly. Okay. Miss Nami. Sanji's right foot caught fire, and with a flying kick, Absalom was kicked into the air, and a large mouthful of blood mixed with broken internal organs spurted out, killing Shalom. Sanji is looking forward to it in his heart. I hope I can get the transparent fruit soon. Luffy and the others entered the castle, and when they first entered, they met Hogbako. Beside him stood a swordsman in a white kimono, with wooden shoes on his feet and a knife on the right side of his waist. Ho 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 ho. The swordsman laughed, and Luffy said, so familiar, it seems that Brook's shadow is inside him. This made Nami and others suddenly, and said there was a familiar feeling, tone and laughter. Zoro's fighting spirit rose, and he noticed the opponent's knife, his eyes lit up. I want your knife. Knowing that the other party is dead, it is useless to keep it, Zoro must get it. Frankie knew that he didn't need to do it himself anymore, and he was not in a hurry. Moria would take care of it himself. Long Ma said, 3 knives, do you want another one? Zoro holds knives in both hands, and Daoichi is the third-generation ghost. As for the snow walk, it was slightly damaged by the rust fruit when I was at the Eni's lobby. Zoro explained. There is one that doesn't work well, so I just hang it. I am a 3-knife, so I need the one on your body. Ryoma despised. 3 swords, never heard of it. Is it acrobatics? Yay. At this moment, Brook came, and when he saw the dragon horse, his face changed. Brook reminds. He knows all my moves, and the moves are stronger than mine. You have to be careful. Zoro is interested. I hope so. I haven't fought a powerful swordsman for a long time. Yi Ming Song, straight through. The black knife Chushui in Longma's hand stabbed forward quickly, sending out a slashing slash. Zoro could dodge, but he didn't dodge, and the 2 knives crossed and blocked. With a loud bang, Zoro remained motionless. This made Brook vibrate, and he didn't move at all, blocking it. 2 swords, aye, Rashomon. Revolutionary dance music, attack. The 2 strong swordsmen fought with extremely fast speed, slashing continuously, and hit the roof along with the battle. Luffy knew that the battle would end soon. Although Ryoma was powerful, it was not his own soul. Otherwise, it was hard to say who would win and who would lose. However, since it is Brook's shadow, Ryoma combined with Brook's shadow is stronger than Brook, but it will not be Zoro's opponent now. The gap is not small. Just then, Perona came. Faced with the Straw Hat crew, Perona was not worried. In terms of combat power, she couldn't match her at all, but no matter how strong it was, it would be useless if she hid her own abilities. Let me defeat you for Lord Moria. Usopp and the others were stunned. No matter how you look at this girl, she doesn't have that kind of strength. Perona's hands spread out, and a white spherical transparent object floated out and turned into a ghost. Soon, 7 ghosts floated out. Perona is confident. I am a soul fruit capable person who can generate spiritual bodies at will. These ghosts are my avatars, which can make people's souls empty. Therefore, no matter how strong you are, it is useless. All of you are so passive that you don't want to fight. You are here, so far. Negative ghost. 7 ghosts came quickly, and Nami and the others stood there. Perona laughed. Give up. However, when the ghost was approaching, it was easily avoided. Luffy said. Negative ghost, if you get hit, it's really useless no matter how strong your combat power is, but wouldn't it be better to escape and not be touched? Luffy and the others came under observation haki, dodging with ease. This made Perona's face look ugly, and the speed and reaction were so fast that she couldn't hit at all. Frankie moves forward while dodging quickly, opening his left hand and aiming at Perona in a quick move. The left hand of the weapon. With a bang, the left hand fired a cannonball, blasting Perona out, and the ghost disappeared. Frankie felt bored, too weak. To be precise, they are too strong. At this time, Moria knew that the situation was not good at this time, and it was impossible for her subordinates to defeat Straw Hat crew. However, he has trumped cards. Looking at the frozen giant creatures, Moria looked forward to. When it's time for you to resurrect, the Straw Hat crew can come here, get their shadows, make my Moria Legion stronger, and be able to fight back to the New World and defeat Kaido, shame before it snows. On the roof, there was a constant humming. Ryoma was repelled, bruised and panting. On the other hand, Zoro is calm and relaxed. Frankie couldn't wait. I went to Moria, everyone waited for me, and it was over soon after they were found. Frankie has to defeat Moria of the 7 warlords of the sea alone. Luffy and the others did not follow, but waited. Frankie soon arrives at the location of Oz the Demon and meets Moria. Huh, didn't the Straw Hat come? You are Moria, and against you, I am enough. Moria thinks it's okay. If you face Straw Hat crew alone, it's hard to get a shadow. Beside Moria, there is a black creature similar to him, obviously his shadow. Frankie started directly, and the other party was Shichibukai, so he was a little serious. The Frankie destruction cannon. The shoulders opened, and a more powerful shell was fired, hitting Moria. Meanwhile, Frankie moves quickly before launching. Shaved. With quick movement, combined with artillery fire, Frankie knew it was going to hit. This is the improvement of his strength, his own research, combined with Vegapunk's guidance, and Garp's teaching, put together to make himself stronger. Moria was shocked. Too fast, she couldn't escape. The Straw Hats don't know that he, the new friends, is so strong. In a short time, another partner, and also very strong, Moria's excitement grew even more after the shock. The more members of the Straw Hats, the more powerful the better, and he wanted this. A mighty shadow, a mighty legion, you can definitely defeat Kaido. Hey. In the roar, the fire broke out. Below the castle, Luffy and the others heard a loud roar. Looks like Frankie's fight with Moria has begun, Chopper said. Luffy didn't take care of it, just leave it to Frankie, if there is any accident, it's okay, after all, there are them. Also, Luffy was looking forward to surprises, so it wouldn't be too boring. Coming here, Luffy finds it boring, after all, the difference in combat power is huge, and he is not interested in doing it. However, if there is an accident, maybe you will let yourself shoot. Boom. There was a roar on the castle, and Frankie was blasted away by a huge black fist and fell to the ground. This made Luffy and the others look over, and Chopper's expression changed. Frankie. Chopper was surprised, and Frankie was beaten down. Frankie frowned. I'm careless, but, just right, I'll take it seriously, because I will face two enemies. Brook found something, and his face changed. Your shadow is gone. This made Nami and others realize that Brook has no shadow under the sun or the moon because Moria cut the shadow and injected it into the dead dragon horse. So that Ryoma can be resurrected, have Brook's consciousness, and have Brook's moves to fight Zoro. Well now, Frankie's shadow is gone too, representing. Boom. Suddenly, 573, a huge figure broke through the building and walked out, which made Nami and the others' faces change as they raised their heads and looked up. Moria swept up to the roof and was very excited to see the resurrection of the demon Oz, who was as high as the castle and had a height of 120 meters. He, the devil Oz is resurrected, you are all over, I want all your shadows. To defeat Kaido, I need a powerful shadow. Moria was overjoyed. Oz was ready to fight, posing in a pose that felt familiar to Nami and the others, much like Frankie. They learned that Frankie's shadow was cut off by Moria and injected into the body of Oz the demon. Chopper was stunned. It's huge. Robin frowned. Oz the devil, is it a giant devil who has been dead for hundreds of years and famous in the world 500 years ago? Because he likes to move the island he likes away, he got the title of Oz of the Lucky Country. Brook reminded. Be careful, Oz who has been injected into the shadow will have Frankie's ability. Devil fruit can't be replaced by zombies, but Haki will wait for his own ability. This made Nami and others understand that after all, Ryoma would know all of Brook's moves. Brook reminded solemnly. Also, the stronger the zombies were before they were alive, the resurrection, and perhaps the bursting strength, was stronger than the original owner of the shadow. For example, Ryoma, who got my shadow, his moves are superior to me. This made Nami and others feel that Moria's fruit ability is really powerful. However, Frankie is not worried and confident. It's okay to get my shadow. After all, I am equivalent to transforming people, and he is not. Therefore, it is nothing to be my Haki. My main combat power is my various transformation technologies. This, and indeed, getting Frankie's shadow was, for Oz, the most limiting. Frankie planned to make a quick battle, but he was careless just now. After bombarding Moria, he replaced with the shadow, so he was unharmed, and then trapped himself with the shadow box. After he bombarded the shadow box, Moria cut off the shadow, injected into the body of Majin Oz. In this battle, I have to defeat you, I have to be serious, let's take a look at my improvement after cultivation. Rumbling. Soon, two chariots approached, the Black Rhino FRU number 4 and the Dragon Tank number 5. Frankie poses as a black rhino, and is transforming, from a car model to a humanoid with arms that look Usopp and Chopper's eyes gleaming. Combined. Soon, the two chariots collided and merged together after being deformed, continued to deform, blinked, and became a Gundam robot like Gundam. Iron Pirates, General Frankie is here. Immediately, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper felt so cool, their eyes twinkled. Quote. Amazing, amazing. They thought it was very novel that they could still do this. Frankie smiled. This is the most basic, there are more powerful, but to solve this Shichibukai, it does not require full strength. This made Moria grit her teeth. She was the man who was going to defeat Kaido in the future, and this newcomer of the Straw Hats, to say such a thing, doesn't need all her strength to solve herself. It's a shame. However, Moria's face was also ugly. This guy turned out to be the master of using technology to fight. Then Oz got his shadow and naturally couldn't use these. He could only inherit Frankie's physical skills, Haki, and could not inherit the transformed body and technology. Moria is no longer entangled. Nevertheless, Oz was too powerful before his death, and it is enough to get some of your abilities. Moria is confident that this fight will definitely solve Straw Hat Crew. Still, it's a little bit worse. Moria found that Ryoma was about to lose the battle. Moria was on the roof at this time, and proposed, "You are Roronoa Zoro, and you want to be the world's greatest swordsman." Zoro said, "Of course. Such an enemy leaves you untrained." Moria told the truth. The current strength of Zoro, the dragon horse possessed by Brook's shadow, is quite different from Zoro's combat power. Zoro raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean? Why, you want to be my opponent?" Moria shook her head. No, I want to make your opponent stronger, or let you break through yourself and break through the limit, only then can you be one step closer to the world's greatest swordsman." Looking at Moria, Zoro always felt very insidious, and said solemnly, "If there is something, just say it." He. "Then I'll just say it straight. I want to get your shadow and inject it into Longma's body, then Longma will be stronger and inherit your abilities. In this way, your opponent will be stronger, you can also fight to your heart's content and break through yourself. Of course, if you're afraid of being defeated by the dragon horse possessed by your shadow, just pretend I didn't mention that." When the words fell, Moria felt uneasy in her heart, and naturally hoped that the other party would agree. After all, the Straw Hats are too strong, and adding Oz alone might not be enough. So, thought of this way. Moria hesitated. "This guy, will you agree?" Zoro snorted coldly. "Stimulate the law." This made Moria's heart sink. Has it been seen through, then it seems that it is impossible. However, it must also be tried. It may be possible to join forces with Longma to deal with him, but the premise is that the Straw Hat Crew and others do not intervene. However, Zoro's words made Moria overjoyed. It's very interesting. It's very boring to fight with him now, and it's impossible to fight with him before he was alive. Although I know that he must have been a powerful swordsman in his lifetime, it is impossible. So, let him inject my shadow. Zoro grinned, fighting spirit rising. Afraid, naturally impossible. Zoro wants to fight to his heart's content, face powerful enemies, improve in tough battles, and break through himself. Only then can we get closer and closer to the world's greatest swordsman and have the opportunity to surpass Hawkeye. Moria was extremely happy and smiled inwardly. Hehehe, he agreed, idiot. However, it's great, thank you for your confidence, otherwise, facing the powerful you, it will really make me feel very difficult. Moria was glad that the Straw Hats came here, and was a little worried before. After all, Crocodile was defeated, and only by the black-footed Sanji of the Straw Hats. He and Crocodile are both Shichibukai, but Moria feels that his fruit ability is stronger, and there is a chance, and the chance is to get the shadow of Luffy and others. Now, Oz gets Frankie's shadow, which is his powerful fighting force. Now, Ryoma is about to get Zoro's shadow, and perhaps Oz's combat power will surpass Frankie's shadow. The stronger the corpse is, the better and stronger. If the corpse is ordinary and weak, even if it gets the shadow of Straw Hat Crew, it will not be able to exert its power. Therefore, Moria felt that she had to get more powerful corpses, get all the shadows of the Straw Hats, and form the Shadow Zombies core of the Straw Hats, and then she could go to the New World to challenge Kaido. Moria thought so. It seemed that Ryoma would definitely defeat Zoro. Shadow cut. Moria moved quickly, came behind Zoro, grabbed Zoro's shadow, and then used her ability. The shadow was like the substance, and was torn up by Moria with her bare hands. The black shadow was torn up. Moria cut with scissors in her left hand, and the shadow was separated from Zoro. Moria activates the ability, and Brook's shadow bursts out of Ryoma's body, injecting Zoro's shadow into Ryoma's body. In an instant, Ryoma's aura changed. Even holding a knife, he felt uncomfortable. Brook is happy. My shadow is back. Looking at the ground, I have a shadow. Nami, Robin, Sanji, Chopper noticed the roof, and their expressions changed. Zoro's shadow was cut. What's the matter? Zoro took the initiative. What are you doing? Ryoma, who got Brook's shadow, has Brook's sword moves, but its power is stronger than Brook's. Now, Ryoma has all Zoro's sword moves, Haki, inherits all Zoro's strength, will he be stronger than Zoro? They are worried and puzzled. If you inherit Luffy, then the rubber fruit ability cannot be inherited, so there are many restrictions. Frankie has now been shadowed by Oz, and there are many restrictions. He can't use those transforming technology and combat power. He can only use Frankie's body technique, Haki. Zoro is different, relying on its own ability, no devil fruit, and no transformation technology. Therefore, Ryoma has all the moves of Zoro. Luffy is not surprised, even a little envious. It seems that Zoro is fighting against a stronger opponent. To be precise, he wants to break through himself and become stronger. Some envy him, so he can fight to his heart's content. When Luffy said this, Nami and the others understood that this was the only reason, otherwise even Ryoma plus Moria would not be able to successfully obtain Zoro's shadow. Knowing that Zoro wants to become stronger and become the world's largest swordsman, and this Ryoma, who was a powerful swordsman before his death, got Brook's shadow, and his strength made Zoro uninterested, so they chose to do this, they completely understood. However, there is no risk. After all, it's a Ryoma, and if a Ryoma gets Zoro's shadow, it's stronger than Zoro, and its moves are more powerful than Zoro's identical moves. They were worried, but Luffy said, Zoro would have preferred to feel as excited and heated as we feared. As Luffy said, Zoro at this time, feeling the momentum of Ryoma, his body is shaking, not afraid, but shaking with excitement, and he can fight with the powerful swordsman. The last time I was so excited was when I faced Hawkeye. A knife is not easy to handle. Ryoma moved quickly and picked up 2 knives on the ground, and it became a 3 knives flow. After all, consciousness is Zoro. And, armament Haki lingered, and his mouth and hands became black knives. Zoro also pulled out the snow and walked, although it was a little rusted, but still usable. Let me replace you and become the world's greatest swordsman. Ryoma was extremely firm. After all, it was Zoro's consciousness, tone, momentum, and goals were naturally the same. Zoro grinned. Stop joking, just use you as a sparring partner, my shadow, I will beat you and get it back. Then see if you or I will become the world's greatest swordsman. 3 swords, tiger hunting. 3 swords, tiger hunting. At almost the same time, Zoro and Ryoma moved in the same way. Both of them carried the 2 knives behind their backs, and the knives in their mouths were horizontally in front of the 2 knives behind them, and their momentum rose. The tiger roared, and fierce tigers appeared behind both of them, and the battle was about to break out. On the ground, Brook watched the rooftop fight, knowing that Zoro was getting serious and Ryoma was stronger. 2 powerful swordsmen, Brook admired, stronger than himself. Luffy said, we still need a musician, Brook, join us and you'll be stronger. Luffy also began to pay attention to the rooftop fight, and as for the fight between Frankie and Oz, Luffy felt that Frankie could win. Although Oz is huge, combined with Frankie's taiju, Haki, after all Frankie's taiju Haki was taught by Garp. Therefore, Oz is also very powerful. However, Luffy feels that Frankie's transformation technology is stronger than his own physical technique Haki. After all, Frankie's combat power is mainly in this way, not to mention Vegapunk's teaching, so Luffy feels that even if Oz is strong, and Frankie can beat it. As for the battle between Ryoma and Zoro, Luffy is nervous and believes that Zoro can break through the limit, but the limit is not easy to break through. Before his death, Ryoma was at least the same level as the current Hawkeye, so the Ryoma who got Zoro's shadow may be stronger than Zoro. Still, Luffy believed and looked forward to it. 1.9 inches Zoro, I believe you won't lose. Moria no longer pays attention to the rooftop battle, and feels that Ryoma will win in her heart. After all, Ryoma was a powerful swordsman before his death. Wano Kuni was a samurai hundreds of years ago. No matter who his opponent was, he would cut down his opponent in a flash. He was a great swordsman who never failed in his life. When Wano Kuni was once known as the Land of Gold, and became famous all over the world, Ryoma stopped countless pirates and world nobles from coming, and let the world know that Wano Kuni has samurai. There are many legends, one of which is the dragon who once killed the sky above the capital. After the death of Ryoma, Wano Kuni regarded him as the god of swords, and enshrined it in the ancestral hall together with the famous sword, Autumn Water. Therefore, Moria is very confident. Just pay attention to the battle of the demon Oz. At this moment, the huge Oz suddenly moved. Shave. With a low voice, the huge Oz moved quickly behind Frankie. Even though she was huge, she moved extremely fast, and Moria's eyes lit up when she saw it. I was worried before that the Straw Hats were too strong, but now I am very happy, fortunate that everyone in the Straw Hats can be so strong, thus making his zombies stronger. Although I don't know who taught you all your skills, I would like to thank your teachers for teaching you so well, hehehehe. Moria smiled happily. Luffy looked at it all with interest, and it was a good change, otherwise Thriller Bark's adventure would be boring. The current battle has changed, changes that Luffy doesn't know about, and changes that the plot doesn't know about. Moria looked at Luffy and asked, Straw Hat, do you want to push your limits? Obviously, it's about to fool Luffy too. Luffy is interested in his heart. He wants to break through himself, break through his limits, and become stronger. Naturally, he wants to. If you break the limit, you are awakened. So, in order to better control the fifth gear in the future, to break out the Kamui force of the sun, and conduct a battle to break the limit. Although he wanted to fight a strong enemy so he could improve faster, Luffy felt that he had no chance this time. Because, there will not be the same opportunities as Zoro. Zoro is a swordsman, and so is his opponent, and Ryoma, so Zoro accepts. But, on your own terms, who do you choose? Oz. Even if Oz got his own shadow, Luffy would not be interested. After all, he couldn't inherit the fruit ability, so the difference in combat power would be big. Luffy is not interested. I won't do this battle, let them solve it, there will be stronger enemies later. As Luffy said, there will be, after all, the Golden Lion is about to be met, and the land of Seadi is about to be reached. This made Moria's face sank, and it was a refusal. But, it doesn't matter, I still have a chance, I believe that Oz plus Ryoma, and myself, is enough. If the Straw Hat does it, leave it to yourself. At this point, Frankie's fight with Oz continued. As expected of inheriting my shadow, physical skills are very strong. Frankie's observation haki was superb, reacting quickly, without dodging, facing Oz's huge fist covered in pitch black armament haki. Frankie controlled General Frankie, a huge shield appeared in his hand, and it became pitch black. Frankie not only controls Gundam-like machines, but also covers armament haki to machines. Boom! Oz's huge fist slammed, blocked by the shield, and Frankie didn't move. The air waves swept through, the surrounding trees and buildings collapsed, and the terror of the power could be seen. After Frankie blocked it, he held the shield in his left hand and stretched out his right hand, and the artillery was condensed. Frankie hand cannon. Boom! The terrifying artillery bombed, and the huge Oz burst into flames and was directly repulsed, but there was no scream, because the bombarded place was dark. Moria felt that Oz's haki was stronger than herself. As a demon, he is so huge and has strong defense, not to mention the superb armament haki. Moria sneered. He, even if you can't inherit your technological power, Oz's combined body technique, haki, is enough to solve you. Oz is strong, but this makes Frankie even more excited, just to show his strength. After this battle, he would also become a bounty pirate, and the bounty could not be too low to hold back the Straw Hats. The building is destroyed, and Zoro and Ryoma on the roof collide in the air. The tiger roared out, collided together, and a terrifying roar sounded. After the explosion, the tigers collapsed, Zoro and Ryoma fell to the ground, looking evenly matched. This made Zoro excited, and the dragon horse who got his shadow became stronger, even stronger than himself. This kind of battle made Zoro excited. 2 swords, 720 troubles. 2 swords, 720 troubles. 5. It was still the same move, the criss-crossing slash wave burst out, collided, and roared constantly. Brook was not surprised, he fought Ryoma before, the same way, but he lost. The swordsmanship moves are the same, haki and others are the same, so it depends on whose move is more powerful. The next moment, the two figures collided together, the clanging sound continued to sound, the flames splashed, and the two sides kept slashing and slashing rapidly at close range. However, it was difficult for both sides to cut each other, and they were constantly blocking each other, counter-attacking, and shaking off the slashing knives. This kind of battle made Zoro more and more excited, because he felt the power of Ryoma, which was stronger than himself. If they are evenly matched, they will not be so excited. If they can be stronger than themselves, they will make Zoro excited and pressured, so that they will have a sense of crisis and a breakthrough. 3 swords, Yuki, Brave Claw. With the same move again, the two figures quickly stabbed and collided. In the midst of the clamor, Zoro was shaken back 10 meters, and the dragon horse 7 meters. After Longma stopped first, he had already withdrawn his sword. When Zoro stopped, his pupils shrank. Ryoma was already posing, and he naturally knew what kind of attack it was. Ryoma held the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt in his right hand, and assumed a posture of drawing the sword. One knife flow, aye, black knife, die. Lion song. Whoosh, Ryoma flashed by and appeared behind Zoro. This made Nami and the others' faces change and exclaimed. Zoro. After fighting until now, they found that Ryoma's strength is stronger than Zoro. Zoro crossed his knives to block, but he couldn't completely block it, his waist was still cut, and blood was flowing out. Zoro was injured first, but this injury was nothing to Zoro. Long Ma said, the moves are the same, but I am stronger than you. Then, in terms of momentum, whoever is stronger will be shocked. Saying that, Longma still only holds a knife, Chushui. This made Zoro frown and realize. Zoro grinned, I'd love to know too. The conversation between the two made Nami, Usopp and others a little inexplicable. What does it mean? More imposing. The next moment, the two faced each other, just walking forward with a knife, getting closer and closer. As they approached, a terrifying aura erupted from the two of them, and even Moria suddenly shuddered. He did not pay attention to the battle between Zoro and Ryoma, thinking that Ryoma would definitely win, but kept watching the battle between Frankie and Oz. But now, his eyes looked over, because he felt the terrifying momentum, the deterrent force. Even if he was so far away, his heart trembled slightly. What a strong momentum, these two guys. Moria shook. At the same time, the heart is more and more happy. After all, Ryoma is his subordinate, naturally the stronger the better. Moria's eyes were also watching the battle between the two, and she only held a sword. So, is it a sword-like move? What kind of move? He wanted to see how powerful it was, and he felt that it must be a powerful sword move. Nami and others are also watching closely. Not all of Zoro's moves have been seen by them. Luffy, on the other hand, was interested and looking forward to it. Naturally, he knew how the two would use the same moves. Looks like that move, Zoro's strongest slasher. It's very interesting. What is the result of the strongest slasher versus the strongest slasher? Luffy stared closely, feeling the rising momentum from a distance. The two were as terrifying as beasts. The zombie soldiers in the distance, even if they were very far away, were instantly too frightened to move, and were so frightened by the two terrifying auras that they didn't even have the courage to move. Okay, it's scary. It's just the momentum that scared me to move. No, I want to move, but my body doesn't dare to move subconsciously. We are all like this at such a distance. If we were targeted by this move, how terrifying would the aura and deterrent effect be? Even if it is a powerful existence, it will be shocked and unable to move, right? As the two kept getting closer, the surrounding space seemed to have turned gray, extremely depressing. Zoro's right eye shone with red light, and Ryoma did the same, and the two reached their peak, shocking each other. The terrifying momentum collided invisibly and shocked each other, but neither of them were shocked, neither were their actions blocked, nor were they unable to move. Longma sighed lightly. Yes, it seems that you were close to me before you were alive, so even if my aura is stronger than yours, it cannot affect your movements. Indeed, to say who is stronger, it is naturally Longma. Although Zoro has experienced teaching space cultivation, but compared with Ryoma's strength and momentum, there is still a little gap. Before Longma was alive, at least he was in existence like Hawkeye. If Hawkeye can do this, then the aura is naturally stronger than Zoro. Therefore, the dragon horse who can do this trick has a stronger momentum, but unless the momentum gap is very different, it will not be affected. Ryoma looked forward to. Then, let's see who is more powerful, the strongest swordsman. There can only be one strongest. Zoro smiled. Yeah, there can only be one strongest, not a fake like you. Ryoma was ridiculed, but he was not angry. Who is the strongest, we will know soon. In the next instant, the two figures rushed forward, holding the knife in both hands and raising it. Ryoma raised Chushui with both hands, and Zoro raised third-generation Gush with both hands. The two figures stopped, and they did not face each other at close range, nor did the knives collide, but slashed from a short distance. Holding the knife in both hands, raising it and slashing it down, it was an extremely simple action, but it made people feel that it was not simple, and it was extremely shocking. One shot. Dachin shake. There is no forceful downward swing of the knife, and it is not fast, but the surroundings seem to freeze. Even if it is slow, it gives Moria a feeling that it is difficult to dodge the knife when she faces it herself. Now that Nami and others are strong, they can also see the power of this knife. It looks like an ordinary slash, but it is extremely powerful and shocking. Boom. The two knives did not collide, but the invisible slash had collided and exploded. In the explosion, the surrounding ground cracked, and wide cracks quickly spread in all directions, the longest one being over 100 meters. Woo-hoo-hoo. The storm whistled around the two of them, formed by the collision of invisible slashes. Evil from a distance, Moria felt that the storm was extremely sharp, and if she stepped into the range, she would definitely be seriously injured, like 1,000 cuts. In the roar, the two figures shook out, and with two puffs, Zoro and the dragon horse stood up, each splattering a flower of blood. The two figures stepped back and stopped, leaving a vertical wound on their upper bodies. Long Ma was surprised that they were evenly matched. Ryoma was startled, originally felt that the momentum and power were stronger, but it seemed that he despised it. Moreover, Ryoma always felt that this guy in front of him seemed to have a different kind of aura, like an asura. The collision of the strongest swordsmanship is evenly matched. The shock stopped, and in a short moment, the two started again, using the three-knife flow, and in an instant, they shot out like a meteor, bringing up two red rays of light. Three swords, purgatory ghost slash. Boom. A terrifying roar erupted again. Moria was shocked to see that the members of the Straw Hats were so strong, that Ryoma and Zoro's combat power was above him. Fortunately he agreed, otherwise it would be really difficult to take down the Straw Hats. 3 knives, 1 strong force, 2 force, 2 force cut. Zoro and Ryoma approached in the flash again, the muscles of both arms were bulging, and the 2 knives slashed out. At the moment of the collision, sparks splattered and stalemate, the knives and arms in the 2 hands were shaking. With a strong push from Ryoma, Zoro was lifted backwards and upwards. At the same time, 3 knives slashed. 3 knives, 1080 troubles. Zoro flying backwards and upwards saw the densely packed slash waves coming, and slashing with both knives kept slicing the slash waves, but they would still be cut. After landing, there were so many cracks in his clothes, and more than 10 wounds on his body. When they landed quickly, the two of them rotated their bodies halfway at the same time, and then the rotating bodies were retracted, and 3 knives were swung in the dance. 3 knives, black rope tornado. Immediately, 2 huge tornadoes roared out, collided, and the surrounding rocks and shattered buildings were involved, and they were instantly torn into powder by the sharp sword energy in the storm. Boom. The tornadoes collapsed into each other, burst open, Zoro and Ryoma backed away, and then dashed forward abruptly. Invariably, singing at the same time. 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, and thousands of worlds are gathered together to form a small world. This world is multiplied by 3, without self-continuing, the 3 swords flow the profound meaning. One big 3,000, one big 1,000 world. The 2 figures approached quickly, and at the same time, the 2 knives rotated like windmills, creating a circle of strong wind and waves visible to the naked eye. Jung. A terrifying slashing collision that can drop mountains and split meteorites in half. Moria felt uneasy in her heart and quickly moved away. For fear of being affected, she felt that the power and scope of this move were very powerful. Boom. The 2 terrifying slashes collided, and everything around was immediately destroyed, and Luffy and others quickly retreated. Wherever the aftermath of the slash passed, the surrounding collapsed buildings were cut into powder, and in an instant, a kilometer radius became an empty space. Zoro and Ryoma flew out separately, their arms were in severe pain, and both hands were bleeding. Zoro gritted his teeth, with strong willpower, tried his best to stabilize his body, stepped on the air, and used moonwalk. Zoro, who was flying upside down, rushed forward. Realizing that Zoro was going to use that move, Ryoma did the same. The two figures flew upside down and suddenly rushed forward, the whole body condensed with sword energy like water, and the whole person was enveloped by the light blue water like faucet, and roared out. Three swords flow, the profound meaning, the blue dragon sings, and the flowing water. Roar. The two water dragons condensed with sword chi collided, roaring continuously, stalemate, and each other. Zoro in the dragon head, the dragon horse, stared at each other coldly, tit for tat. Moria's face was ugly, and after fighting for so long, Zoro had no tendency to lose. Looking at the other battles, Ozzy faced Frankie, unable to gain an advantage, worse than Ryoma, or even at a disadvantage. This guy, how can he be so powerful in technology? He can also shoot a powerful golden laser, which can pierce through the huge body of Oz. Moria was surprised. The power of the shells and the power of the laser were so strong that General Frankie was able to deform. Melee deformation, heavier, stronger melee class, combined with Frankie Hockey. It is deformed when it is long range, lightweight, moves very fast, the shells are powerful, and the extremely fast laser is too strong. Oz is huge in size, but powerful in physical skills, inheriting Frankie's physical skills, but even if he moves with razor, he will be shot. Moria found that Oz was getting worse and worse, which made him extremely heavy, unexpected, and his face was extremely ugly and shaking. Why are the Straw Hats such a monster? Even the newcomers who have just boarded the ship are so strong. Moria found that there were 8 members of the Straw Hats, all of them were monsters, and none of them were weak. Luffy also noticed Frankie's battle. The technology is stronger, more advanced, multiple forms, for multiple battles. Emits a laser, similar to Kizaru's laser. And, Luffy felt, Frankie wasn't giving it his all. Luffy sighed. Entering the teaching space, Frankie's biggest benefit is not the Garp template to teach powerful physical skills, hockey, but the teaching of Vegapunk, which allows Frankie to know more, so that he can carry out more and more advanced self-transformation, as well as manufacturing. The existence of the teaching space allows everyone to develop and improve in more aspects, their strength becomes stronger, and there are more unknowns. Roar. The dragon roared and erupted, the slash wave raged, Zoro and Ryoma retreated again, with more wounds on their bodies. Zoro fought very painfully. Although there were many wounds on his body, the pain was nothing, the physical and mental pleasure, such a difficult battle, was what he longed for. The next move, you know, but whether it will be, not necessarily. Because, it needs to be combined. Zoro directly held the knife in both hands, posing in a slashing posture, with a kind of Roger's shadow. This made the eyes of Luffy, Nami and others lit up, obviously trying to avoid it. And to use God to avoid, you have to combine with Conqueror's entanglement. This is the reason why God is powerful. What Zoro said is, whether Ryoma can also use divine avoidance, even if it is used, but without Conquerors, the power will be reduced too much. Even if Shen avoids inheriting it, what he is born with cannot be inherited. For example, if you get Zoro's shadow without Conquerors, you cannot have Conquerors. The 2 knives in Zoro's hands were pitch black and wrapped around dark red Conqueror's hockey, and the muscles in both arms bulged and quickly swept out. Dao Lu. Gang Li Luo. Double God avoidance. Seeing this, Moria shook and worried. God avoid, Roger's move. How to learn. And, it's still a double sword. The muscles of Ryoma's arms were bulging, and the same Gang Li Luo also put on a stance of slashing and avoiding. With a puff, a dark red hockey is wrapped around both knives, which is also Conquerors. This changed the expressions of Nami and others, and Ryoma also owned Conquerors before his death. Moria breathed a sigh of relief. Since he is a world-famous Ryoma, it's normal to know Conquerors, hurry up and defeat that guy. Boom. There was a huge roar, Moria's expression changed, Oz was defeated and fell to the ground. Moria's face was heavy and she looked at Luffy. Straw Hat Boy, are you really not interested in breaking through yourself? Give Oz your shadow. Luffy shook his head. No interest, he is not qualified, and he is not qualified to get. And, my breakthrough limit will come. To put it bluntly, the 5th sun god is coming. Moria doesn't understand, will it come? Looking at Moria's puzzled eyes, Luffy said, however, you shouldn't see it anymore, because you will be defeated. Moria's face was ugly, Oz was defeated, Frankie's shadow floated out, returned to Frankie's body, and Oz became a corpse again. Therefore, the powerful combat power of his current subordinates is only Ryoma. Even if Ryoma defeated Zoro, the Straw Hats still had so much power. Moria won't show fear, she said solemnly, don't underestimate me. Moria is ready to do it, and it is the strongest move directly, otherwise, he can't think of how to beat and defeat the Straw Hat crew. I must get all of your shadows. I will go all out to defeat you. Frankie was slightly injured, but it didn't matter at all, the fighting spirit rose. Let me come, the battle just now wasn't finished. Luffy could roughly guess what Moria was going to do, and was slightly interested. Let's see where he comes from. Frankie nodded, and Luffy meant to see Moria's strength first. Zoro and Ryoma were the same 2 knives and 2 swords to avoid collision. Terrifying roar, the ground flew up, and a tionking with a diameter of 100 meters appeared directly. The 2 were blasted out, spitting blood, and they were evenly matched. The more this happened, the more excited Zoro became, and the battle continued. However, next, Zoro's changes made Ryoma find that he couldn't do that. Zoro's whole body was filled with ghostly energy. Like Shira, Ryoma thought he was dazzled, because Zoro had 3 heads and 9 arms, and became a 9-knife flow. Ghost Chi 9 swords flow. Ashura, Demon 9 flashes. In the rapid rotation and flashing, he cut past the dragon horse, and the dragon horse narrowly escaped, but he was still cut. Ryoma found that he couldn't be like this, which means that he was born with it, so he couldn't have it. Moria, who was ready to fight with all her strength, felt a heavy heart. If so, Ryoma would definitely win. The special ability that was born, this Roronoa Zoro, what the hell? Moria was surprised and puzzled. Not to mention him, even Luffy doesn't know Zoro's background. A fierce battle broke out, and Zoro went all out to stalemate with Ryoma. Zoro knew that to defeat Ryoma, he had to break through and become stronger. Ryoma cannot become stronger, he can and must break through, otherwise it would be meaningless to ask Moria to cut off his shadow. Therefore, as long as you win, you will get a breakthrough in promotion, which is meaningful. At this moment, Moria shouted, "Shadow gathering place." As Luffy thought, Moria directly used the strongest move. At the beginning of the battle, it's not surprising to enlarge the move. After all, they are facing them, and this move is Moria's only hope. The power of this move is terrifying. It has the terrifying power to smash an island with one hand. So, if you are afraid, take the initiative to let me cut your shadows, and then you leave, don't appear in the sun bar. Moria talked about the conditions and felt that she was capable of threatening the Straw Hat crew. By shock and awe, you can get their shadows without fighting, that's fine. Luffy also knew that this move was indeed powerful, Moria's strongest move. Use Devil Fruit's ability to suck all the shadows under his control into his body, absorb the shadows of 1,000 people in the final battle of Horror Roar, make himself constantly huge and increase his strength, and his destructive power can be smashed with one palm. An island was torn apart. I have to say that the Shadow Fruit is an extremely powerful fruit in the pirate world, but unfortunately, like too many people, it is too wasteful. For example, Foxy, the slow fruit is also extremely powerful, but because Foxy is too rubbish. Moria, on the other hand, is not much better. If her own strength is strong enough, she can withstand many shadows, but now Moria cannot withstand the improvement of the shadow gathering place, and absorbs 1,000 shadows, which requires great mental control. In the case of insufficient mental strength to support, will lose consciousness or run wild. Moreover, the shadow in the body cannot be controlled, and it will be beaten out. Therefore, although this move is strong, it is only short-lived, and Luffy will be slightly interested. Otherwise, the combat power will last for a long time, then it is indeed a terrifying existence. After all, it is not an exaggeration to smash the island with one hand. But unfortunately, Moria can't make it more powerful by itself. At this point, Charlotte Lola and the others arrive, their shadows are taken away by Moria, and given to those zombies. Charlotte Lola said, "Moria, stop struggling, you are not the opponent of Straw Hat Crew, take the initiative to hand over our shadow." Pipe. Moria smiled, "Hey, impossible, Straw Hat Crew, even if you continue sailing, you will die sooner or later, you are too sharp, although your partners are all powerful, but sooner or later you will lose. 95. Moria is extremely sure. Straw Hat Boy, you will lose it sooner or later, because I got the answer from my own experience. Why did I lose those extremely famous and capable subordinates? It will be lost. If it is a dead zombie from the beginning, there is nothing to lose. Zombies are undead, and even if they are purified, they are infinite soldiers that can be reused. I will lead the army of the dead and aim at One Piece again. Place. At the same time Moria said, dense black vines spread on the ground, absorbing the shadows of those zombies. Moria is proud. You should be honored for your shadows to be my subordinates, because I will lead them to defeat Kaido, defeat the 4 emperors, and become One Piece. Luffy said sternly. You lost to Kaido, all your partners were killed, I will meet him one day, but the result will not be the same as you. This made Moria's face sank and smiled. You are the strongest and strongest rookie, but there is still a gap between you and the 4 emperors, so don't be ashamed here. You are the strongest Kaido, rubber fruit. How to beat him? Moria didn't want to say any more, because it felt like it was over, all the vine-like blackness had been connected to every zombie, 1,000 in all. Moria is confident, excited, her eyes are blood red. Come on, all the shadows on the thriller bark, be my strength. Where the shadows gather. In the next instant, 1,000 zombies collapsed in unison, because the shadows in their bodies were absorbed. With the absorption, Moria's body continues to grow larger, and she can feel the crazy increase in strength, which makes Moria feel that she is about to be invincible and more confident and excited. Straw Hat Boy, feel my horror. As the number of shadows absorbed continues to increase, Moria not only grows in size, but also rises in momentum. After absorbing 1,000, it stopped, and its size was even bigger than Oz just now. However, he did not absorb Zoro's shadow on Ryoma, nor would he absorb it. Ryoma is his powerful subordinate. The other pirates looked at the huge Moria in despair. Can't we get our shadow back? 9. Having absorbed 1,000, what kind of terrifying power does Moria possess now? Even the Straw Hat crew is hard to fight. Moria is so excited that she feels too powerful to destroy an island with ease. Ancient weapon Pluton, 1 cannon, 1 island, and I, Moria, 1 punch, 1 island. After the words fell, Moria punched the ground in order to shock everyone. Boom! In an instant, the island-like thriller bark shook violently, like an earthquake. Clack clack. The wide cracks spread all over, spread, and soon, spread to the end of the island, and with 1 punch, the entire island was torn apart. Lola and others are desperate, too terrifying, such terrifying power. Luffy is excited, although the strength is short-lived, but he can deal a few punches. Whoosh! Luffy jumped up suddenly and came to the sky. The sky was dark and instantly illuminated by firelight. Third gear, Industry Fire Pistol. Emission lingers again, and the powerful Karma Fist falls from the sky again. Moria slammed a punch, and if she could crack an island's fist, she would definitely be able to blast the Straw Hat away. However, the roar of terror erupted, and Moria felt her fist sink. After the collision, Luffy was not able to be blasted away, but instead felt pressure and even a burning sensation, which means that they are comparable. Moria vibrates. How is it possible? So strong. This state has a bit of strength, but unfortunately it's too short, so let me warm up for a while. Luffy's words made Moria angry, growl, and despise herself too much. Because the shadows absorbed did not include Straw Hat crews, Moria's sanity was still a little bit, and she didn't go completely berserk. In the original plot, the shadows absorbed include Luffy and others. Of course, the combat power cannot be compared with the current Straw Hat crew, but it is also powerful. But right now, there's no Straw Hat crew, so Moria can hold on a little longer and not go completely out of control. The terrifying force exploded in midair and swept away. If it exploded on the ground, the entire island would be even more messed up and disintegrated. Moria didn't believe it, and threw her fists. Luffy didn't even intend to open 4th gear, he didn't need to, and a 3rd gear Thor shot down. Another roar of terror. Moria was angry, and still couldn't blast the Straw Hat Boy. Moria was unbearable, and knew that such a combat power would last for a very short time. She thought it was enough. Even if the time was short, she could definitely defeat the Straw Hat crew in a short time, but it was unexpected. At this time, the dragon horse was blown away, and Zoro's body was stained with blood, and his injuries were not minor, but the dragon horse was even worse. Zoro broke through the limit and became stronger, using the 9-knife flow of ghost chi to avoid 6 gods. The 6 hands held the knife, wrapped around the conquerors, and slashed the gods with all their strength. The combat power surpassed that of Ryoma, and it was extremely terrifying. Luffy is happy for Zoro. He has become stronger, the power of Liutian avoidance, and he fought Mihawk before. Even if he can't win, Hawkeye will definitely be injured more seriously. Moria gave up on Ryoma and went crazy. Then, this shadow will also become my strength. Black vines entangled Ryoma and absorbed Zoro's shadow. Just a shadow, Moria shook, and her body was huge. In an instant, she felt like she was about to explode, and her consciousness gradually became blurred. So powerful. Straw Hat, you guys are screwed. I'm about to lose control, I can't keep my consciousness, and I'm going to go crazy. But it's nothing, when I wake up, you will all fall. Hey. Obtaining Zoro's shadow, Moria went completely mad and became stronger. Moria's fists hit again, with more power. Luffy's arms are stretched back, huge, 3rd gear, emission wrapped. This time, it was still a 3-speed industrial fire pistol, but it was no longer one. Quote, 3rd gear, double guns of industry fire. Huge Karma's fist slammed down, making it even more terrifying. Boom, more terrifying power broke out, the ground trembled, the entire thriller bark sank a lot towards the sea, and the seawater filled up. The entire island was sunk, and the terror of the power came from above, and a lot of power was offset by Moria's attack. With a thud, Moria knelt down. Luffy landed, boring. It's time to end. In the 7 warlords of the sea, apart from Hawkeye, there is nothing that makes me feel that I can fight with all my strength. Luffy didn't exaggerate. Even the powerful Doflamingo in Shichibukai, the tyrant bear, is still somewhat different from Luffy. If you encounter it now, the gap will not be very large, but if you encounter it later, it will not necessarily be. Spit it all out. 3rd gear, grizzly gun. The huge palms blasted out fiercely, hitting Moria's huge stomach. With a shrill scream, Moria couldn't help opening her mouth, and the dense black shadow was spit out. In an instant, Moria was like a deflated balloon, shrinking a lot, and her strength dropped dramatically. It was not an opponent just now, not to mention now that more than half of the shadow has spit out, Moria is also awake, desperate, not an opponent at all. With another punch, Moria spit out all the remaining shadows, and was blasted out, spitting blood, and smashed to the ground at the original size. Facing Straw Hat Luffy, just like facing Kaido, he was hanged and beaten. Everyone's shadows have returned, and they are completely relieved. Although it is still a long time before dawn, they are relieved. Because the Straw Hat crew was too powerful, it was still midnight and the battle was over. Moria was dealt with, Luffy and the others were about to leave the thriller bark, and Brook was also on board, making the Straw Hats a total of 8 people. Frankie said to Lola and other pirates, "You guys just use Brook's boat, I've fixed it." 9. Lola is grateful. "Any thank you can't say thank you, so I really want to marry you." Li Jiaohao, Frankie combed his head and said coolly, "Although you are very beautiful, it's a pity that I can't get along because I'm too super." The other pirates were a little reluctant. "Can we hold a banquet for another 2 or 3 days, I can't bear you." Sanji refused decisively. "No, we have to go to Seadi Archipelago early, then go to the Fishmen Island, and enter New World early." Usopp debunked. "I want to go to the Fishmen Island earlier to see the beautiful mermaid." Lola gave Nami the life card, her mother's. Usopp remembered. "Luffy, did your brother Ace give you the exact same one?" Luffy nodded and took out the life card that Ace gave him. However, after taking it out, Lola's face changed, the life card was gradually burning, and there was only a small piece left. Usopp and others wondered, why does it automatically burn down slowly? Lola said solemnly, "The life card also represents the owner's vitality, this life card belongs to your brother." Luffy nodded. "Well, not a brother, but better than a brother." Lola looked at the life card with a heavy face. "Although I don't want everyone's mood to change, I have to tell you that this person's life is slowly disappearing." Hearing this, Nami and the others' faces changed, horrified and unbelievable. "Isn't it? Luffy's brother is very powerful, will something happen? What danger is there? Now the vitality is not loud. Luffy. After the consternation, Nami, Zoro and others looked at Luffy, they knew that Luffy was the most worried in his heart. However, Luffy was not sad, anxious, worried, but grinned confidently. I'm not going to let anything happen to Ace. When Luffy said this, Zoro and the others stopped worrying. If you have a life card, you can also know where you are, and you will meet them. Not only Luffy, but also them, Luffy's brother, they will definitely not allow Ace to have an accident. Afterwards, Luffy said goodbye to Lola and others and left, and continued sailing. Luffy knew that next, he was about to face the legendary pirates. Leaving the thriller bark, Brook enters the teaching space. Brook chooses Roger template, Longma template. Brook wants to know how strong Longma is. Luffy also has no opinion. Ryoma will not be weaker than Hawkeye, looking forward to the improvement of his strength after Brook comes out 2 days later. After more than a day. At this time, in the first half of the Grand Line, a boat floated forward in the air. Can do this, don't think about it, the Golden Lion is on board. Golden Lion decided. I need a strong navigator, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates seems to be very good, so let's kidnap her. Golden Lion had already paid attention to the movement of the Straw Hats, and had already arrived at his site, below the floating island. On the sea, the Sunny Mary sailed. Look at the sky. Usopp looked up and stared blankly. Many islands are floating in the sky, looking very magical, and the scenery is beautiful, surrounded by clouds and mist, each suspended island is lush, mountains and rivers. Nami said. It's a floating island, but we don't need to go up, the needle is now pointing to Seadi Archipelago, we can just continue sailing. Chopper has some regrets. It looks like a lot of fun, but Seadi Archipelago seems to be more fun, so don't go up. At this time, Luffy knew that he might not pass by the floating island, but would go up. Because, the Golden Lion may appear. Gia ha 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 ha. What are you thinking? What are you coming? A laughter sounded from above. This made Zoro and others shrink their pupils, and a golden figure fell from the sky, which shocked them. He can fly. Those who can. It's coming. The figure descended from the sky, wearing orange and yellow clothes, his legs were replaced by 2 famous swords, Sakura Ten and Dead Wood, and a rudder was inserted on his head, which was Golden Lion, Shiki. At the same time as the Golden Lion fell, his eyes locked on Nami. I want your navigator. Hearing this, Usopp was the first to do it. Boom. As a sniper, it is the fastest to attack, and the moment you lift it, you have already aimed. The speed is so fast and the accuracy is so accurate that the Golden Lion has no time to dodge. Golden Lion slashed with his right foot and shouted, slash wave. A powerful golden slash smashed out, collided with the cannonball, and with a roar, the cannonball exploded below the Golden Lion. Golden Lion's entire body was defended by armament hockey, and he was unscathed. Looking at this scene, Luffy secretly said, after all, it's a legendary pirate, the 3 legendary pirates who used to be as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. The original plot was able to win because of the halo, so you can't think about it without opening the 4th gear. Defeat a pirate of this level. 5. In Luffy's view, as long as it is a powerful boss in the theatrical version, it is almost always defeated by the halo. Luffy doesn't want this, and hopes that these legendary pirates can show their real combat power and let themselves fight happily. Only by fighting against this level of sea thieves can you continue to become stronger. Luffy is determined to fight the Golden Lion, and will start the 4th gear. It will also let partners see themselves in 4th gear for the first time. Before fighting with Grandpa Garp, the 2 were alone, Tsunami and others had never met. Faced with the Golden Lion, Luffy would not be careless. A slash wave of Golden Lion defeated Usopp's powerful shells that covered armament hockey, but the slash was still there and continued to slash downwards. Zoro was shocked and excited. Although he fought with Ryoma, broke through himself, became stronger, and was injured, but now the injury is almost healed. Knowing that this guy in front of him is a powerful swordsman, Zoro's fighting spirit rises. 3 swords, Purgatory Ghost Slash. Zoro instantly soared into the sky and turned into a red beam. With a puff, pass through the golden slash wave and defeat the slash wave. The Golden Lion vibrated, its own slash wave, but it could split mountains and seas. Although it defeated the cannonballs just now, it consumed some power, but it was defeated by this guy. Seeing Zoro rushing towards him with a fierce momentum, he was already in front of him, and Sakura 10 on Golden Lion's right foot lifted up and slashed down. Jung. A harsh screeching sounded, Zoro's body stagnated, while Golden Lion's body was so shaken that it flew a distance into the sky. Golden Lion's heart shook. What a strong swordsmanship. Zoro stepped on the air, stepped on the moonwalk, and attacked again. To abduct our navigators. Then it is impossible to let you near our ships. Golden Lion grinned. Gia ha 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 ha, young people are so arrogant that I can't get close. Do you know who I am? I am Golden Lion, legendary pirate. Hearing this, Zoro did not change his face. This made Golden Lion startled, but he didn't see the expression he wanted to see. I thought that the other party would show a horrified and fearful expression, but it didn't. Golden Lion frowned. Aren't you surprised, aren't you scared? Zoro laughed. I'm the future Pirate King's partner. And the man who will become the world's greatest swordsman. What about legendary pirates? This remark made Golden Lion smirk in anger. I don't know how high the sky is. 3 swords, extreme, tiger hunting. The more powerful blue tiger roared out, causing Golden Lion to be shocked. As a powerful swordsman, he quickly did not dare to be careless, knowing that this young man's swordsmanship should not be underestimated. In the air, he can't use his BHBJ ability, so in the face of this powerful swordsman, use swordsmanship to defeat him. The world's greatest swordsman, you are Roronoa Zoro who fought against Hawkeye. I know you, but you were defeated by Hawkeye. Then, let me, the former world's greatest swordsman, defeat you too. Zoro said solemnly. I swear after that time, I will not lose again. Gia ha 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 ha, if I hadn't been locked up and impelled down at the time, Hawkeye would have become the world's #1 swordsman, and he really had to ask me if I would agree. Double/wave. The Golden Lion's 2 famous swords slashed down one after another, and a huge golden/wave criss-crossed out. The combination of the two is stronger. Boom/wave collided with Tiger, and they were deadlocked in midair. On the deck of the Sunny Mary, Robin shook. Golden Lion, Shiki. Nami was surprised. The legendary pirate, who is not in the New World, is here, and we have met him. Usopp has also heard. It's really Hawkeye's predecessor, the world's largest swordsman. Sanji said. Have powerful abilities, lion fruit. Frankie said. The captain of the Flying Sky Pirates, admiral of the Golden Lion pirate fleet, flying pirates, used to be as famous as Gall D. Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and was the first pirate in Impel Down history to escape. At this point, Luffy asked, Are you afraid? Immediately, Nami and the others all laughed and responded in unison. Of course not. Indeed, don't be afraid at all. The opponent is the legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki. And they are the Straw Hats and the 5 Emperors. Although it has not yet become the 5 Emperors, but the combat power is enough, there is only one chance. If it weren't for Marine and World Conquest for Face, the Enies Lobbies battle, the Straw Hats would be enough to become the 5th Emperor of the Sea. In the sky, slashes erupted, and the Golden Lion and Zoro retreated upwards and downwards. Zoro stepped up moonwalk again, making Golden Lion look ugly. Up to now, I haven't been able to get close to the Straw Hat Pirate's ship, so what are you talking about kidnapping the other party's navigators? He was a Golden Lion, and he was actually blocked by a young rookie pirate, not by the entire Straw Hats, but by a combat force of the Straw Hats. This was a shame for him. Boy, I won't play with you anymore. The Golden Lion floated up quickly, and Zoro was surprised. Are you going to escape? However, soon, Zoro's pupils shrank, not trying to escape. I saw that the Golden Lion floated to the side of a huge hanging sky island, activated the lion fruit ability, and waved his hand down. In an instant, the suspended island suddenly fell, and the speed became faster and faster. The islands suspended here were all suspended by the Golden Lion's ability for 20 years. The space above Zoro suddenly darkened. Even Luffy and the others on the boat felt that the surroundings were darkening, and the sky above was covered by a huge island. The Golden Lion looked down, watching the huge island about to hit Zoro, which was so tiny in contrast. What about an island? Zoro didn't dodge, and below, Luffy and others didn't let Frankie move the boat, but watched the huge island above fall. Zoro stepped on the moonwalk, facing the falling island, and performed the slash as Luffy and others thought. 9 mountains and 8 seas are one world, and thousands of worlds are gathered together to form a small world. This world is multiplied by 3, without self-continuing, the 3 swords flow the profound meaning, one big, 3,000, great thousand worlds. Hit. A harsh slashing sound rang out, and in the next instant, Zoro had surfaced above the falling island, staring at the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion shook, and the huge island was cut vertically into 2 halves. Boom. Moreover, the separated islands shattered in the roar and fell into pieces. On board, Frankie pushed out with both hands, and the wind cannon blew the debris away without damaging the ship. The Golden Lion shook, and at a young age, his swordsmanship was so powerful. Zoro steps up on Moonwalk, and wraps his knives around Conqueror's haki. This makes the Golden Lion even more shocking, and the Conquerors entangles the city. However, the next action made Golden Lion's complexion even more changed. 2 swordsmanship. Golden Lion's eyes widened. This is. It seemed that behind Zoro, Roger's shadow was seen. Double god avoidance. As Golden Lion thought, it is really a godsend. Facing this move, Golden Lion quickly swung the 2 famous knives on his legs. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. For a time, dense golden slashes crisscrossed down. However, there was no way to stop Zoro from going up, and all the dense slashes were defeated by the gods. Golden Lion saw Zoro coming, and the famous sword slashed down. Jung. Collision again, Zoro fell, and the Golden Lion was also knocked to a higher altitude. The power of divine avoidance was extremely strong. Even his Golden Lion retreated, getting further and further away from the Straw Hats. Zoro landed on the deck, and the Golden Lion also stopped, his face ugly. It's impossible for me to leave like this, and I can't even get close to the Straw Hat pirate ship. It's too shameful. Fall for me. Golden Lion's propulsion ability. For a time, the 7 suspended islands quickly fell. Although it is not as big as before, it is not a small island. Golden Lion smiled. Gia ha 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 ha, this time it's up to you how to block. However, everyone on the deck, except Luffy, made their move. Brook was not there, entered the teaching space, and was about to come out. Zoro's 3 swords flowed out, and Sanji jumped up, with flames surging on his right foot, a demonic foot, a veil shot, and a kick to the falling island. Nami's magic celestial stick, the sword of the gust of wind roaring out like a sword, constantly cutting the island. Robin crossed his arms in front of him, and the next moment, the falling island was covered with big hands, and it was crushed with a click. As soon as Usopp fired, the island was bombed, and the flames filled the air. Frankie's super wind blasted the cannon, and the island was torn apart. Chopper turned huge, leapt to his feet, and stepped on the moonwalk, his palms pitch black. The 6 Kings Spear. Boom. The terrorist forces bombarded out, and the island shattered. For a time, under Golden Lion's astonished gaze, the 7 islands all collapsed and were resolved by the members of the Straw Hats. The Golden Lion did not expect that the Straw Hats were so powerful. After being surprised, Golden Lion was excited and sent an invitation. I just wanted to snatch your navigators, but now, I have changed my mind. How about it? I invite you to join my flying pirates and rule the world with me. When the words fell, Golden Lion said, you should feel honored, because you are the second pirate group I invited besides Roger. Luffy refused decisively. Not interested. I'm not interested in ruling the world or something, and it's not a good thing for a guy like you to rule the world. Golden Lion's face sank, and for a moment he saw Roger's shadow. It was the same tone at the beginning, similar words. Golden Lion was angry. Roger rejected him, and the new pirate rejected him too. When Zoro and others destroyed the island, the Golden Lion had already fallen, floated on the sea, activated its ability, and the seawater floated up and condensed in groups. Sea Mountain Cage. Whooping. In an instant, the sea condensed, like a huge seamount, engulfing the sunny Melly. Zoro and the others were ready to start. Luffy stepped forward and stood on the bow. You are all active. Next, leave it to me. After Luffy's words, Zoro and the others have no plans to shoot. Seeing this scene, Golden Lion laughed. Gia ha 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 ha, it's too stupid, you are a rubber fruit, a person of ability, facing this seamount cage, you have to do it for the person with ability. Sea water is the nemesis of the person with ability. Golden Lion originally thought that the capable people of the Straw Hats would retreat, and chose to let the incompetents solve the problem, but they did not expect that the Straw Hat Luffy would take the initiative to make a move, and it was still won. Golden Lion finds it ridiculous. This doesn't have to be the end. Alright, catch the thief first and catch the king. Golden Lion was happy. Luffy knew that he couldn't be trapped by this move. It was a very painful move for the ability user. The huge water mountain formed by the seawater wrapped the enemy, which would make it difficult for the ability user to escape and be trapped. Golden Lion said, facing Shushin, "You are powerless and trapped inside." Then, he controlled the water mountain to float to the uppermost island, and grabbed Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hats. Then, other people will also come to the rescue, and on the top, you can better start your own hands and exert your own horror. So, Golden Lion thought that soon, he could take away the Straw Hat Luffy. Luffy said, "The seawater is giving me a headache, but it's good to evaporate." 9. This made Golden Lion startled and evaporated. After being stunned, Golden Lion smiled and said, "Gia haha, evaporation. You have rubber fruit, how can you evaporate this seawater? Even the black feet on fire, it is impossible to evaporate this mountain-like seawater with 1 foot. Golden Lion thinks it's ridiculous, rubber evaporates water mountains. What fun." However, in the next instant, Golden Lion's face changed greatly. Whoosh! Luffy jumped up, and the water mountain just hit, but was dodged by Luffy and swept over the water mountain. The Golden Lion thought Luffy was dodging, so the Straw Hats ship would be swallowed by the impact of the water mountain. However, the scene in the air made his eyes widen and his pupils shrink. Unbelievable. Quote. The arms and fists were huge, pitch black, emission was entangled, the arms sprang up into the sky, and the fire ignited violently. It was not an ordinary raging flame, but a karmic fire. Third gear, double guns of industry fire. Boom. Chi chi chi. A pair of karma giant fists fell from the sky and bombarded the water mountain. In an instant, the water mountain collapsed, and the sound of zzz evaporation continued. The karmic fire filled the air and exploded, evaporating the collapsed seawater. As it evaporated, the mist filled the air. When the fog cleared, Luffy had landed on the deck, with Zoro and the others behind him. In an instant, Golden Lion looked over and was shocked. This momentum. Luffy, how? If this guy wants to keep blocking, shall we do it together? However, what Luffy said next made the Golden Lion grit his teeth. Luffy said lightly, "We started together and bullied him a little bit." Hearing this, Golden Lion was naturally extremely angry. The legendary pirate, named after Roger and Whitebeard, was actually told that by the other party. If we do it together, are we bullying ourselves? Too shameful, too contempt for ourselves. Although he had not been able to hurt the Straw Hat crew for so long, it meant that the Straw Hat crew was indeed strong, but such words still made him extremely angry. Straw Hat crew, although you are famous recently, don't think that you can talk to me like Golden Lion, you are only the strongest rookie pirate group, dare to despise the legendary me like this. What do you think of yourself? Lion Majesty. Sea rolls. The Golden Lion exploded its fruit ability and controlled the sea water, and suddenly, it erupted like a tsunami. Whooping. The sea was turbulent, and a 100-meter-high tsunami suddenly engulfed the sky and engulfed the Straw Hat crew. And, with the roar of the lion, you can see that the sea water of the tsunami is condensing, forming 9 huge and lifelike sea lions, roaring with amazing power. However, in the face of such a terrifying ability, Straw Hat crew did not change his face. Faced with this blow, Luffy and the others did not let the ship dodge, but, all counterattacked. Black rope. Big tornado. Zoro slashed out a tornado with 3 swords, and directly rolled up a sea lion, knocking it back. Sanji's demonic foot kicks and fires feet, like a machine gun. Usopp sniper, chopper bombarded, Nami used typhoon weather, tornado, and blew a sea lion away. Robin formed a web of big hands in front of him, blocking the sea lion and destroying it. Frankie fired a powerful shell, the bombing resounded, and the sea lion exploded. Luffy, on the other hand, is a double gun of karma, defeating the sea lion and evaporating the sea water. There was another one, and at this moment, Brook appeared instantly and came out of the teaching space. The song of plundering, blowing snow cut. The sword in Brooke's hand was filled with cold air, and it was piercing to the bone, making people shudder, like the sword of the Yellow Springs. A sword was slashed out, and a freezing sound rang out, and the swallowed sea lion kept freezing. When it got close to Brooke, the sea lion completely froze. As Brooke closed the knife, the frozen sea lion shattered with a click. After the attack, the Straw Hat crew fell and stood on the bow. When Luffy finally fell from the sky, his face was slightly raised, and Haki, the face under the straw hat, was awe-inspiring and answered Golden Lion. "What do you ask us to be?" "I'll tell you now." After a pause, Luffy and the others spoke in unison. "We are the 5 Emperors." The powerful attack was easily diffused, and when he heard this, and watched the aura of the Straw Hat crew standing together, even the Golden Lion was shocked. Hearing this, he didn't laugh anymore, but was shocked and his face was heavy. The 5 Emperors. There are only 4 Emperors in the ocean, but if there are 5 Emperors, then the combat power of the Straw Hats is absolutely qualified. After the shock, the Golden Lion felt that it was difficult to beat the Straw Hat crew here and had to leave. However, just leaving like this does not mean that he has failed, so Golden Lion put down his harsh words. "What 5 Emperors? Let's beat me. If you don't dare to come, don't say that you are the 5 Emperors." The Golden Lion floated high into the sky. The Golden Lion left, and Luffy and others did not continue their voyage. Luffy looked at Sky's path. "Then let's go play." 95. "Okay, I just want to see the scenery above. I will regret not going on this adventure." "What about the legendary pirates? Wait for us to go up and beat him down." After the Golden Lion came to the top island, he began to prepare to wait. Although they are very strong, it will take a while to get here. After all, there are thousands of beasts that have evolved into beasts. Golden Lion is such an idea, however, Luffy and others are moving up quickly at this time. There are indeed many powerful beasts here, huge mammoths, powerful and human-sized mantises, and many beasts are also planning to attack Luffy. However, when Luffy Conqueror's Haki broke out, they were too shocked to move. So, without hindrance, at this time, Luffy and the others were surprised to find a village. There is actually a village on such an island full of beasts. It's quite surprising. Why aren't those beasts approaching here? This is what they doubt. At this time, a little girl passed by and explained, "Because our village is surrounded by daft green, which is a kind of plant. A tree that grows near our village of Virmeo and the palace of Chichi. The tree itself is poisonous and emits the smell is also toxic, and a large amount of inhalation will cause green plaques to appear on the surface of the skin, resulting in the degradation of human body functions. The animals couldn't stand the smell, so they couldn't get close, so that the villages and palaces could be protected from attack." This made Zoro et al. Chopper clutched his nose in pain. "No wonder it makes me uncomfortable." The little girl was frustrated. "My grandma's body function has deteriorated, and only the IQ plant can cure it, even a little bit. However, this plant has been occupied by the Golden Lion. I hope they leave quickly and go to their plan. Hi, before they came, the animals were fine and peaceful with us, and now they are all violent and warlike, all because of them." Zoro et al. Got it, because of the Golden Lion. Doing this, for what? Any plans? Sea of strategies. What do you mean? Usopp wondered. The girl explained. They're going to destroy East Blue. Hearing this, Usopp's expression changed. Destroying East Blue? Absolutely not. My hometown is East Blue, and Luffy, Nami. Sanji said solemnly. It's fortunate that Golden Lion took the initiative to provoke us, otherwise we would have ignored this place, wouldn't come, and wouldn't have known his plans. Usopp nodded heavily. Yeah, it's necessary to stop his plan, but he can't let East Blue be destroyed by him. In this world, there are 4 sea areas. Although the Golden Lion will directly destroy a sea area, Usopp and the others think it is possible. After all, it is not what the small characters said, but the legendary pirate Golden Lion. Bomb. When Luffy and the others leave here, they have to stay away from this kind of tree. It's okay to inhale a little, but it's not okay to stay there. Luffy and the others rode on a motorcycle in the shape of a lobster made by Frankie, and soon noticed a town. When approaching the town, the lobster's pupils shrank, too scared to move forward. This bike was a lobster caught by Frankie and rebuilt, but now the lobster resists the engine and tires and stops. Suddenly stop what? Frankie snapped. Robin said. It's shaking. Luffy looked at the town ahead, with the big tree, and got it. It's that kind of plant, so it doesn't dare to approach. It seems that there are such trees around the town. After Luffy and the others came down, they quickly passed through the flora and came to the town. Hearing the noise, I came to a tavern full of pirates, eating and drinking. And found that although these pirates have various appearances, one thing is the same, they are all wearing black suits. When Luffy and the others came in, they were surprised. Frankie condensed. With so many pirates, it seems that there is a plan to destroy East Blue. After Luffy and others came in, they attracted the attention of many pirates. It's Straw Hat Crew. Straw Hat Pirates. Straw Hat Pirates. Never heard of it, why are you so surprised? You came here early, so I don't know, I just came here, I knew them before I came, the famous rookie pirate group. The pirates of the Straw Hats are excited and ask. You came here to become brothers with our boss Shiki, right? Then join forces. Frankie was about to refute, and Robin took the lead, yes. Nami motioned Frankie to stop talking, realizing that Robin was trying to talk. Robin asked. We just came here, and we still don't know why Shiki called so many pirates. Then let me tell you, Shiki boss is going to destroy East Blue, and even turn the world upside down. After tonight's conference is over, those animals will be sent to East Blue. This made Zoro and others one of Rin. Although it came without hindrance and was stunned by Luffy conquerors, there were still some that were not stunned and needed to be defeated. And the creatures here, tens of thousands, are much more powerful. If they reach East Blue, they will indeed make East Blue creatures devastated. Pirates are excited and proud. We are really invited by a great person. It is an honor to do such a big thing, destroying East Blue and coercing the world government to surrender. Besides, you have to join us in the conference, you can't dress like this, you all have to wear suits like us. Robin nodded. We got it. Pirates look forward to. It's said to show as a preview tonight. Robin wonders. Rehearsal. Yes, it is said to destroy the only village here. This let Luffy and others know that it was the village where the little girl was. Night. On the top island, it was snowing heavily. All the pirates were already wearing suits and entered the hall of the meeting. Golden Lion came to the main hall, and the captains of the pirates were already seated on both sides. Golden Lion walked straight to the first seat in front, facing the hall, and opened his mouth with a stern voice. Brothers are all gathered, then, the worship ceremony will begin next, and you will swear allegiance to me. In addition, I will never forgive the betrayers, please have such a consciousness. Golden Lion excited. Then, get ready to go, to the Sea of Strategy, to the East Blue that is about to become miserable. Outside the palace hall, tens of thousands of pirates gathered, and suddenly their expressions changed because a pirate ship descended from the sky. The pirate ship didn't use its ability to float, but jetted out, and it was the Sunny Mary. The pirates were ready to start, and even shouted to inform the people in the hall, however, the silence fell instantly. It was Luffy who broke out Conqueror's Haki, and all the pirates outside the palace rolled their eyes and fainted. Luffy got off the boat, stepped on the steps, and walked towards the palace hall. In the hall, after Golden Lion's subordinates filled the pirates present with wine, Golden Lion raised his glass, stood up, and said with contempt, as you all know, East Blue is the weakest sea area among the 5 oceans, and there is nothing that would be a pity to die. The great man, kill as much as you like. Drinking this wine, the Golden Lion pirates are formed. Ow! The 30 pirate captains present were excited, raised their wine glasses, and a group of people prepared to dry the big bowl of wine in their hands. However, when Golden Lion was about to drink, suddenly the big bowl stopped in his mouth. From outside the hall, a cold voice sounded. I don't know if East Blue is the weakest sea area in the 4 seas, but East Blue is definitely the sea area that you can't afford to offend. Let alone other people. First of all, you have to pass our level. In the next instant, Golden Lion's face changed greatly, his eyes widened and his pupils shrank. Because, boom, with a sudden roar, the wooden door of the hall was shaken open and shattered, not by punches or cannonballs, or by force, but by a kind of momentum. Conqueror's Haki. Essential damage to Conqueror's Haki. Impossible, only the redhead can do it, this voice is obviously a straw hat. Shiki couldn't believe it, and understood. It wasn't the destruction of the wooden door of the hall caused by Conqueror's Haki, but just the momentum of conquerors or the air wave. Even though he thought so, Shiki still shook, which meant that the conquerors, which caused substantial damage, was not far away. This also means that the spirit of Straw Hat Luffy has been strengthened. Golden Lion stared at the entrance of the hall. Footsteps came from far and near. Straw Hat crew was coming. Let me see how much your aura has improved. However, Golden Lion's complexion suddenly changed again. Straw Hat crew, Zoro, Frankie, Brook, Chopper walked on the left, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, Robin walked on the right, came in and stopped. And the middle position is reserved for. The sound of steady footsteps sounded, and the Golden Lion and all the pirates looked over, and their expressions changed. Before entering, you can only see a dark figure, wearing a straw hat, unable to see the face, but it is extremely haughty walking in. For a moment, Golden Lion seemed to see the shadow of red hair. If he didn't know that the other party was Luffy with straw hat, Golden Lion really thought it was the redhead who came in. As they entered the hall, under the light, they could see clearly. Wearing a black suit on the inside, a black stand-up collar on the outside, and a straw hat on his head, Haki walked in awe and stopped in the middle. Golden Lion's heart trembled. This aura was much stronger than before. Before, Straw Hat crew claimed to be the 5 emperors, but now seeing Straw Hat Luffy, it really gives him a feeling of an emperor. The rest of the Straw Hat crew are also dressed in black suits, and each one of them is like a royal cadre. At this moment, it is the real 5 emperors, with enough strength and the strongest momentum since Straw Hat crew went to sea. The Straw Hats in suits are here. Chapter 91. Golden Lion's face was ugly, and the straw hat at this moment actually gave him a kingly demeanor. After being shaken by the imposing manner of Straw Hat crew, Golden Lion smiled contemptuously. It's coming at this time, isn't it, because you want to fight against us with 9 people? Luffy shook his head. 9 people against you? No, I think it's a bit too much. Hearing this, Golden Lion's face suddenly sank, and it was the same tone. When the other pirates heard it, their faces were extremely ugly. Too contempt for us. Even the Straw Hat pirates are too arrogant. We are all well-known pirates. Except for our pirate captain. Our subordinates are also there. We have the combat power, and the troops also have the strength. How do you fight? The boss of Shiki is still a legendary pirate. You really don't take us seriously. You even said that there are more than 9 people who are against us. Who are you looking down on? Little ones, come out. Brush brush. The wooden doors on both sides of the hall were opened. There were 30 wooden doors in total, and behind each of them were pirates with weapons and fierce expressions. Ow, kill them. Dare to fight against us. I don't want to live anymore. Do you want to hinder our actions? It's really courting death. For a time, the densely packed pirates shouted in anger. Luffy impatiently. Noisy. In an instant, Conqueror's haki erupted. Golden Lion's expression changed, and Conqueror's haki burst out in an instant, wanting to confront and block Luffy's conquerors. Suddenly, the 2 conquerors collided and became deadlocked. But the Golden Lion was horrified that his conquerors kept retreating and collapsing. With a puff, the invisible conquerors collapsed, and the entire hall was instantly flooded with Luffy's dark red conqueror's haki. In an instant, it was much quieter, except for those pirate captains. All the pirates fell down. Even some weak pirates, 577, were so shocked that their nosebleeds flowed out. This shocked the Golden Lion. This conquerors is really going in the direction of substantial damage, and it will really be the same as the red-haired conquerors in the future. 30 pirate captains were stunned, and their subordinates and troops were gone. Luffy said, "Quiet a lot, but not completely quiet. Zoro, Sanji, the rest is up to you." "It is good." Zoro and Sanji shot quickly in an instant, which was not something that the pirate captains on both sides could deal with, and screamed for a while. Golden Lion watched Luffy and the others, and the fighting spirit rose. "It's impossible to stop me. I've been planning for 20 years, and next, the 7 of you will deal with my legend." Zoro and Sanji were quick to deal with those pirate captains, and Luffy and the 7 had no match yet. Therefore, Golden Lion felt that these 7 should join forces to deal with themselves. However, Luffy took a step forward and spoke with a stern voice. "When I was at sea, I said that there are too many people and they bully you too much. If I beat you, I will do it alone." In an instant, Golden Lion gritted his teeth angrily, his whole body shaking. They still don't join forces, but instead fight against themselves and defeat themselves. Golden Lion laughed angrily. Gia ha 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 ha, Straw Hat Boy, do you think you are Roger? One-on-one with me, over your own strength. I'm not Roger, but I'll be the Pirate King just like him. Golden Lion's face was gloomy, and he rushed towards Luffy instantly. His fist was pitch black, and he slammed it out fiercely. As a legendary pirate, he is not only strong in swordsmanship, but also in fruit ability, and naturally not weak in physical skills. Luffy also threw a punch, two fists collided, a wave of terror swept through, and the hall kept collapsing. The two figures retreated, flew out of the hall, and came to the outside of the palace. Golden Lion said solemnly, "Even if you are the 5 emperors, don't try to beat me, I am a legend. It was Garp and Sengoku who put me in Impel Down. To beat me, stop joking." Luffy regretted a little. "You are old, and you are also disabled, and your combat power is not as good as before." This made Golden Lion even more angry and growled, "Even so, it's not something you can deal with." The Golden Lion swept up quickly, and the famous sword on his right foot slashed out. Whoosh! However, Luffy dodged in an instant and was already above the Golden Lion. This makes Golden Lion vibrate, react so fast. No, not only did he escape, but he also expected to attack from his own position. This is definitely not as simple as seeing and hearing, is it? Seeing the sight of a short future. The Golden Lion was horrified. Fire fist. Gun. The flaming fist slammed down quickly, and it was difficult for the Golden Lion to dodge and counterattack. Only the top of his head was pitch black, covering his armed defense. Boom. However, Golden Lion still had severe headaches. 2 famous knives sank into the ground, his clothes were burnt in many places, and his lion-like blonde hair was also burned and curled, very embarrassed. The Golden Lion activated its ability, the ground was lifted up, and it quickly floated up and hit Luffy in the air. Luffy smashed the huge ground with a 3-speed pistol. At this time, those pirate captains have been solved by Zoro and Sanji. Chopper and others began to look for IQ, and soon, they came to a cultivation room with pots of green plants. Chopper's eyes lit up. "I found it, it's all IQ." Puff puff. At this time, Indigo appeared, who was farting while walking. He was a fighter of the Flying Sky Pirates and a doctor. Seeing that Luffy, Straw Hat crew had been removed, all 8 people were there. Indigo's face was ugly. "How do I deal with this? I thought Boss Shiki could stop them, and there were so many pirates, it was impossible for any of these people to come here, but now, there are still so many." Nonetheless, Indigo made a direct move. "We can't let you spoil our plan." Indigo raised his hands, spread them out, and one after another, green balls of chemical substances, burning like flames, floated. Chemistry juggling balls. Swoosh swish. Immediately, fireballs shot out like bullets, and they exploded when they touched the substance. However, it was easily defeated by Zoro. Zoro felt bored. He had just played against a powerhouse like Ryoma, and he was not interested at all at this level. The Flying Sky Pirates, the only one with the strongest strength, is the Golden Lion, but they do not need to deal with it together. "Stop juggling," Zoro scorns, which makes Indigo angry. "To say I was doing a juggling act." Indigo was just about to start again, but suddenly, he was terrified, uneasy, extremely fearful, and subconsciously he was not moved. Because, Zoro's momentum suddenly increased, making him feel extremely terrifying. "I told you to stop acting, so stop moving." Zoro finished his words and stepped forward, approaching Chushui with one hand. Indigo could only widen his eyes, afraid to move as he watched Zoro approach. "Move, can't move." Indigo wanted to cry out for help and let the Golden Lion come to save him, but he didn't have the courage to speak, so he could only watch Zoro approaching step by step, then held the knife in both hands, raised it, and chopped it down. The severe pain struck. Indigo only felt that his consciousness was about to dissipate, and his body was cut in half vertically from the middle. One-shot flow, Dachin shakes. With 2 puffs, the separated body smashed to the ground, blood stained the ground red, and was instantly killed. In this way, their task is completed. There is an antidote, in order to prevent Golden Lion and others from being infected. In this case, the villagers and those beasts are saved. The rest of the pirates, the Golden Lion pirates have been resolved, and now there is only one battle left, the Golden Lion and Luffy's battle. Boom boom boom. On the open and flat ground in front of the palace, the roar of battle continued. Shiki controlled the ground, condensed a huge earth rock gun, and flew towards Luffy. In Luffy's second gear state, his fists bombarded continuously and rapidly like a machine gun, constantly smashing the earth and stone guns. The cold wind whistled, and suddenly a heavy snow fell. The Golden Lion stimulated his ability, and the heavy snow was controlled, floated, and condensed. Soon, Luffy gathered 8 huge snow lions in all directions, roaring. However, Shui Condensed's power and defense were not strong, and was quickly shattered by Luffy. Luffy thought it was boring. Legendary pirate, that's all. Go all out. Or, are you really old and useless? These words made Golden Lion look ugly, murderous, and shameful. For a time, the Golden Lion attacked even more frantically, which made Luffy's battle begin to flourish. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. The dazzling golden slash attacked, and Luffy fired a third-speed grizzly gun, and the slash kept shattering. The fierce battle with the Golden Lion continued. Also, Naval Headquarters, Marshal's office. Sengoku looked at the document and asked, "Did you find anything?" "I found out that the floating island is because of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion who escaped from the Impel Down 20 years ago was indeed there. Also, many pirates gathered. After our people went in, we also knew about the Golden Lion, the goal of." The person reporting began to speak, which made Sengoku's face change. Garp, who was sitting on the sofa, sighed softly, "That guy Shiki is still as crazy as ever." Sengoku frowned. To destroy East Blue, to use drugs to make those beasts more violent and powerful, coupled with the strength of Golden Lion, it is indeed possible to do so, it must be stopped. Before Sengoku could start arranging battles, Garp stood up. "Since I'm going to destroy East Blue, let me beat Shiki to the ground and impel down again. This time, there's no leg to cut." Just as Garp was about to leave, the latest news came, and the soldiers hurried to report. "Marshal, the latest news, Straw Hat Crew also went to the floating island and fought with the Golden Lion, our eyeliner has fled beforehand." Hearing this, Sengoku frowned. Pirates are naturally willing to fight, and they are all powerful existences. Garp said, "I'd better go check it out." Sengoku blocks. "Garp, forget it, whoever wins, it's all good, and then make a choice based on the result. Straw Hat Crew wins, don't do anything. Straw Hat Crew fails, Golden Lion is ready, it has to be stopped." Garp didn't force it anymore. Although he knew the strength of the Golden Lion, he had fought against Luffy and knew how strong Luffy was. What's more, Golden Lion's subordinates are not very powerful, so Golden Lion is not only facing Luffy, but also those powerful partners of Luffy. So, Garp doesn't have much to worry about. Garp secretly said, "Luffy, although you are facing the legendary pirate Golden Lion, I believe you can deal with it." Sengoku's thinking at this time, more hope that Straw Hat Crew can win. After all, Sengoku felt that the big battle was about to begin, because Blackbeard contacted him and grabbed the Fire Fist Ace. And, said something that shocked him. Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. Then, of course, it is to be publicly executed. Well, the Whitebeard pirates may be dispatched. As the same era, although he is a marine and Whitebeard is a pirate, Sengoku understands that Whitebeard is likely to come to save Ace, after all, he is his son. So, Sengoku didn't want the Golden Lion to win. In that case, it would be very troublesome for the Golden Lion to lead the beasts to attack East Blue and just catch up with the Whitebeard pirates to naval headquarters. So, Sengoku secretly said, "Although I don't want to let the Straw Hat Crew grow, this time, I hope Shiki will lose." Such an idea, Sengoku thinks it is outrageous. The rookie pirates, defeating the Golden Lion, sounds ridiculous, but, only the Straw Hat pirates may have done it. However, when the top is turned on, Sengoku will regret the idea of today, and will think about this battle, and the Straw Hat Crew will be defeated. On the floating island, the battle continued. As the previous world's largest swordsman, Golden Lion has a strong swordsmanship, constantly slashing huge and powerful slashes. Luffy's 3-speed Thunder God Spear, the power of rage against the sharp slash at the top, constantly shattering the slash. Swoosh swish, 8 figures swept around. Luffy and Golden Lion were fighting in all directions, and it was Zoro and the others. This made Golden Lion's face sank, which meant that the pirates and his subordinates had all been dealt with. But, nothing, as long as he has not fallen, the world will be ruled by himself sooner or later. Golden Lion glanced around and asked with a smile, "What? Are you going to join forces to besiege?" However, Zoro and the others had no plans to fight. They all folded their arms around their chests with awe. "Our captain can say that it is too bullying to join forces to deal with you. Although you are a legend, you are only one, and the entire Imperial Regiment does not need to deal with a legend." This made Golden Lion look ugly, just like everyone in the Red Hair Pirates dealt with Whitebeard alone. And fighting Whitebeard, the redhead will naturally choose a person. Golden Lion smiled and said, "Gia ha 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 ha, the momentum just now is not inferior to that red-haired boy. But his strength is still far behind." At this time, the Golden Lion planned to go all out and fight quickly. After fighting with such a young junior for so long, it was an insult to himself that the Straw Hat crew did not do anything to watch and fight for a long time. The Golden Lion presses both hands on the ground and releases the Lion Fruit ability. For a time, the earth shook violently, and a large area cracked, set off, and roared continuously. Lion Majesty, Earth coiling. In an instant, on the ground around Luffy, an incomparably huge Earth Lion was condensed, lifelike, opening its mouth and roaring. 8 Earth Lions were nearly 100 meters tall and swooped down from the sky, trying to swallow Luffy and drown. Golden Lion sneered. "Gia ha 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 ha, Straw Hat Boy, lose. You have the momentum of the 5th Emperor, but through the battle just now, I have already understood your strength. You are in the 2nd and 3rd levels, and your combat power is 5 miles away. The Emperor, it's still a little worse. It's not worthy of the 5 Emperor's name. It's even more impossible to beat me. Be swallowed up and die." The huge Earth Lion swallowed down, and the darkness around Luffy was about to be engulfed. However, before being completely engulfed, the Golden Lion saw that Luffy raised his right hand, his right arm across his face. "Luffy is awe-inspiring. To beat you, the 2nd and 3rd gears are really not enough, then. 4th gear." At the same time Luffy made a 4th gear, the 8 100-meter huge Earth Lions also completely swallowed down, drowning Luffy. Golden Lion didn't hear the last 4 words. Watching Luffy being engulfed, he laughed. "Gia ha 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 ha, Straw Hat Boy, the tomb I prepared for you is gorgeous enough. Next, it's your companion's turn now." Golden Lion turned around, looked at Zoro and the others, and sneered, "It's your turn, I'll send you to see you." However, all of a sudden, Golden Lion's expression changed, and his words stopped abruptly. Boom, boom, the roar continued to sound, and the Golden Lion turned sharply and looked at the 8 huge male lions facing the ground in front of him. With the roar, the lion is constantly shaking, what is constantly hitting inside. Boom, another impact, accompanied by the sound of crackling. The Golden Lion's complexion changed, and the huge male lion cracked in a large area. Boom, boom, there was another loud noise, a click, and a big hole was broken. A figure shot out of it and rushed into the sky. Golden Lion suddenly raised his head, his face changed greatly, his eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and he looked at the figure in the sky in horror. The figure above the sky looked down, burly and sturdy, with white auspicious clouds and steam lingering around, bouncing in the void, making a dwang, dwang, dwang sound. Zoro and the others looked up, their eyes shining. As this, the next moment, Luffy's voice resounded throughout the world, confirming their conjecture. 4th gear, Stretch Man. Zoro and the others looked at Luffy in the sky and were shocked. This is 4th gear. Standing in the sky doesn't use moonwalk. I understand that it is the elastic feet that keep stepping on the air, so I can stand in the air. 4th gear, what kind of strength will it be? It's our first time seeing each other, and I'm looking forward to it. Zoro and the others watched intently, looking forward to it, knowing that the real battle was about to begin. The real power of the 5 Emperors. 5 Emperors vs Legend. After being surprised, Golden Lion looked at Luffy in the sky. He has seen the 2nd and 3rd gears, and the changes have not changed much, but these 4th gears have changed a lot, and there is a sense of joy. Golden Lion laughed. Gia ha 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 ha, are you kidding me, Straw Hat Kid? I thought you were going to be serious, but it turned out to be so funny. In the air, Luffy said solemnly, I'm serious now. Seriously. It's really funny. I want to laugh when I see it. Gia ha 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 ha. Golden Lion raised his head and laughed. However, all of a sudden, Luffy swooped down, his feet stomping on the air, moving extremely fast, diving quickly. At the same time, the double fist squeezed towards the body layer by layer, making a creaking sound. Just listening to the sound, you can feel the amount of violence. Luffy swooped down abruptly, which surprised Golden Lion a little. He hadn't seen the power yet, but he moved very fast, even above the second gear. The Golden Lion directly lifted his right foot and slashed out a powerful slash. Slash wave. At the same time, Luffy approached, the right fist squeezed into the body slammed out, and his own strength carried the most terrifying elasticity in the fourth gear. Rubber. Ape King Gun. Layer upon layer, the dark red armament Haki's right fist slammed out and collided with the slash wave. But in an instant, the slash wave shattered directly, failing to stop the punch. Before Golden Lion had time to be shocked, the punch came at a very high speed. Golden Lion could only raise his arms quickly, covering armament Haki to block in front of him. However, a terrifying force struck. Boom! The roar of terror shook the entire floating sky island. In the roar, the Golden Lion disappeared in place, because it was smashed into the ground. 17 The roar continued, and the ground where the Golden Lion stood was sunken, and dense and wide cracks spread around. Luffy landed, still making the sound of dwang, 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 and kept bouncing on the ground. Zoro and others were shocked when they saw this scene. Zoro knew the power of slash wave, but in the face of Luffy's fourth gear punch, he collapsed immediately and there was no stalemate. Not only is it fast, but it is also extremely powerful. That was the slash of the former world's greatest swordsman, the Golden Lion. So strong. This is the fourth gear. So fast, so powerful. Drilled the Golden Lion into the ground. Zoro and the others stepped forward to take a look, and the next moment, their eyes widened and their pupils contracted. They thought they had seen the horror of the fourth gear and the power, but when they got closer and looked down, they were shocked. It's not a bottomless hole, but a circle of bright light can be seen far below. This means that the Golden Lion was not driven into the ground for tens or hundreds of meters, but the island was directly penetrated. This is the reason why they are even more shocked. The power of this punch is too terrifying. After all, although the Golden Lion's slash wave was defeated, it must have offset part of the power of this punch. I thought that the Golden Lion was driven into the ground dozens of meters deep, but I never expected that the island was penetrated. Quote. The power of the fourth gear is beyond their imagination. However, that's the horror of fourth gear. In the fourth gear, Luffy has a strong body and sufficient elasticity, and can even fly in the air with the elasticity. But after entering the fourth gear, it cannot stand normally, because the rubber elasticity is increased, and it will be bounced up when it touches the ground. In the fourth gear state, the strength is comprehensively improved, faster than the second gear, and stronger than the third gear in strength and defense. Whoosh! Boom! The Golden Lion's body pierced through the island, still falling, and with a roar, it landed on an island below, creating a deep pit in the shape of a big character. In the deep pit, Golden Lion's arms were in severe pain, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding, unbelievable and shocked. Looking up, Golden Lion could see that the island was penetrated by a pothole. Golden Lion stood up and said solemnly, "To be sent flying so far, what a powerful force." The Golden Lion floated up quickly, and soon, swept out of the deep pit and appeared in Luffy's sight. Luffy looked at the heavy-faced Golden Lion and asked, "Why don't you smile?" Golden Lion was angry in his heart and said solemnly, "Fourth gear, you have some strength, but don't think you can beat me, Golden Lion." The right fist squeezed into the arm again, 10 meters away from the Golden Lion, but did not rush past. Big Snake Cannon. The fist slammed out suddenly and stretched under the elasticity, which made Golden Lion's complexion change, and it also had the elongation characteristic. Whoosh! Golden Lion dodged to one side, and at the same time approached quickly. Taking advantage of the gap between Luffy's attack, he lifted his right foot and stabbed it sharply. With a ding sound, Golden Lion thought it could pierce Luffy's skin and flesh, but found that it was sinking. To be precise, it was because of its elasticity that the stab of his own knife was constantly being counteracted. Golden Lion shock. the color is still rubber without disarming. Luffy pushed his stomach hard and bounced back from the dented area of the attack, shaking the golden lion away, only to feel a huge elasticity coming from the famous sword on his right foot. The golden lion flew back quickly, and Luffy said solemnly, "I won't let you escape, I'm going to shoot you." In the next instant, Golden Lion's expression changed, and his fist stretched out, turning continuously. There was no track to be found. Moving fast and turning constantly made the Golden Lion difficult to react and kept dodging. Even if you can dodge it, you will still be rubbed by your fist and your body will hurt. Golden Lion puzzled. Why didn't it shrink back? The Golden Lion uses its abilities to keep flying in the air. Luffy's arms continued to stretch, and he murmured, "Keep chasing, big snake." The Golden Lion was flying around in the air, but looking back, it was still turning and chasing. It stretches everywhere, annoying. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. The dense slashes sprang out, and Luffy controlled his fists to bombard the past. Luffy growled, "Guomo Guo Moruo, Big Snake Cannon." Boom! A savage punch hit Golden Lion's face, causing his face to sag, and he vomited blood. Whoosh! Boom! The Golden Lion flew down towards the ground, and with a roar, smashed through the island again. The Golden Lion was dizzy and had severe facial pain. He controlled his body to stop falling and flew to the bottom of the island. This time, instead of going up directly, he pressed his hand on the huge island hell, frantically activating the Lion Fruit ability. While urging, Golden Lion gasped for breath, his mouth heaving up and down. The battle just now, coupled with the frantic ability to stimulate fruit, consumes a lot of physical strength. For the sake of face, Golden Lion sighed to himself, it seems that he is getting old. Golden Lion didn't want to admit that it was the consumption of the battle just now. Break me apart, controlling every inch of the entire island to float up. For a time, the entire island is in a sensation. Luffy and the others glanced at the ground, pieces of land, and boulders floating in the ground. Luffy said, "You get on the boat and leave it to me here." "It is good." Zoro and the others quickly boarded the boat, and after the wind came blowing, the Sunny Mary flew out and fell toward the sea below. Falling like this, even if it is modified with atom wood, it will be injured, but when it is about to fall, Frankie launches a jet rebound to offset the falling force, and it slams and falls on the sea. Immediately, Zoro and the others looked at the sky on the deck. It can be seen that almost all the islands in the sky are floating in pieces. And all of these can be controlled by Golden Lion's ability to use the air from afar. Around Luffy, in every direction, there are boulders. Below the island, Golden Lion looked up at this scene, his face was sweaty, his physical strength was accelerated, and his hands controlled the boulders of the entire island. "Straw Hat Boy, let's prepare a bigger tomb for you." With the control, for a while, the densely packed huge stones kept hitting Luffy. Luffy squeezed both hands and arms towards the body at the same time, shrinking layer by layer, and popping out at the limit. Rubber. Ape King Crow Cannon. Boom boom boom. For a time, the fists continued to bombard heavily, and they continued to bombard like machine guns. The boulders shot from the blast were constantly being smashed into pieces. However, densely packed, there are tens of thousands of boulders on the entire island, and it is impossible for them all to be shattered. Useless Straw Hat Boy. In vain, not letting your partner do it, choosing someone to beat me is a stupid choice. The Golden Lion sneered, and with a roar, Luffy could be seen being struck by boulders. Bang bang bang. In the next moment, the boulders kept gathering and colliding, trapping and engulfing Luffy. Just like the boulders scattered in the sky, with Luffy as the center, Luffy has suction. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. The boulders keep coming together, squeezing together, in a circle, getting bigger and bigger, like planetary devastation in Hokage. On the Sunny Mary, Nami watched the boulders keep hitting the past, and the larger and larger rock balls looked worried. Luffy. Frankie's face was heavy. "Let's help." However, Zoro stared at the sky and shook his head. "Since Luffy said that, just believe him and we'll just watch." Usopp nodded heavily. "Well, trust Luffy, it'll be alright." Nami took back her worries, her eyes became firm, and she chose to believe. Rumbling. Soon, the sound gradually disappeared, because the rocks separated from the entire island had all collided and gathered together, forming a rock ball with a diameter of 1 kilometer floating in the sky, and Luffy was in the center. From the Golden Lion's perspective, Luffy's body was in the center of the rock ball. Gia ha 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 ha, die, be trapped and crushed inside. It's not a pity to die in my hands, and there is such a magnificent tomb hanging in the air, how magnificent. The Golden Lion was floating, and the Hungarian mouth was undulating violently. Quote. At the same time, his face was full of sweat, and his face was pale. Obviously, using this trick consumes a lot. Golden Lion glanced down and didn't solve the Straw Hat's other people's thoughts, and he couldn't do it now. Even if none of the other 8 members of the Straw Hat crew are stronger than the Straw Hat, they are definitely not much worse. Golden Lion was not confident and was about to leave, but it also meant that the legendary self against the Straw Hats really couldn't win and would be defeated. Let's go first, this state is against them, not good for me. The Golden Lion was about to float away, but, suddenly, there was movement, and it came from above. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom. At first, there was little movement, just a muffled sound. But as cracks appeared on the surface of the giant rock ball, the sound came out through the cracks and became louder. This made Golden Lion's face change. Someone was bombarding, and there was only one Straw Hat, Luffy. This means that the Straw Hat is not dead. How come? Golden Lion couldn't believe it. His face was ugly, his fists clenched. Boom boom boom. The roar continued and became louder, and the cracks on the giant rock ball became larger and wider. With a bang, a big hole was punched, and Luffy in the center could be seen, bombarding with both hands and feet at the same time. The hands are constantly attacked with duck cannons from the King of Monkeys, and the feet are also constantly kicked. The howitzers from the rhinos are also densely packed like machine guns. With the continuous bombardment, the giant rock balls continued to shatter into slag, and the Golden Lion fell to the sea, frantically activating his abilities. His face became paler, and his stamina was rapidly consumed. Clap la la. For a time, the sea rose up and kept floating upward, as if the ocean was moved to the sky. As the sea water continued to surge upwards, the sea level in this sea area dropped visibly to the naked eye. When the rock giant ball was about to be completely defeated, the outer circle was enveloped by a huge sea ball. The sea ball is huge, with a diameter of 2 kilometers. Golden Lion was panting, bleeding from the corners of his mouth, exhausted, and sneered. Gia ha 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 ha. You can smash the clods and rocks, but how can you defeat the huge sea ball with a diameter of 2,000 meters? As long as you are touched, you will be finished. As for the evaporation, impossible. Gia ha 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 ha. At this moment, looking at the huge sea ball above, even Zoro and the others changed their color. This time, they were all worried, obviously feeling that this move could threaten Luffy and put Luffy in danger. Zoro, Sanji will be fine in the face of this move, but this move is definitely a nightmare for those who are capable. The rock ball just now is like planetary devastation, then this huge sea ball is like a sea star. When Luffy smashed the rock, through the gap, he saw a sea ball with a diameter of 2,000 meters covering him, which was really dangerous. The rock giant ball was completely shattered, and under the control of the Golden Lion, the sea balls gathered. Gia ha 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 ha. Straw Hat, your aura can be the 5th Emperor, and now your strength is also the 5th Emperor, but even as the 5th Emperor, it is impossible to defeat the legendary me. Be defeated by me, the Sea 5th Emperor. Golden Lion seemed to feel that he had already won, waiting for Luffy to be trapped. When he was powerless, he used up his last strength and launched Thousand Slice Valley to solve Luffy. At the same time, the Golden Lion is on guard below, because if the Straw Hats are in crisis, they will definitely make a move. At this point, Zoro et al. Are really ready to do it. However, Luffy's low voice resounded through the sky. Don't do anything, let me defeat him. I, the 5 Emperors, can defeat the legend. Luffy's words made Golden Lion feel ridiculous. Facing this huge sea ball with a diameter of 2,000 meters, how could he win? The Karma pistol is powerful, but it is impossible to evaporate such a huge sea ball. What you said, it seems that you can still evaporate and defeat me. Do you think you are the sun? While the Golden Lion laughed, it was also fortunate that Luffy would not let Zoro and others take action. When the Golden Lion finished speaking, Luffy didn't respond, but put his arms across his mouth. This makes Golden Lion's face change slightly. What is this going to do? Taking a deep breath, Luffy blew into his arms, which suddenly swelled huge. Blink, like giant hands. Golden Lion was astonished. With the fourth block, the limbs can be as large as the third. Golden Lion is glad that Luffy didn't use it directly, because the power of the attack just now was extremely terrifying, not to mention that the hands in the fourth gear are as large as the third gear, so the power will be even more terrifying. This scene also shocked Zoro and others, which was unexpected. However, I felt a little relieved in my heart, because Luffy said that to defeat the Golden Lion, it was only with one person. Therefore, they do not plan to do it. Look at the sky and wait and see. After the shock, Golden Lion was still very relieved. What can be done like this? Even stronger power can't be defeated, unless the huge sea ball is evaporated by flames, which is impossible. It is so huge that even the Fire Fist Ace can't evaporate all the sea water in an instant. He can't do it with Mera fruit. How can you do it with rubber fruit? However, in the next instant, Luffy's huge arms were covered with flames, and the flames that were so familiar were karmic fires. The huge fist squeezed and contracted, and the karmic fire became more turbulent, illuminating the sky. Luffy growled. Fourth gear, Karma guns. Boom boom boom. For a time, the dual Karma guns quickly bombarded the surroundings, and in an instant, the space around Luffy was covered with the 4 dual Karma guns, as if the Karma flames were blooming all around. As the sea balls come together, the puffs keep coming, and they are constantly being evaporated. The sea water can't get close to Luffy. Seeing this scene, Golden Lion couldn't believe it. How is it possible? The 4-speed Karma group gun, the 4th level form, is stronger, and the Karma is more turbulent and fiery. Boom boom boom. The densely packed Karma giant fists continue to bombard the surroundings. The speed is getting faster and faster. All over the surrounding space, the Karma fire keeps surging. Golden Lion's eyes widened and he looked up, as if Luffy was no longer human, but like the sun. On the boat, Zoro and the others were also stunned. Luffy bombarded in all directions, and the whole person burst into flames like the sun, bursting with dazzling light. Distant islands, towns, everyone ran out, horrified. Look, there's an extra sun out there. What's the matter? 2 suns in the sky. Unbelievable, am I dazzled? From a distance, these people thought that a sun appeared out of thin air, which was unbelievable. Golden Lion's face was ugly. No, it was impossible. How could it be the sun? It just looked like it. Explosive ability to control the continuous gathering of sea water. Don't try to stop my plan. Straw Hat Boy, let's fall. The huge sea balls continued to gather, but for a long time, Luffy did not fall. Above the sky, the karmic fire was still raging, still like the sun. As the sea water gathered, he couldn't touch Luffy at all, because as soon as he approached, he was vaporized by the karmic fire. With Luffy's rapid bombardment, the karmic fire continued to erupt, and gradually, the huge sea ball was evaporated and became smaller and smaller. Golden Lion's face became more and more ugly, and he floated up in the air. He was very weak, but he had to attack. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. The densely packed slashes slashed into the sky, but after approaching, they were scattered by the Karma Huoju fist. Boom, chi chi chi. The karmic fire surged, and the huge sea ball was finally completely evaporated. The karmic fire dissipated from Luffy's body, the steam filled the air, and Luffy could not be seen. Fall, legend. With a low roar from Luffy, the steam dissipated, Luffy's figure emerged, and he stared coldly at the Golden Lion below. Golden Lion's eyes widened and his pupils shrank. He saw that Luffy's right hand was extremely huge, still in 4th gear. In an instant, Golden Lion seemed very insignificant in front of this punch. Rubber. Great Ape King Gun. Golden Lion's famous swords on both legs kept slashing golden slashes, but it couldn't stop the falling giant fist. Looking at the giant fist that was getting closer and closer, Golden Lion's eyes widened in despair. Have I been stopped by East Blue's man again? Roger. Amidst the unwilling roar, there was a roar. Golden Lion was shot by the Great Ape King Gun. His face and body were sunken, blood rushing wildly, his eyes rolled. Golden Lion was in severe pain all over his body. He was already weak, and he was seriously injured, and his consciousness collapsed. Before fainting, Golden Lion was unwilling. I actually lost to a newcomer from East Blue. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden lion fell like a shooting star. Puff! Soon, the sea splashed, and the golden lion fell into the sea. This means, the golden lion died. His physical strength was exhausted, he was extremely weak, and he was seriously injured and fainted and sank into the sea. The golden lion has been resolved. The legendary pirate lost to the 5 emperors. In this battle, the 5 emperors Luffy won. Luffy kept flying downwards and soon landed on the boat. Zoro and the others all smiled proudly, worthy of being their captain, and defeated the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. After landing on the boat, Luffy released the 4th gear, and the physical consumption was still not small. But this battle was also a happy one. Usopp was relieved. Great, beat the Golden Lion, stopped him, East Blue, our hometown, everything will be fine. Nami nodded. The village on the floating island will be fine. The villagers and the beasts can recover. Luffy rested on the deck while raising his hands in anticipation. Okay, let's go. To the Seadi archipelago. Okay, let's go. Naval headquarters. Soon, Sengoku has got the news. When I heard it, I was shocked. The Straw Hat crew actually won, beat the Golden Lion. Hearing this, Garp smiled proudly. Ha ha ha, as expected of my grandson. Pipe. Quote. Even more shocking is that Sengoku was defeated by the Straw Hat Luffy alone. Not by the Straw Hat Pirates, but by Straw Hat Luffy alone, and the Golden Lion died and was buried in the sea. Hearing this, even Garp was shocked. Although I have seen Luffy's strength and fought against level 4 Luffy, it seems that during this time, Luffy's strength has improved a bit. Facing the legendary pirates, it seems that he has gotten a little improvement through battle. Garp is more at ease, Luffy can improve through continuous battles, which is naturally good. The Marshal, Carter Frankie, a new member of the Straw Hats, has issued a bounty of 300 million Baileys for defeating the mighty demon Oz at the Thriller Bark. And Brook, the bounty is also set at 300 million Bailey. As for the specific strength of the two, it is not very clear. Sengoku is heavy, and the Straw Hats have 2 more partners, and they are not ordinary. Sengoku sighed. Let's do this for now, wait for the next update when all members of the Straw Hats offer bounties, let's judge accurately. In the battle with the Golden Lion, the Straw Hats didn't seem to make a move, so it's impossible to judge. Marshal, does the Straw Hats bounty need to be increased? Sengoku shook his head. Not for now, not many people know about this matter, whoever solved the Golden Lion, let us Marine take the credit. Announce that we Marine defeated the Golden Lion. We escaped from Impel Down. Shamed Marine and the world government, and even more shamed Impel Down. He became the first fugitive in the history of Impel Down, but now, after all, it has been resolved. Therefore, it is announced that we have resolved the Golden Lion. There is no escape. Sengoku's eyes flickered with wisdom, and such a leak, naturally, can't be missed. Garp felt a burst of contempt in his heart, and got up and left. Sengoku doesn't care either, this leak must be picked up. Compared to Straw Hat Crew's victory over the Golden Lion, they were more convincing to defeat the Golden Lion by Marine. In this way, the majesty of Marine can be enhanced, and the face of Impel Down can be saved. So, that's why Sengoku doesn't raise the Straw Hat bounty. In fact, in Sengoku's heart, there is no doubt that the Straw Hat bounty is at least over 1.5 billion. And, Sengoku has been very sure that the Straw Hat Luffy can be called the 5th Emperor of the Sea. After one day, on the Sunny Mary, Frankie and Brook are delighted that their bounty has been posted, 300 million Baileys. Usopp wonders. Luffy defeated the Golden Lion, the bounty didn't go up. Nami said. This matter, it seems that it has not spread. However, soon, the newspaper fell, and Nami and others saw it and understood. It's shameless to say that the Golden Lion was dealt with by Marine Admiral. Even if they were defeated by Luffy, these Marines are shameless. It's no wonder that Luffy's bounty wasn't raised. It turned out that he wanted to take the credit for himself and increase their deterrence. Because almost no one knew about the floating islands, Marine did just that. While Nami and others were upset, Luffy didn't care. Forget it, it's nothing, these are not important. And, it will improve sooner or later. Nami et al. Are relieved, indeed, it will improve sooner or later. For Luffy, the Seadi archipelago is an opportunity. At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. Nami's face sank. It feels a little bad. 5. Nami, what's wrong? Usopp wondered. However, soon, the sky was completely replaced, and Uzumaki currents appeared in many places around the sea. Looking around, the sea surface of the four-panel house was full of huge Uzumaki currents. Nami's face changed in shock. It's the snake current. Clap la la. Suddenly, the countless Uzumaki currents on the sea surface suddenly burst out of the waterspout, shrouding the Sunny Mary in the center. The waterspout was so high that it sank into the dark clouds in the sky, as if connecting the heaven and the earth. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper stared at the countless waterspouts around them, eyes lit up, in amazement. It's spectacular. Nami is speechless. This is not the point, it is very dangerous. Clap la la. The waterspout in the sky, as if it had life, rushed down like a water snake. Zoro, Sanji and others immediately started slashing demon wind feet, firebird bullets, etc., and kept smashing water tornadoes. However, more and more, like birdcage general coverage. Luffy's fists quickly bombarded the sky. Rubber machine gun. Song of plundering, blowing snow slash. To deal with these waterspouts, Brook's attack was the most effective. The waterspouts that fell down were directly frozen when they encountered the cold air of the Yellow Spring. Look at me, my technological weapons are more than artillery. Cold blast. Frankie opened his hands, and the cold air gushed out, freezing the surrounding waterspout continuously. However, the waterspout kept condensing and never ending. Frankie asked, will the wind be jetted out of this sea? Nami looked into the distance. The waterspout had no end in sight. No. Jet flying can also be dangerous. Also, the waterspout is too wide for the wind to fly. This made Frankie's face change. So wide. Luffy said sternly. Then keep defeating. Luffy and others kept attacking the waterspout, and the Sunny Mary moved forward. And I feel that the sea area here is more dangerous. Although it is located on the Grand Line, it is unpredictable, but coming to this sea is more difficult than before. An hour later, after leaving the swimming snake sea area, Luffy and the others' eyes lit up. Because ahead, they saw a dark red, that is, red line. Luffy et al. All have glowing eyes, which means, they're halfway around the Grand Line. They're about to cross the red line for the second half of the Grand Line. It also means that it is about to arrive at the Fishmen Island, because there are two ways to go to New World. The first one is to make a request to the world government, and then directly pass through the Holy Land Moria at the top of the Scarlet Continent. Therefore, the ship can only be abandoned. Although it costs a lot of money to buy a ship, the application is time-consuming, but it is very safe. The second, after the Fishmen Island. In Seadi Archipelago, the boat will be coated with alchemy resin, and then dive for 10,000 meters, pass through a huge hole under the Red Continent, and go through the undersea line, the Fishmen Island to reach the New World, but it is very dangerous. Obviously, as a pirate, you can only use the second way. Nami looked at Red Line, eyes lit up, it's finally here. Luffy was in a good mood and sighed, we're halfway there. Frankie is no stranger to Red Line, recalling, before I was sensible, it seemed that I climbed over the upside-down mountain from South Blue, 30 years ago. Robin said, I entered this sea from West Blue 5 years ago. Luffy said condensedly, as long as we travel around the world for another half a week, we can see this cliff again, at that time. I will be the Pirate King. Near the Red Line, Nami said solemnly, it's very close to Naval Headquarters and the Holy Land Mariajoy. Clap la la. Suddenly, a huge sea hare appeared behind the boat and bit down. Luffy threw a punch, directly knocking the sea hare flying, but at the same time flying out, he spit out something. Sanji was taken aback. What's the vomit? What? Falling from the sky, the distance is close, and the voice of a girl is heard. Luffy and the others looked up and saw a mermaid and a starfish. Sanji's eyes lit up and became like a peach heart, almost jumping out of his eyes, very excited. Could it be a mermaid? Sanji is stunned, so beautiful, human fish tail, mermaid. Luffy stretched out his hands and caught the mermaid and starfish, who already knew who they were. With short light green hair, looking 18 years old, with a delicate appearance, a slender body and a fish tail, it was Kami. Another is Papagu, a talking starfish, the designer and president of the popular clothing brand, Prisoner, of the Fishmen Island, and Kami's master and pet. Ha, saved, Thank you, but how did we come out? Thought we were going to be digested. Kami breathed a sigh of relief. Luffy said, just now, that sea beast was punched away by me, and then spit you out. This made Kami very grateful. That said, you saved us twice, thank you so much. Sanji happily circled in place. Ha ha ha, great, before I got to the Fishmen Island, I met a mermaid, still such a beautiful mermaid, my peach blossom luck is really coming. For a time, Nami and others watched Kami, very curious, after all, it was the first time they saw a mermaid, and a series of questions continued. Usopp is curious. By the way, do you shit? Before Kami could answer, Sanji exploded and covered Usopp's mouth. Shut up. Such a cute mermaid will definitely not shit. Soon, I got to know Kami very well, were very happy and became friends. Kami remembered something and picked up the phone bug to dial. Xiaoba, where are you? However, what came was not Xiaoba's voice, Li Jiaojiao. I'm your old friend, Marco. Kami worries. Why are you holding Xiaoba's phone bug? Hey, doesn't this mean that Xiaoba has already been killed by us? This made Kami's face change in shock, and she was dubious. No, impossible, Xiaoba is very powerful, how could he be killed by you? Yes, we can't beat him normally, but this time we joined forces with the Flying Fish Knights. Hearing this, Papagoo's face changed. Flying Fish Knights, trouble. Xiaoba's weak voice came. Kami, are you alright? Great. Don't worry about me, you'll be fine. Kami asked anxiously. Xiaoba, are you really defeated? Xiaoba responded. Yes, because they joined forces with the Flying Fish Knights, but I was also careless, so I couldn't beat them. Don't come to save me, I'm going to escape with all my strength, and I'll find you. Having said that, but in order to keep Kami from going to the rescue. Kami also understands in her heart, but she is also powerless, and she is not an opponent at all when she goes. The voice just rang from the phone again. Kami, this guy will be sold by us. Octopus people are rare and can be sold for a high price, do you really care about him? After being sold, can you imagine how miserable it is? So, come and save him if you want, we are 5 kilometers east of GR44, Seadi Archipelago. The human trafficker group, the base of the Knights of Flying Fish. Xiaoba's face changed drastically, and he said anxiously, Kami, don't come. Trust me, I can escape. Don't come. Shut up. You octopus. On the other side of the phone came scolding, beatings, and Xiaoba's screams, and then the phone worm hung up. Kami's face was extremely heavy. Luffy, everyone, I can't prepare takoyaki for you, I have to save my friends. Nami said righteously. We will help you save, but you have to take us to the Fishmen Island. Kami delighted. Okay, Luffy said. Okay, let's go. At the same time, Luffy thought to himself that he was about to meet the saddest man in the pirates. Kami said, Xiao Hachi is the owner of my takoyaki shop, and his takoyaki is delicious. Hearing this, Luffy was very hungry, and Chopper and Usopp couldn't help but feel their appetites. Then we must save. After taking out the map and confirming the location, the Sunny Mary was on its way, which happened to be the route to Seadi Archipelago, so I went to save it. Although the route has been determined, this is the Grand Line. Nami has a headache. Grand Line, you must follow the record pointer. Leave it to me. Kami came to the bow and suddenly shouted. Soon, quite a few fish swam over, which surprised the others. Kami said, they say the Knights of Flying Fish are scary, but it's okay to take us around. This surprised Nami at all. Kami, can you understand what the fish say? Although it is a mermaid, it is amazing to be able to communicate with fish. Kami, you are amazing. Soon, the fish swam, their tails slapped the surface of the water, thinking like an arrow sign on the sea, and kept moving forward. It's amazing, I can't believe it, the fish gave us an arrow in the sea. Usopp exclaimed. However, this is the adventure, to see a lot of magical things. Sunny Mary turned around and began to follow the arrow. At this time, the base of the Flying Fish Knights. Flanked by 2 buildings and a series of houses in the middle, it is located on the sea. That's it, Lord de Baloo, I lured the merman through him. The man took credit for the tall figure sitting in the first place, and beside him tied a person, it was Xiaoba. De Baloo said solemnly, I see, little ones, let's act. Yes, the man who took credit reminded. because it is a very expensive commodity, don't get hurt. Understood. They also know that mermaids are valuable and can be sold for a lot of money when they are placed at the Seadi archipelago auction. If celestial dragons happens to be participating in the auction, the price will be higher. Just as the Sunny Mary was about to approach, it suddenly saw 3 flying fish in the sky. To be precise, they were fish plus technological transformation, like a fish-shaped motorcycle. That flag, is it Straw Hat Crew? That's right, it is. I wanted to catch the mermaid, but I didn't expect that there would be an unexpected harvest. Leader de Baloo would definitely be very happy. They contacted de Baloo immediately, and the response was to leave, bringing Straw Hat Crew over. Go back, retreat first, the leader of de Baloo ordered them to lead them to the base, and the leader of de Baloo did it himself. It is good. Luffy and the others were all ready to attack the sky, but the 3 flying fish turned back, like small planes getting farther and farther away. If you run away, then go after it. The Sunny Mary went on. Flying fish base. De Baloo said. Kami is on the pirate ship. Ah, I don't know, I thought it was just to attract her, but I didn't expect there were other people. With a click, the cup in de Baloo's hand was crushed. This surprised the dealer, thinking that he was not happy. However, de Baloo was indeed angry and excited. However, that's fine, it turned out to be them. Then, I can meet that guy, let me wait. De Baloo clenched his right hand tightly, and the shards of glass were still in his hand. With the force, his right hand was scratched, but he still clenched tightly. Obviously, he was very angry. This pirate ship is the ship I've been waiting for a long time. I'm going to kill him. The man who disrupted my life. After de Baloo's anger, he became extremely resentful and had a monstrous killing intent. He was tall and could not see his face clearly, because he wore a stone mask, only showing his eyes. As de Baloo opened his eyes, he could see bloodshots all over, and he could imagine the hideous anger under the mask. After the 3 men came back, they were very puzzled. Leader, why let them come here and destroy them again? You don't understand how I am waiting for the group of pirates to appear. The huge wound on my back hurts violently when I think of that man. While speaking, de Baloo's whole body was shaking with anger, every cell in his body was full of anger, and his voice became deeper and more resentful. Day after day, I spend my hatred on them. Today, I must kill that guy here, this is the most important choice for me, so be sure to let them come over, you guys understand? Feeling the leader's anger, his subordinates nodded quickly. Understood, Chief, de Baloo said solemnly. We must let them come over, and then after careful and correct confirmation, destroy them. De Baloo began to wait, very tormented, as if 1 second was a long time for him. Soon, you can see the silhouette of the Straw Hat pirate ship in front of the sea. De Baloo excited. It's finally here. The Sunny Mary sailed into the harbor, and a steel cage could be seen hanging ahead. Xiao Ba turned his head and looked at it, his face changed. Straw Hat pirates, it's them, I can't let them see me, after all, I used to be their enemy with Arlong. Xiao Ba spit out ink and dyed himself black. Kami wondered, why not alone? Papagu thought, could they have gone for afternoon tea? Usopp was speechless. There is no one, and people are hanging there again. This is obviously a trap. But nothing, we are very strong. After all, the Golden Lion had been defeated by them, and the Knights of Flying Fish had never heard of it. After approaching, Kami was very puzzled. Xiao Ba, why did you make yourself so dark? Xiao Ba said, I'm fine, you all go, I can escape by myself. At this time, Luffy and others had already boarded the harbor. Zoro heard the voice, and although his body was dark, he guessed the outline of his body. Nami, did you see that? Nami nodded. It's almost certain. Nami shouted, it's you, Octopus Hachi. Xiao Ba's face changed greatly and he was recognized. Nami turned around. If it's his words, then we won't be saved. Kami's face changed after hearing this, but she didn't ask anything, knowing that there might be a grudge. Originally, I felt embarrassed to let Luffy and others help me. But, even if Luffy and the others were leaving, she had to save them. Kami jumped into the sea. Xiao Ba's face changed greatly, and he kept hitting the Iron Dragon. Don't come, there's an ambush, go back, Kami. Xiao Ba panicked and slammed into Tai Long, even though his body was bleeding. I'm coming out now, Kami, you don't come here. Hachi kept hitting, and Nami watched this scene silently. After a moment of silence, Nami sighed and smiled slightly. Forget it, let's save him. Luffy stretched out his hand and grabbed Kami up. At the same time, the trafficker had just burst out of the sea and was about to successfully capture Kami, but was rescued by Luffy. Xiaoba breathed a sigh of relief and was extremely grateful. I will keep my gratitude in mind. Straw Hat Boy, BHBJ, you have to be careful, they may all be at the bottom of the sea and will surround you. However, Luffy, a conqueror's haki swept over, and most of the flying fish knights fainted. At this time, Debaloo rushed out riding a black bull, and the base was knocked down by the bull. Debaloo held arrow guns in both hands and was murderous. Usopp was stunned, destroyed his base. Debaloo said solemnly, as long as I can kill him, it doesn't matter if the base does not exist. After all, I went to sea to kill him. This sentence puzzled everyone except Luffy. What does it mean? I didn't go to sea for kidnapping, my subordinates, you all understand. Following Debaloo's question, the subordinates who did not faint were also happy. Understood, Chief. Debaloo was excited. Today is a happy day. The man I dreamed of killing is here. Thank goodness. The man who suddenly pushed me into the abyss of hell one day has finally appeared in front of me. This left Usopp wondering. He seemed to be looking at one of us. Frankie nodded. Yeah, Usopp and the others don't know who Debaloo is looking at because he is wearing a mask. Debaloo swore. Even if you die today, I will deal with you. Pirate, Blackfoot Sanji. In an instant, except for Luffy, everyone else was stunned, especially Sanji, who was very stunned. Sanji was confused. That guy, why do you want to kill me so much? Frankie asked. Sanji, who is that guy, do you know? Nami asked. I hate you to the core, your former enemy. Sanji is still confused. I really don't know. Nami is speechless. Before you were inexplicably angry at the person who ate the transparent fruit, now, it's someone else's turn to be angry at you inexplicably. There must be a reason, think about it carefully. You are not an ability person, you must be the same as last time. Different, there must be a reason. Sanji was helpless. Miss Nami, I really can't think of it, I don't know why. Debaloo looked at all this, and growled even more angrily. Don't play stupid to me. Blackfeet, it's the latest thing. Debaloo was furious, raised the arrow gun in his hand, and fired like a machine gun. Sanji avoided it easily, and was even more puzzled. If you want to talk about the recent things, I don't understand it even more. Chi chi chi. The fish arrows on the ground were filled with purple mist, and Chopper's face changed. No, it's poisonous gas. Debaloo sneered. This is a fish arrow coated with scorpion venom. If you inhale it, you will leave this world in 3 minutes. Continue to feel my anger. Debaloo was about to continue shooting, but Chopper took out the antidote and fed Luffy and the others. Although the poison gas is powerful, I am a doctor, and your poison gas is useless. This made Debaloo's face sank. The poison was useless, and the Blackfeet must be solved by relying on strength. Luffy swept in instantly and punched out, so fast that Debaloo couldn't react. With a click, Debaloo's mask shattered and his face emerged. In an instant, Nami and the others were all stunned, dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Usopp couldn't believe it. No. Immediately calmed down. The mask shattered. Debaloo was also silent, and he didn't care. On the contrary, he wanted to vent the anger in his heart. And Sanji was also sluggish. Debaloo said in a low voice, I finally waited for this day. I went out to sea with the determination to kill you. But you are so hard to find. Debaloo picked up the reward list and faced Sanji and others, angry and aggrieved. Why it's so hard to find? Because you don't look the same as the bounty. Marine and bounty hunters probably wouldn't recognize you even if they saw you. They'll never find you, right? No, impossible to find, they will find. While speaking, Debaloo's body trembled more and more angry and aggrieved. Because, when they saw me with a reward, they would say, I finally found you, pirate, Blackfoot Sanji. Debaloo couldn't help tears falling from his eyes, extremely aggrieved, and cried. Then I would say at that time, I don't know that guy at all, I'm not even a pirate. Debaloo was aggrieved and cried, tears streaming down his face. the reward order was raised and placed on the right side of his face. The face on the reward order was exactly the same as his face. At this moment, Nami and the others all understood why this guy resented Sanji so much and wanted to kill Sanji. Nami and others suddenly felt that he was too tragic, too unlucky, too pitiful. Luffy can't help but sigh. This guy is really unlucky, the saddest man in the pirates. Anyone who changes it will have a mental breakdown. This matter, too, must be resolved. After the solution, the 5 Emperor Straw Hats will descend on the land of Seadi. After Debaloo finished speaking, he cried directly with grievances. While crying, Debaloo felt a little better when he told his grievances. However, still angry. Looking at Debaloo, who was in tears, and after listening to the story, Nami and the others understood. For a moment, although he was an enemy, he felt sympathy in his heart. This person was too miserable. Whoever it is, you have to hate Sanji. Debaloo roared, Blackfoot Sanji, it's your fault. Looking at Sanji, Debaloo kept roaring and venting his grievances. Can you understand? Suddenly one day, the fear of countless people trying to take my life. Why am I being hunted by Marine, and by those famous bounty hunters? Why? It's because you became famous as a pirate and you were offered a bounty. I lived in hiding every day. The photos on the bounty list are not like you, but exactly like me. What did I do wrong? Give me life back. Debaloo growled in pain. Luffy and the others were silent. They were the most miserable people in the pirates. Sanji stepped forward and shouted, it's none of my business. Debaloo became more and more angry. Who else can you hold responsible for this except you? Sanji also collapsed. Shut up, I hate that bounty list too. It's so pathetic. Sanji, you are responsible. He was so miserable. If it were me, I could be pissed off and hate you. It turned out that the criminal was someone else. One day I was drinking tea at home and reading the newspaper, and then a group of Marines rushed in to arrest me, and the bounty hunter wanted to kill me, and I collapsed just thinking about it. Nami and others began to complain. Sanji was helpless, looked at Debaloo, and scolded, in this case, can't you change your hairstyle, trim your eyebrows, and shave? Debaloo was stunned when he heard this. Thinking about it this way, it seems right, I have never thought of it. I didn't even think about it before. Debaloo's words made Sanji hold his forehead, giving him a headache. Sanji scolded, so, you're an idiot. Debaloo's face was gloomy. It's easy to say, I have such a characteristic face, even if I change the shape, I will be recognized. Sanji didn't say anything, just jumped up and kicked Debaloo's face quickly, and Debaloo screamed in pain. Shape shoot. After several hundred kicks, Debaloo was kicked away. He fell to the ground, his face ugly and sad. It's so strong, I wish I could be so strong, but I don't, but I'm considered a pirate with a bounty of 800 million Bailey, and I don't have that strength at all. Debaloo stood up, desperate, the fighting spirit dissipated, waiting to be killed, he wanted to be free. However, after standing up, his subordinates were stunned and looked at Debaloo's face in disbelief. Why are you staring at me like this? Debaloo was puzzled. Boss, look in the mirror. The subordinate took out the mirror and handed it over. Debaloo took it and looked at it and stayed where he was. After the sluggishness, Debaloo's body was shaking with excitement, completely changed. He thought it was not himself, because he became handsome. He became a beautiful blonde. Luffy was not surprised. He couldn't help thinking of Tang Bohu's Piao Piao fist in Chu Shang. Well, if Sanji kicks in a row, you can call me back my fluffy feet. Sanji said, I changed your face shape for you, so you shouldn't complain and resent me, right? Debaloo is very happy. The root cause has been solved. Naturally he will not hate it, and will not be hunted down in the future. Debaloo said politely, Master Blackfoot, I thank you so much for making me so handsome that even I am fascinated by me. In fact, I have no idea of killing you, I just want to vent my grievances, telling grievances, the poison just now, even small animals can't be poisoned, to scare you. This is indeed the case. He also knows that he has no such strength at all. He just has to find himself and swear to vent, otherwise he will collapse with grievances, and he cannot die with grievances. Debaloo kept looking at himself in the mirror, addicted. It's so handsome, I don't think the mount can be a black cow, just change to a white horse. This made Sanji speechless. Although it looks better, don't be narcissistic, it won't be so handsome. After all, Debaloo was too ugly before, but when he looks better, he feels handsome. Let's go, this little thing is settled. Sanji turned to board. To resolve this tragic matter, Luffy and the others headed to the Seadi archipelago not far away. On the boat, Shalba started to make takoyaki, which was very fragrant, and Luffy and others devoured it, which was very delicious. Soon, close to the Seadi archipelago, you can see, all around, and even in the air, are all floating bubbles, and make all the sounds of bubbles. Even if Luffy knew about this place, but when he came here in person and felt it, his eyes lit up, it was so beautiful. Nami praised, "It's so beautiful here." Usopp was amazed. "It's strange how the bubbles formed." Kami is all. "It is the island that formed naturally, and it is not actually an island, but a tree. The world's largest mangrove, archimangrove, because the roots of the tree have been exposed on the water, formed the Seadi archipelago. The biggest feature of the incense here is that the roots of the Alchiman mangrove secrete a special natural resin due to respiration. The resin expands with air to form bubbles and then fly to the sky. Because the bubbles are only suitable for Alchiman, the climatic range of mangroves, and once the bubbles leave the climatic realm of the Seadi archipelago, the resinous component blows up because it can't exert its full power. On the island, there are many interesting things, such as bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles, etc. Bubble culture permeates every part of Seadi Island. That said, Luffy and others really want to go to the island to play and see. The sailing adventure is not only about fighting, but also experiencing the local customs and wonders of various places. Soon, the boat approached the 41 tree. Shalba said, "It's here, you can stop here and go to the island." Luffy and the others jumped up and landed on the land. The 5 Emperor Straw Hats came to Seadi archipelago. Luffy knew what was about to happen, and it was bound to happen, but it was bound to be stronger. Luffy knows that the battle of the Emperor is coming. Don't think about it anymore, just play. Shalba reminded. Everyone remember that it is the number 41 tree, so that if you want to come back, you will not get lost. All area codes are connected by bridges. Usopp felt that this was useless for a person, and complained, "Even so, there will definitely be people who get lost." In the distance, Luffy saw the bubble wheel and suggested, "Let's go ride that." Chopper nodded again and again, "Okay." Kami is also very interested. Seadi Park, there is a lot of fun, and the bubble Ferris wheel is what I have always wanted to do. But, I still forget it. Papagu reminded. "Yes, you can't go, you are a mermaid, you have to hide here." However, Luffy said, "It's alright, we're here, even if it's the Seadi archipelago here." Luffy understands Kami's concerns, since there's a lot of traffic here. Kami worried. "But, I'm not going to sit, you go, try to avoid trouble if you can." Luffy pulled Kami directly over and started playing. "Luffy, it's okay, don't worry." Luffy turned around and grinned, and this smile made Kami suddenly feel at ease, no longer resisting, and ready to play happily. Shalba said, "You play first, then I will take you to find a coating craftsman, wrap your boat with resin, and then you can go to the Fishmen Island. This is also the only way to go to the Fishmen Island, so you must find a skilled craftsman. Can be very dangerous to find a bad one. But don't worry, I know a trustworthy craftsman, and I'll take you to find it after you're done playing." Brook said, "Mr. Octopus is a very thoughtful person." 5. Luffy naturally knew who he was looking for. Shalba Zhengsheng reminded, "However, I hope you will promise me one thing. After entering the town, you will meet many world nobles, that is, the residents living in the Holy Land Mariajoy. You have to promise me that no matter what happens, you will don't conflict with the nobles of the world. Especially, people wearing bubble hoods. Even if someone is killed by nobles in front of you, don't care, just pretend not to see." Shalba's face became extremely heavy, and he repeatedly reminded, "Don't worry about it, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. I don't want everyone to be in danger, you must remember, everyone." Luffy nodded superficially. "Okay, got it." Luffy, Chopper, Usopp, Kami are going to play the bubble Ferris wheel. Zoro expresses no interest. Zoro turned to leave, which made Sanji and the others' faces change. "Hey, Zoro, where are you going alone?" Zoro turned around and said bluntly, "Of course I'm going for a walk, what's the matter? Want to be together?" Who's with you? Don't you realize why we're asking you? Sanji was speechless and shouted, don't go for a walk alone, you idiot, this is an archipelago, I'm looking for you if I get lost. It's very troublesome. Zoro didn't care, and felt that it was impossible to get lost. He pointed to the numbers on the big tree, and said calmly, who would get lost on such a simple road? Isn't the number of each area written on the tree? It's a big deal to ask someone to ask. That's it, the kids can get it back. Luffy stopped at this time. Zoro, come with us, you rest and wait for a while, and we will play for a while. By resting, Zoro thinks it's okay. Lying against the big tree, Zoro was about to close his eyes to rest, with a bit of dissatisfaction on his face, muttering. I'm walking alone, and those guys are so nervous, they really despise me. Who would get lost in a place like this, call me like a lunatic. Forget it, just wait for them, let's go together. Zoro closed his eyes and rested. Luffy and others began to sit on the Ferris wheel and felt very magical. When they reached the highest point, they could see farther scenery. The view is great. As you turn around, you can see every scene. So happy. Kami was very happy and grateful to Luffy, otherwise she would be really dangerous. After playing for a while, wake up Zoro and follow Hachi to the craftsman. Along the way, I bought some good and peculiar products, and when I saw the unique products of Seadi Archipelago, I tried them out. Frankie and Usopp are in charge of carrying the bag, and as the force continues, the bag gets bigger and bigger because more and more are packed inside. Xiaoba kept reminding, the one who wears the bubble hood is the least to be messed with. They are the most noble nobles in the world, the celestial dragons. I have said this many times more than continuing. Next, let's talk about other things. A few points to note. This island, as I said just now, gathers new people who want to go to the new world, including pirates as famous as you, marines who hunt them down, bounty hunters, kidnapping groups. Even pirates are kidnapped, and is not protected by law. There are no ordinary marines here, because naval headquarters is not far from Seadi Archipelago, so the bounty hunters here are very strong, because ordinary people dare not come, even if they dare to come, couldn't come here either, but was caught by marine. Luffy had a headache when he heard it, and nodded again and again. I see, needless to say. Xiaoba stopped talking, although he wanted to say that there were still many supernovas, but he knew that the Straw Hats were powerful among the newcomers, so he didn't say anything. To avoid trouble, Kami bought a skirt on the boat and looked like a human. Xiaoba remembered something and hurriedly said, one last thing, really the last thing, is to see celestial dragons, you must kneel down, if the distance is far, you must hide, even if it is you, even if it is other supernovae do the same. Chopper was puzzled. Celestial dragons, are they great? Most of them are not great, ordinary people. Then why it? Because you can't offend, although it's not powerful, but powerful pirates won't provoke it, because if something happens to celestial dragons, even if it's a slight injury, Marine Admiral will be attracted. Hearing this, Chopper's expression changed. Marine Admiral naturally knew that he was powerful, and understood that it was no wonder that powerful pirates dared not provoke him. Hachi explained, we will come to Admiral, maybe one, maybe two, depending on the situation. Because it is very close to naval headquarters, it will come quickly, so lawless pirates dare not do anything to celestial dragons. Quote. Usopp wondered, Marine Admiral, why are you trying so hard to protect celestial dragons? They are special. Because they have inherited the blood of the Creator. 20 kings created the world government 800 years ago, and the celestial dragons are the descendants of those kings. After learning about it, Luffy and the others moved on. However, a group of bounty hunters suddenly appeared, very excited. Ha ha ha, the Straw Hat Pirates with a bounty of more than 4 billion Baileys is going to make a lot of money. Being surrounded, Luffy is not surprised. This world has no brains, there are many idiots who attack the strong for money and fame. Brook said, leave it to me. Brook drew his sword and walked towards the pirates. After approaching, a flicker suddenly came to them, and the moment the sword was sheathed, these bounty hunters bleed from their chests, screamed, and all fell to the ground and were dealt with. This also shocked other bounty hunters and kidnapping groups who wanted to do something in secret, and they did not dare to take action. Hands are necessary, lest flies disturb them. Far away. A supernova pirate group saw this scene and was surprised. The newest member of the Straw Hats, Brook, has a bounty of 300 million Baileys. Although it is quite strong, as a crew member of the Straw Hats, the bounty is even higher than our captain, which is really abominable. Although it is high, it is definitely not as powerful as our captain. This time I will show my skills in Seadi Archipelago, and I believe it will definitely surpass. It's not a problem to exceed the bounty of the Straw Hats, but that Straw Hat Luffy, the bounty is too high. Even, it's hard to beat Blackfoot Sanji and Roronoa Zoro. Don't care about the bounty, the captain must be better than them. Captain, finally came here, and met them, do you want to do it? Beat them, so as to make a name, let Marine know that we are the strongest among the newcomers. These pirates are eager to try, very excited. This pirate group is the Hawkins Pirates. Captain, do you want to do a divination first? Look at the probability. Hawkins had already laid out the cards in front of him, which made his subordinates' eyes light up, expecting to start divination. Hawkins said in a low voice, let's divination first, Hawkins Pirates, against the Straw Hat Pirates, what the winning rate will be. Hawkins took down a card, and his face suddenly changed, becoming heavy, stunned, and frowning. Captain, what is the win rate? Isn't it high? Seeing this expression, the subordinates knew that it might not be high. Hawkins shocked. It's not that it's not high, but the winning percentage is 0. What, Luo? They were shocked, and it was acceptable to be lower, but it turned out to be 0. Hawkins takes another card. So, what is the win rate of the Hawkins Pirates against Luffy in the Straw Hat? The subordinates calmed down. This time the winning rate must be very high, even 100%, after all, their entire pirate group dealt with one Straw Hat. The next moment, Hawkins saw the probability and his face changed greatly. He couldn't believe it at all. How could it be? It turned out to be. The subordinates were startled again, and the captain's face was even worse than before. Shouldn't they think it's impossible? It must be impossible. This time, the entire Hawkins Pirates deal with the Straw Hat Luffy alone. Captain, what are the odds? What? Low. They feel that it is impossible to be the same as before, it should be very low. However, Hawkins, who was always scheming and calm, his face became extremely heavy. The probability is still 0. What? The subordinates were terrified, still 0. Even if the pirates can't beat the Straw Hats, it's okay to deal with the captain of the Straw Hats alone, or 0. Straw Hats Luffy, so strong. It hit them hard, especially Hawkins. Both are supernovas, why is the gap so big? A pirate group can't beat a Straw Hat. Hawkins frowned and continued to divination. He was still the one from the Hawkins Pirates and the Straw Hats. This time, he chose Zoro with a bounty of 800 million Bailey. My Hawkins Pirates have a 0 chance of winning against the Straw Hats. After all, they are the strongest in the Straw Hats. So, what will the Hawkins Pirates have against Roronoa Zoro? Hawkins muttered to himself, feeling that it could not be 0. The subordinates also felt that it was impossible. It can't be 0 anymore. It's understandable when you think about it. After all, there is a bounty of 1.3 billion, the captain of the Straw Hats, so since you are not the captain, you can definitely do it. If it's still 0, IP upside down. They are very confident, and they are also confident in the strength of their pirates. However, after the divination, Hawkins' face changed dramatically again. This made the crew's heart sink again, not. Hawkins' face was heavy and shocked. Why, it's 0 again. The crew was shocked, how could? It's not the captain, and still makes the Hawkins Pirates invincible. Shocked to the extreme, Hawkins was hit very hard by 5 zeros, and he was also the Nova Pirates. Is the gap so big? They can't win against Zoro alone. Hawkins didn't think the divination would go wrong, it couldn't be wrong. I heard that I can play against Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman, for 2 days and 2 nights. It doesn't seem like an exaggeration. The winning rate is still 0, can you still accept it? Captain, let's test the others, the Straw Hats can't be all such monsters, right? It's impossible that we can't beat none of us, right? Hearing this, Hawkins laughed and thought it was ridiculous. A subordinate slapped the person who said this. What are you talking about? Stop talking about me, the captain laughed. I also think it's ridiculous. The Straw Hats and Zoro are really good, but it can't be said that we can't beat any of the Straw Hats, right? It's too exaggerated. Yes, it can't be 0 again, and if it were 0 again, this time I really peed on my head. Hawkins and his subordinates thought it was ridiculous that it was impossible. Hawkins began to test their pirates against black-footed Sanji. What is the win rate? The subordinates looked forward to watching, and felt that this time it was definitely not 0. However, Hawkins' eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and he muttered to himself, why? Why? He, who has always been calm, was shocked and incoherent. The subordinates looked at each other. Should it still be? Hawkins was horrified. Our winning rate is 0, and our team's death rate is 100%. Subordinates. Still the same result. They were stunned in place. After the horror, they took a deep breath, too shocked. Captain, keep testing, it can't be like this forever. I heard that these 3 are the 3 main forces of the Straw Hats, so this result is not too outrageous. Yeah, it will never happen again. Aren't you going to pee upside down? Next, if the next one is still 0, I'll take a big one. Hawkins' face was extremely ugly at this time. Even if his subordinates did not let him continue the test, he would continue the test. I don't believe it. It's impossible to have 0 all the time. The 3 main forces are 0, not the main force. My Hawkins pirates win rate is definitely very high. Hawkins' confidence in his own pirate group is even more confident in his own strength. After all, he also has a bounty of 249 million yuan. In the face of the 3 main forces being 0, although he was hit hard, he was forced to accept it. After all, there was a lot of difference in the bounty. But, compared to others, wouldn't it be the same? Hawkins felt that he would definitely not, and said solemnly, next, choose Usopp with a bounty of 400 million Bailey. The subordinates are unhappy. A sniper of the Straw Hats, the bounty is so much higher than our captain. The strength is definitely not as good as our captain. Because he is in the Straw Hats, the bounty is so high. In reality, it is definitely not as high as the captain. This time, our win rate is definitely high. What must be very high? Our win rate must be 100%. We don't even need the captain to test our entire pirate group against him, but directly test the captain alone against Usopp, and they are all sure to win. 2. However, Hawkins hasn't changed. Hawkins pirates versus Usopp, the probability is. Hawkins began to test, however, in the next instant, he was once again shocked to the point of sluggishness. The subordinates are dumbfounded again. Is it still impossible? Hawkins' face was gloomy and puzzled. Why, it's still 0. The subordinates looked at each other in dismay. It was impossible to make a mistake, that was true. Why, even if it is really 400 million, it is impossible to destroy us alone. Could it be that Usopp's bounty is not only not high, but low? Supernova pirates, why are their subordinates so terrifying? Stronger than the captain of Supernova. Hawkins has gone crazy and continues to test. The Hawkins pirates have paid a bounty of 300 million Bailey to the Straw Hat navigator, Nami. However, their win rate is still 0. Continue to measure. To Frankie with a bounty of 300 million. They have 0 odds. To Brook with a bounty of 300 million. Still 0. To Nami with a bounty of 300 million, 0. To Robin with a bounty of 300 million. 0. Everyone in the entire Hawkins pirates and Hawkins are no longer shocked, but shocked to the point of numbness, and they all stayed there, completely silent. Because, the entire pirate group is all 0 for 1. I thought that the 3 main forces were powerful and the snipers were powerful, but they turned out to be all monsters. They can't beat the entire pirate group. Supernova's Hawkins was hit very hard. As a subordinate of the Supernova pirates, his sense of superiority was completely gone. He was too hit. Why is it so scary? Even if it is 300 million, it is only a little higher than the captain, but our combined winning rate is not low, but 0. The people of the Straw Hats, the bounty was underestimated, not too high. If it wasn't for believing that the captain can't make mistakes, I would think it was a dream. We, the Hawkins pirates, can't beat any of the Straw Hats. No. There's another one. We can definitely beat this one. It looks like a pet and looks like a bully. A pirate remembered, and now, there is another one in the Straw Hats that they haven't tested. Take out the reward list, unfold it and present it in front of everyone, with a cute little reindeer on it, looking at the marshmallow in his hand, his eyes glowing. No matter how you look at it, they all look weak and bully. No matter how you look at them, they look like pets on a straw hat boat. After the numbness passed, Hawkins naturally wanted to test. Anyway, he had tested so many, and this was the only one left. Originally, those who didn't want to test felt that they didn't need to test. Their entire pirate group would definitely have a 100% win rate against such a small reindeer, so they didn't even need to think about it. But now, they must test it to make up for the beaten heart. Hawkins said, "We Hawkins pirates, the ship doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates, Tony Chopper, who offered a bounty of 300 million Bailey, the winning rate is. Start the test, they are not worried. It will definitely win this time. Although it's a bit of a shame, we have so many fights against a small pet, and we have nothing to be proud of winning, but let's take some comfort." 5. I didn't want to test it, it looks too weak. This time it's Zero again, and I'm really upside down. However, in the next instant, Hawkins slumped directly against the wall. Hawkins looks like a life without love and doubts about life. The subordinates were stunned. This expression. Could it be? Captain, is it still? They looked in disbelief and asked in disbelief. Hawkins nodded in despair. It's still the same result. Our win rate is 0, and the death rate of the team is 100%. All staff. They were stunned, and looked at the reindeer on the reward list, who was eating marshmallows, very cute, and looked harmless to humans and animals, and then looked at the captain who was paralyzed on the ground. Actually, still can't beat. Is their Supernova pirates too weak? Or is the Straw Hats too strong? Even if it's too strong, it's not that everyone in the Straw Hats is stronger than them, right? Originally, they came to Seadi Archipelago with arrogance and high fighting spirit, ready to enter the new world and show their talents, but now, they are all wilted. The entire Hawkins pirates became quiet, and no one spoke. They were all silent, to be precise, they were all autistic. As for the previous idea, by fighting with the Straw Hat pirates to become famous. Now there is no such idea at all. After the self-isolation, they thought, where is the Supernova pirates of the same period, and it's just like the Four Emperors, right? Even in the face of the most balanced Iron Wall pirates, the Red Hair pirates, it is impossible for them to beat any of the pirates head-to-head. This Straw Hat pirates is too outrageous, too monster, so that they can't see through it at all. At this time, Luffy and others did not know that because of them, the Supernova pirates and the Hawkins pirates had collectively closed themselves. Luffy and others happily rode the bubble car, led by Xiaoba, to find the coding craftsman. Xiaoba explained. Areas 1 to 29. There are mainly human trafficking shops, human auctions, illegal areas, etc. Numbers 30 to 39. Mainly soap bubble parks, etc. Number 40 to 49. There are mainly sightseeing areas, specialty shops, etc. Number 50 to 59. Mainly shipyards, coding craftsmen, etc. Nami and the others wondered. Then it seems to be heading to areas 1 to 29 now. Isn't it going to 50 to 59? Xiaoba explained. First go to the number 13 area, the coding craftsman I know is most likely there. This made it clear to Nami et al. Soon, they came to the 13th area. Xiaoba lightly sighed. It's been 10 years since he came, so he should still be here often. Sanji asked curiously, is the coding craftsman a mermaid? Is it a man or a woman? Kami said, it's not a mermaid, I don't know Papagu very well, I only know that he is a very powerful person. Sanji suddenly lost interest and didn't look forward to it. Luffy and the others got off the bubble car and went up the stairs, and a tavern came into view with a sign that read, Shaki's ripping off. Xiaoba glanced at the door and said happily, it seems to be still open. Xiaoba opened the door first, expecting, really, Shaki, are you there? After Luffy and the others came in, they saw the female owner of the hotel with short black hair, Shaki. Shaki's eyes lit up. You are. Xiaoba, long time no see, so much change. In front of Shaki, Hachi looks like a child. Long time no see, Shaki. It's been a long time, more than 10 years. Shaki glanced at Luffy and the others and said, you can sit and eat as you please. Luffy and others were also welcome. After sitting down, Luffy took the lead to open the refrigerator, which contained all kinds of delicious food. Then I'm welcome. Luffy took out canned fish, ice cream, drinks, etc. and started eating. Shaki said, you guys are Straw Hat Crew. You know us. Although they are famous, it is a little surprising that they are not known to everyone. Shaki nodded. Of course I know, you guys are the most talked about people, not to mention I'm an intelligence officer. I also guess the purpose of your coming here, going to the Fishmen Island, and Xiaoba will bring you to Rayleigh Coding. Luffy nodded. Yes, Shaki said. He is not now, but he should still be on this island, don't worry, he will meet him. In addition, I have learned that there are currently 18 wanted criminals with a bounty of over 100 million on the Seadi archipelago. Among them, your Straw Hat Pirates account for 9, or in other words, everyone in your Straw Hat Pirates has over 100 million criminals, which is really amazing. 18, you account for half, and the top 9 bounties are all you. 5. Nami and others were a little curious. In addition to the 9 of them, there was one who had a bounty of over 100 million. You are a little interested, let me tell you about it. You enter the Grand Line, and there are 7 routes at the entrance. You have experienced some battles to come here, and the pirates of the other 6 routes are the same, conquering all kinds of hardships and coming here. No matter what, whichever way you choose, you will end up here, and go to the Fishmen Island. So, you will gather on this island. Therefore, it is rare for newcomers in the world to gather together at the same time. However, although they are all powerful, because you are too dazzling, their light is covered, and few people pay attention to them. All are following you. Their bounty is Big Eater, Jewelry Bonnie, and the bounty is 140,019,000 Bailey. Magician, Basil Hawkins, bounty, 249 million Bailey. Hai Ming, Ding Di Yin Apu, bounty, 198 million Bailey. Eustace Kid, bounty, 315 million Baileys. Red Flag, Dies Dorigu, bounty, 222 million Bailey. Monk, or Rouge, bounty, 108 million Bailey. Kill Warrior, Hira, bounty, 162 million Bailey. 5. Death Surgeon, Trafalgar Law, bounty, 200 million Baileys. Capone Beige, with a bounty of 138 million Baileys. There are very few people who enter the Grand Line and can come here, so the Grand Line is a huge survival knockout competition, and the people who can come here are all elites out of 10,000. One of them may become the next leader. Characters from the era of pirates. With so many newcomers here, Seadi archipelago should be more chaotic than ever. And the newcomers who can come here, with a bounty of over 100 million, are called Supernovas. So, you are really amazing. The Straw Hat Pirates, not only the Supernova Pirates, but everyone in your Straw Hats are all Supernovas. Quote. Shaki thinks that the Straw Hats are really powerful, they have never seen it before, even the original Roger Pirates are not as good as the Straw Hats. After Shaki finished speaking, Luffy corrected, well, can I correct a little mistake? Shaki was startled, did he say something wrong? Shaki smiled. Naturally I'd love to hear you correct your mistakes, what kind of mistakes? What's wrong? Luffy said sternly. There's something wrong, not all of us are Supernovas. This made Shaki startled and smiled, you are too modest. However, Luffy shook his head. It's not humility, I want to say, they're not Supernovas, they're all Imperial cadres. Shaki was stunned, thinking that Luffy was being modest, but she misunderstood. Not Supernovas, all of them are Imperial cadres. So, Luffy, the captain, is the 5 emperors. Shaki shock, perhaps, really isn't exaggerating, after all the Admiral Aokiji operation, all failed. And, Shaki thought, something must have happened to Enies lobby, she was curious. As an intelligence officer, she didn't know what happened to Enies lobby, which made her realize that something must have happened, which was covered up by Marine and the world government. Shaki wondered, can you tell me, Enies lobby, what happened? Did you clash with Marine and the world government? Luffy nodded and started talking. Next, Shaki shook more and more as he listened. Straw Hat repelled Buster Call alone, and then Straw Hat crew crushed CP9. Even in the face of CP0, they had an advantage, thus making world government and Marine lose their combat power. After the shock, Shaki became more and more convinced that Luffy's words just now were not exaggerated. Shaki said, in this case, then even if you encounter other supernovae, you will not have any trouble. Shaki suggested, okay, let's go to Rayleigh, you have to wait for him to come back, I don't know when, as for the specific location, first go to number 1 to number 29, the illegal area, it is easier to find. The other 9 supernovae are also there. Okay, thanks. It's okay, you also told me something important. Usopp worriedly asked. Could the coding craftsman be in the lawless zone, where it's dangerous, and he'll be fine? Shiki smiled. It's okay, he is very powerful, and he will not be inferior to your captain. This shocks Usopp at all. Won't it be inferior to Luffy? Luffy's combat power, they have seen, the 4th gear is strong, and defeated the Golden Lion, so this Rayleigh is also very strong. Usopp is also relieved, so as long as he finds it, there is no need to worry about his accident. Robin wondered. With so many supernova pirates gathered here and so close to naval headquarters, why does Marine seem to be silent? Robin wondered, and thought it was weird, and by all means, Marine would definitely come, so he wanted to ask Shiki, the intelligence officer, what was going on. Shiki guesses. Maybe it's something else that's keeping Marine busy. So you're lucky. Robin understands that although he doesn't know the specifics, he doesn't need to know too much, he just needs to know the reason. Shiki said. So, as long as you don't cause too much trouble, you'll be fine. Luffy nodded with a smile. That's right, I understand, thank you for the reminder, we're going to find a coding craftsman. The illegal zone, the 2nd area. At this time, the ugly and fat celestial dragons, wearing a bubble hood, St. Charles Ross rode down the street on a slave. The people on both sides of the street all knelt down for a while, not daring to move, their faces pressed to the ground. Even supernovas choose to hide or kneel. Urouge looked at it from a distance, his face was unhappy, and there was nothing he could do. That's the celestial dragons, such unscrupulous swagger in the lawless zone, what a troublesome race, it seems that they can only kneel and wait for him to pass. Even supernovas don't dare to provoke them, because they know the consequences are serious. At this time, Luffy and others are about to come here. When he was about to get here, Sanji stopped, his eyes lit up, and he ran up immediately. This made Luffy and the others stagnate and looked over. Hey, Sanji, what are you doing? Luffy asked suspiciously. Usopp and the others were also puzzled, but after looking at it, Sanji's eyes were full of peach hearts, and they all understood. Luffy followed Sanji's gaze and understood, she saw a beautiful woman. And, this beauty, Luffy, is no stranger and has some impressions. Because, it is a nurse wearing a white short-skirt nurse uniform, with a slender figure, a pair of long white legs that are conspicuous, and she is also good-looking. Luffy remembers that in the original plot, the nurse and the doctor were carrying the patient and bumped into celestial dragons walking on the street, and then the patient was shot by celestial dragons. Luffy secretly said, "It seems that I haven't met it yet, but it is about to happen, but maybe because of Sanji's approach, it will change and will not meet celestial dragons." Luffy thought so, it was very possible. After all, when I came here, it was not like everyone was scattered like the plot, so it caused a little change. Miss Nurse, my heart is a little uncomfortable, it's beating very fast, can you help me? Sanji approached and covered his heart, asking for help. The nurse apologized. I'm sorry, we are transporting the seriously injured to the hospital, our hospital is in District 7, the name is. The nurse said the name and location, and asked Sanji to wait. Sanji nodded again and again. Okay, I'll find you when I'm done. Sanji watched the nurse leave. Afterwards, the nurses and doctors did not come across the celestial dragons as they carried the patient through the street. When Luffy and the others passed by, they didn't meet them either, but they will meet them soon, at the auction. Because, Kami knows one thing, a mermaid has been kidnapped. Because the Straw Hat crew followed her, the nearby kidnapping group shifted their target, and another merman was kidnapped on the Fishmen Island. Kami was a little confused when she found out. Luffy saw the tangled Kami and asked, Kami, what's on your mind? Kami didn't want to talk, didn't want to bother Luffy. Luffy was sure that something was up, and said, we are friends, we will talk about anything, if we don't talk about it, we will be unhappy, it will be too unfamiliar, and it will be too polite to us. This moved Kami, grateful, and said it straight. Luffy understood. Small matter, let's go to the population number 1 auction. Thank you, Luffy. Kami was grateful. However, at this time, there were all supernovas around, some in the alley, some in the store, and gradually, all of them noticed the Straw Hat crew. In the hotel, two supernova pirates are eating inside. A beautiful girl with pink long straight hair, wearing denim overalls, shorts, white half sleeves, brown long-heeled boots, and a heart-shaped lipstick is eating, but eating together the appearance is very unsuitable, and the hands are all kinds of food, which are gobbling down. She was one of the supernovas, Jewelry Bonnie. The surrounding civilians were stunned. It's horrific. Look at how thin she is, but she eats a lot. Is her stomach a bottomless pit? The table was full of empty bowls, stacked so high that they were almost on the roof. It's delicious. While Bonnie was eating, he didn't think it was enough, too slow, and muttered as he ate. Continue to serve me food, it's almost finished. The back kitchen has been busy like ants on a hot pan. Another pirate group, mostly wearing black clothes, looks gentlemen, especially those who are eating, more gentlemen, like eating Western food, with a sense of ceremony. He is one of the supernovas, Capone Beige. Beige was upset. What a vulgar woman, I'm going to shut her up. The Straw Hat crew is outside. Hearing this, Beige's eyes lit up, and the target immediately shifted. Bonnie's men also informed her, which made her a little interested and wanted to see how strong it was. Opposite the hotel, there are two supernova pirates, Kid Pirates and Radio Pirates. Kid and Apu looked at each other, and the smell of gunpowder was full of gunpowder. As Apu provocatively raised his middle finger, Kid stood up abruptly and smiled savagely. Looking for death. Meanwhile, outside, Drake is about to fight Kira. However, when they knew that Straw Hat crew was passing by, Supernova didn't plan to fight, but all eyes on Straw Hat crew. Go out and see, I have long wanted to see the strength of the Straw Hat. Kid walked out first. This is one of the goals of coming here. Another goal is naturally coding. Therefore, it is necessary to meet. Like other supernovae, Apu was excited, finally met. Outside, on the street, Luffy and the others stopped, because there were several figures in front, back, left and right. When Luffy saw it, he knew all of them. It was Kid and other 9 supernovae. Usopp was startled. What are these 9 guys going to do? Zoro narrowed his eyes. Exactly 9, could it be? Frankie understands. Is it the other 9 supernovae? Sanji's eyes were completely drawn to Bonnie, and his eyes lit up. It's so beautiful. At one time, the Sabayati archipelago, 18 supernovae, were all here. Kid and other supernovae are unhappy in their hearts. Of the 18 supernovae, half of them are Straw Hats. Moreover, the Straw Hat's bounty is very high, and the Straw Hat Luffy's bounty is even higher. Their bounty is not as much as a fraction of the Straw Hat's bounty. Before I came, I thought I would know it. After all, the rookie pirates of the same period were arrogant and arrogant. Feeling the rising fighting spirit around, Zoro grinned. It seems that they want to fight. Usopp felt it. Well, and it's all for Luffy. Nami asked, Luffy, what are you going to do? Luffy said, the battle is inevitable, you wait for me for a while, and then we continue to the population auction. Okay, then we'll wait for you for a while. Nami and the others stepped aside immediately, ready to watch the battle. And the conversation of Straw Hat crew made the supernovas look ugly one by one. Even Luo raised his brows. Kid is naturally angry. The meaning of this is obvious. Wait a while, it means that the battle will end soon, and it won't take long. For them, it is contempt and shame. Going it alone, Straw Hat said that, understandable, but now it's clear that 9 supernovas want to fight Luffy. And, that's all the Straw Hat said, and the rest of the Straw Hat crew also felt that it was over in a while. Not only did the Straw Hat despise their 9 supernovas, but everyone in the Straw Hat Corps despised them. I underestimate Lao Su. Kid was angry. Rouge. Sounds really unpleasant. Beige. What a mad boy. Hawkins. I'm not his opponent when I fight alone, but with 9 of us, it's impossible to beat him alone. Kid smiled. Come together. You watch, I'm coming alone. Kid took a step forward, spread his arms, and used the magnetic fruit. Suddenly, all kinds of metal objects were attracted, gathered his arms, blinked, and his arms became huge mechanical arms. Just when Kid was about to do it, Luffy was not interested and suggested, you 9 go together, otherwise I'm not interested. As soon as these words came out, Kid was even more angry, and the others were also angry, too underestimated them. They are also supernovas, they are arrogant, but this Straw Hat boy is not a little bit arrogant than them. When they heard this, how could they not be angry, and immediately prepared to attack, posing an attack stance. However, Kid shouted, "I've said it all, I'm coming alone. Why should I listen to you?" Apu ignored. "Who do you think you are? Who do you order?" Bej was upset. Other supernovae, naturally, will not listen to Kid. For a time, the 9 supernovas were all ready to start. Luffy was interested. However, Kid's anger rose, but he looked at Apu. "Dare to intervene, I'll beat you down first." Apu is not afraid. Come on. This gave Luffy a headache. These guys were fighting, and he wanted to beat 9 of them, otherwise it would be boring. However, it is normal to think about infighting. After all, they are not a team, they are all arrogant and arrogant. If it wasn't because they came, they would have fought long ago. Looking at them arguing, Luffy got impatient. "Hurry up and work together, I still have important things to do, I don't have time to waste time with you here." Hearing this, the 9 supernovas all turned to look at Luffy again, each with a low expression. Although they were very unhappy with each other, the smell of gunpowder was full of gunpowder, but what the Straw Hat said just now made them even more angry. "Is it a waste of time to be here with them?" Kid exploded with anger. "Straw Hat, don't look down on people." When the words fell, Kid started directly, and the rest of the supernovas also started. Luffy grinned. "That's fun, so let's play with you guys." 5. With a puff, Luffy's whole body was filled with red steam, and he entered the second gear. Kid attacked first, however, Apu's attack came first. After all, it was a sonic attack. Apu hit the top of his head heavily, as if his head was a gong, and a circle of invisible sound waves spread out and came to Luffy in an instant. Scrape the plate, chop. 580. In Apu's view, in an instant, Luffy's waist would be bombarded by sound waves, and he would be injured even if he didn't die. However, in the next instant, Apu's eyes widened, and Luffy disappeared from his sight. Kid took the lead to attack, and the huge mechanical arm slammed down at Luffy, and Luffy could not be seen in sight. "Captain, back!" Apu's subordinates' faces changed greatly, and they exclaimed. Apu's face changed in shock, and he turned around in an instant. He wanted to dodge and counterattack, but it was too late. He was extremely shocked. Is this a coincidence, or did he avoid his own sonic attack? The speed of the sonic attack is fast, but the speed of sound, how can it be avoided at such a close distance? The speed is useless, it also needs the reflex of heaven defying. However, Luffy's sight and speed coupled with his speed, naturally avoided him. In the second gear, the fist-covering emission blasted out, so fast that no other supernova could be seen with the naked eye. Apu only felt severe pain in his abdomen, dented, and suddenly flew upside down like a cannonball. Rumbling, it flew hundreds of meters away, and smashed more than 10 houses along the way and collapsed. Kid was angry and failed to attack, and the Straw Hat ignored himself. "Your opponent is me." Kid jumped up, and the giant mechanical arm slammed down. At the same time, the rest of the supernova were frightened and did not dare to be careless. Bej's body is like a castle opened, and there are many villains inside, some with guns, some with cannons, like a powerful army, shooting and bombarding directly at Luffy. Immediately, the bombardment in front continued, and the flames soared into the sky, engulfing Luffy. Kid knew, and in the sea of fire, he said solemnly, "Straw Hat, don't die, otherwise it will appear that I am invincible." Kid's robotic arm was ready to blast down, however, above his head, a voice sounded. Third gear, rubber, like a gun. Under Kid's horrified eyes, Luffy's right hand suddenly became huge, and it became pitch black, slamming down heavily. It was too late to be shocked why such a fast speed came to the top of his head, and Kid's pair of mechanical arms bombarded upwards. Boom. However, at the moment of the collision, there was no stalemate, but the sound of crackling continued. Kid only felt severe pain in his arms, his eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and the giant mechanical arm collapsed in an instant. His arms were extremely painful, and this terrifying force was simply unstoppable. Kid was hit by a huge black fist and fell directly to the ground, smashing out a deep pit. His face was covered in blood. In the sky, good chance. Bej was surprised that the Straw Hat had escaped just now, but it was impossible to escape now. Suddenly, all kinds of firepower in the body aimed at the sky. However, after the bombardment, Luffy disappeared into the air in a flash. The supernovae were terrified, too fast to catch. Luffy appeared behind Bege. Kira rushed over quickly, the scythes in both hands spun at the speed of sound, humming, and cut to Luffy. Bege felt uneasy in his heart, and before he had time to turn around, he was blown away by a punch, which was extremely painful and flew far away. In a flash, Kira, who was cut by the scythe, was indeed cut into the air. Luffy easily dodged sideways, without even looking, his right fist slammed to one side, and Kira was blown away with a scream. The other supernovas were also working, with Drake holding a giant axe in both hands and a rouge fist clenching tightly, and the two took the opportunity to swipe to the left and right of Luffy. The giant axe slashed from the top, and the fist with enormous power slammed down. However, Luffy's hands were sticking out, and the attacks of Drake and Rouge were instantly frozen, because the giant axe and fist were blocked by Luffy's hands and grabbed. Luffy's body and arms did not shake at all, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't down. I want to withdraw, but I can't, and I feel uneasy. Luffy clapped both hands, and Rouge and Derek slammed into each other immediately. After Luffy let go, the two people who hit the air were disturbed. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Emission lingered with both hands and bombarded quickly. Rouge and Drake were hit in the face, dented, and flew upside down screaming. Just as Luffy blasted Rouge and Drake into the air, a figure flashed behind him and changed, making him look like a straw. The Phantom of Demons, clearly Hawkins, his fingers like nails, stabbed Luffy quickly. Whoosh! However, his attack failed, and the figure of Luffy disappeared in front of him. Rubber, machine gun, bang bang bang. Hawkins turned around, but he wasn't very worried. He couldn't be bombarded with one blow, because he could use the Scarecrow to transfer the damage to others and store 10 in his body, which was equivalent to ignoring 10 fatal attacks. However, Hawkins' eyes widened, his pupils contracted, and there were dense fists in front of him. Immediately, the speed of 10 punches in 1 second, every punch is a lingering emission. In a second, with the bombardment, Hawkins received 10 punches, and the scarecrows fell out of his limbs, which meant that they were all transferred. Oops! The Scarecrow was completely consumed in an instant. Hawkins' complexion changed greatly, he suddenly felt severe pain, and a terrifying force struck, and even penetrated into his body. Whoosh! What? With a scream, Hawkins also flew out. Whoosh! Bonnie swept in instantly and kicked out horizontally, but was easily blocked by Luffy's raised arm without shaking at all. Bonnie shook. His foot strength is very strong, and the reaction speed is too fast. Luffy grabbed Bonnie's feet and threw Bonnie away. Room. Luo's palm was facing down, and the space barrier spread instantly, covering himself and Luffy. Whoosh! Just like a teleportation, Luo came behind Luffy and didn't draw his knife, he just wanted to learn from each other, so the scabbard slashed at Luffy. Luffy said that since this is the case, if you do something with Luo, let's do it lightly. Luffy dodged sideways, which shocked Luo, and he could react. After dodging, Luffy pretended to attack. Luo also activated his ability and replaced it with a floating stone in front of him. However, Luo shook, and after moving, Luffy's figure disappeared from where he was just now. Whoosh! And, almost at the same time, came behind him. Why? It's not as simple as fast, it seems to have been expected. Apparently, Luffy saw the future briefly, the mighty observation Haki. With a casual punch, Luo was sent flying. In this way, all 9 supernovae were blasted away by Luffy. The battle is up to now, time has passed, 20 seconds. Straw Hat crew others are not surprised, expected. The other pirates and passers-by were all stunned. The surroundings fell into silence, and they froze in place, staring wide-eyed, looking around in disbelief. The 9 supernovas were all gone, and they were all blasted into the distance. Their faces were incredible, different from what they had imagined. I thought it was the Straw Hat that lost. After all, even if the Straw Hat is the strongest supernova, in the face of 9 supernovas, the 1.3 billion bounty would have to be defeated. However, it turned out to be a supernova with a punch from the Straw Hat. My God, am I dreaming? Incredible. Is it really a battle between supernova and pre-supernova? I'm also doubting that this is a battle between supernovas and supernovas. I'm afraid it's not a battle between supernovas and emperors. Yes, what you said is not exaggerated at all. After all, Straw Hat, 1 punch and 1 supernova, it's too scary. It's so strong, one punch, 9 heads up, so fast that the supernovas can't react. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, and the Straw Hat alone can fight 9 powerful supernovas, but it's very easy, supernova their attack will not be able to touch or hurt the Straw Hat at all. The Straw Hat is too strong. Is this the strength of 1.3 billion? Pipe. Quote. I even think that 1.3 billion is too low. This is a supernova, this is the 5 emperors. They were terrified, whether it was the pirates of the supernova pirates, the civilians, or other forces. Just now, I felt that the Straw Hat was arrogant, but I also understood that, after all, the most famous and powerful newcomers, at a young age, went to sea for just a few months, and the bounty was 1.3 billion Baileys, so they would be crazy. But now I find that the Straw Hat is not arrogant, but really feels boring. This is the case with 9 heads up, so one-on-one, it really makes the Straw Hat uninterested and does not want to fight. They are both supernovas, the gap is so big. As the captain's strength so different from the Straw Hat. We're going up now, and it doesn't make sense. Are we really facing a rookie captain, not the 4 emperors? If it is the 4 emperors, Admiral, it is acceptable, but the captain was crushed by the Straw Hat of the supernova at the same time. Before divination, let us know the strength of the Straw Hats. Among the supernova pirates, we, the Hawkins pirates, are the most aware of the strength of the Straw Hats. However, Captain Hawkins did it, and we didn't panic, because it was 9 supernovas playing the Straw Hats. 1, not 9 supernovas to fight the Straw Hats. So, if this is the case, it will definitely be defeated, and the captain also thinks so. Even without divination, it is not necessary at all. Yeah, divination is a shame, 9 out of 1, but the result is. The rest of the pirates of the Nova Pirates were all stunned, they never imagined that such a scene would happen, and they were completely beaten. Luffy stopped and said to Nami and the others, "Okay, let's continue to the auction." Nami and the others sighed lightly. This is the end. A bit faster than we thought. Luffy, it's getting better. However, just as Luffy was about to leave, the roar continued, and Kid rushed out of the rubble first. Straw Hat, don't even think about leaving. We haven't decided yet. To say more shocking, of course, is Kid and other supernovae. They were most aware of their own strength, but they were punched by Luffy, which shocked them the most and couldn't accept it. Especially Kid, it's impossible to just forget about it. At the same time, the rest of the supernovas, except Guo Luo, are more and more fighting spirit rising. If you forget it, it will be too embarrassing. If it spreads, they have no face. Luo sat directly on the stone, no plans to do anything, exclaimed, "It's really amazing." Kid rushed over and said solemnly, "I'm going to do my best, Straw Hat, so do your best. Today, I must fight with you with all my strength to decide the winner." However, at full strength, Luffy shook his head. "For you guys, don't drive 4th gear." These words directly changed the expressions of Kid and others, and their faces became gloomy, to contempt for shame. Then regret it. Magnetism, reflection. The mechanical giant arms condensed again. This time it was not a bombardment, but the mechanical giant arms suddenly rebounded, detached from the arms, and quickly blasted towards Luffy. Luffy's hands were huge and he drank lowly, rubber grizzly gun. Boom. Crackling. There was a roar, there was no stalemate, a pair of giant mechanical arms became shards, the grizzly shot forward, Kid's face changed greatly, his arms quickly condensed to attract metal, crossed and blocked, but after being collided, a more terrifying force attacked. Come, the whole body is more painful, the injury is more serious, Kid is blown away again. Kid. Kira's face changed, and he could feel that this time Kid was injured more seriously because the screams were louder. Kira rushed forward quickly, the scythe spinning and flying, buzzing and cutting ear-piercing. At the same time, other supernovas attacked from all directions. Boom boom boom. Dense rain of bullets, shells. Standing up with difficulty, the 10-fingered black thorn aimed at Luffy and shot out. Drake rushed from behind Luffy, and as he rushed past, his body swelled, his clothes shattered, and he turned into a dinosaur. After getting clothes, it has turned into a dinosaur and bit down. Apu shouted, "You trap him, let him not move, Apu will defeat the Straw Hat." Apu swept up to the tall building, blood on his face, very embarrassed, but also angry, and began to play. His teeth were like a piano, and his mouth was like a drum. Alas, checks trouble. Do you change the channel when you hear it? Super Knight Straw Hat Luffy, I was defeated by me. 5. When the Supernovas were besieging Luffy, Appu took the opportunity to attack. However, in the face of the siege, Luffy looked indifferent. The onlookers kept their eyes open, wondering what would happen next. The Supernovas are going all out. You must do your best. It was too shameful just now, and you must be very angry now, so naturally you will go all out. The Straw Hat is going to be beaten up next. It seems very likely. Although the Straw Hat is very powerful, it seems that it is still dangerous to single out the Supernovas with all their strength. It's a dinosaur. What kind of dinosaur? Is a rare ancient species in zone. It is worthy of being a supernova. They all look like monsters. Facing the siege, Luffy smashed Kuro with a punch, easily dodging the cannonball attack, and at the same time, Drake, who turned into a dinosaur, bit down, but over Luffy's right fist. Drake's big mouth closed and his teeth were broken. Lift up and fly out. At the same time, the sound waves hit. Unable to dodge, Luffy will be covered with armed color at the attack. Boom. During the bombing, Luffy was engulfed by fire, and Appu felt that he had succeeded and smiled. A hit, even if it's just an injury, that's enough, slipped away. After succeeding, Appu was ready to run away. However, Luffy's figure emerged from the firelight. Appu's face changed in shock. His heart was disturbed, and he raised his head suddenly. Luffy was already in the sky. Fire fist, gun. Appu's eyes widened, his pupils contracted, unable to dodge, and was hit by a punch. What? Appu let out the most shrill scream, and the high-rise buildings under his feet were collapsed, and he was seriously injured. Whoosh. Luffy swept up behind Bege, but Bege let out a smirk. I did it on purpose. There are also villains on the back, firing net guns, and seastone nets. It's powerless, Straw Hat. Whoosh. However, it was easily dodged, and Bege only felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and immediately flew out. Bonnie's whole body. Luffy swept in, punched out. Bonnie was surprised, his body suddenly became smaller. Luffy's punch missed. After getting smaller, Bonnie attacked Luffy with bare feet, but Luffy reacted, kicked out, collided together, and Bonnie was kicked away. Rouge was ready. His body suddenly became huge, his muscles swelled, and he looked even stronger. Others stayed. After seeing the strength and power of the Straw Hat, I chose to fight against each other. Monk Rouge, really weird. No, it may be confidence. After Rouge swept over, he shouted, Karma. Turn the enemy's attack on him into the power to strengthen his body. In the original plot, Rouge used this move to fly the pacifist PX-3. But when he was attacked by Luffy just now, Rouge transformed the attack. As long as it didn't exceed the physical limit, it was fine. This power was very powerful, and he was just able to endure it to the limit. However, Luffy blasted out a Thunder God Spear, two fists collided, a brief stalemate, terrifying force swept away, destroying the surrounding buildings and flying, and the pirates in the distance were also blown away and screamed. After a short stalemate, Rouge's face changed greatly, his strength was exhausted, to be precise, it was offset, and then a huge force came, and his fist and arm were in severe pain. What? With a bang, Rouge was blown away by a punch, vomiting blood. The Supernova teamed up again, even with all-out attack, still failed to hurt Luffy at all. And, he was still blown away by Luffy's punch. This time, the blasted Supernova did not stand up for a long time. Obviously, the injury was even more serious. The people around were stunned. My God, it's still like that. The Supernovas are serious, and they even attacked with all their strength. The Straw Hats did not attack with all their strength, but they were just taken seriously. It's too strong. I fully realize it, but the gap is too big. Although they are also supernovas, the gap between them and the Straw Hat is really big, not on the same level. Yeah, you can't take the Straw Hat as the same level as Kid and other supernovas. That would be contempt and insult to the Straw Hat. I understand completely, the Straw Hat is not arrogant. Too strong, the 1.3 billion reward is not exaggerated. Soon, the reputation of the Straw Hats will be even greater, and the Supernovas will join forces and be abused by the Straw Hats alone, and it will spread quickly. Yeah, the Straw Hats' prestige will get bigger and bigger. Trafalgar Road didn't do it again, very wise. Perhaps not only wise, but also not secretly aggressive. The onlookers were stunned again, even more shocked. The Supernovas are angry, what's the use of all their strength? Or get punched one by one. Luffy said to his friends. This time, we Lichians can go. It is good. Nami, Kami and others followed, walking on both sides of Luffy, Luffy standing in the middle sea, and the group left. Not far away, Luffy noticed a black stand-up collar cape at the clothing stall nearby, and liked it. Boss, I bought this cloak. Well, no money. The boss was frightened, too strong, such a powerful pirate, how dare he ask for money? How much do you want to give? The boss was startled. Although he was a pirate, Luffy's smile was so friendly. The boss said the price, Nami was responsible for the money, and Luffy ended up with a black stand-up collar cape. Luffy and the others were about to leave and head to the number 1 auction house, but at this time, there was movement in the rear. It was Kid and other Supernovas who climbed out of the ruins again. This time it was a bit difficult and even more embarrassing, and there were more injuries and blood on the body. Kid gritted his teeth, unable to accept it at all, didn't want to accept it, and wanted to fight again. Straw Hat, stop for me. It's not over yet. At the same time, the other Supernovas also crawled out in a woeful manner and staggered to their feet. Immediately, the Supernovas all stood up and gathered together in a row, each with an ugly face, but the fighting spirit did not subside. Kid, don't leave after being so majestic, Straw Hat. Apu, it's really painful, and the whole body is burnt, I can't bear it. Kira, it's not over yet. Urouge, let me hit you with more power, Straw Hat. Beige, I'm going to summon all my firepower, and I'm going to transform, so you can see my strongest form. So, don't go, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Hawkins, there is no need for another divination. We have tacitly chosen to join forces. You are very strong, but our winning rate will never be 0 when we join forces. Drake, keep fighting, Straw Hat. Bonnie, the old lady hasn't fallen yet, so don't leave. For a time, the Supernovas, except Luo, were even more angry and aggrieved, and they didn't want to let it go. It's too embarrassing to spread it out. After entering the new world, where will they put their faces, and if they join forces, they will not be able to beat the Straw Hat. No, we must win, even if it is a shame to join forces together, but it is better than the shame just now, then join forces and defeat the Straw Hat. Kid and other 7 Supernovas rose up with fighting spirit, and said in unison. Straw Hat, don't go if you can, keep fighting. However, in the next instant, their voices stopped abruptly. I saw Luffy and the others stopped, Luffy in the middle threw the cloak in his hand and draped it over his body, and the black stand-up collar cloak was automatic without wind behind him, making a hunting sound. In that instant, Luffy was extremely haughty. After wearing a black cloak with a stand-up collar, Luffy did not turn around, but turned slightly sideways, glanced back, a flash of red light flashed in his eyes, awe-inspiring haughty, and his voice was low. If you keep bothering me, I don't mind exchanging your heads for the bounty. In an instant, Kid and other Supernovae were all stunned and frozen in place. Luffy finished his words and moved on, leaving the back of the Supernova-like Kid, who was stunned in place, like a king. As they walked, the black stand collar cloak danced, and they stared blankly at the king-like figure of the Straw Hat. Following Luffy's warning and the back figure, they only felt that Luffy's aura was extremely terrifying. It seems that it was not the supernova that warned them just now, but the Emperor. They didn't say a word to fight, and all the fighting spirit on their bodies dissipated. They stared blankly at the back of Luffy's departure. At this moment, the 9 supernovas no longer felt that Luffy was a supernova like them. Instead, Luffy is the 5th Emperor of the Sea. 5 Emperors. When Luffy and others left, they gradually turned around and looked at each other with shock. Just now, was it an illusion? The Straw Hat is like the Emperor. After putting on the black cloak, the aura got stronger. Not only were the words I said just now shocking us, but also Conqueror's Haki. The Conqueror's Haki didn't break out completely, just like that Haki side leak. I always thought only redness can do it. How strong would Conquerors be if it burst out completely? The strength is far beyond us, and the spirit is far beyond us. It's too hard. Hey, as long as you think that the Straw Hat is different from us, it's not a supernova, but the 5 emperors, you'll feel better. Thinking about it this way, I feel better when I was abused just now. Younger than us, why is it so powerful? Their tone was still shocking, and they wanted to increase their reputation by fighting the Straw Hats, but let alone against the Straw Hats, they joined forces to deal with the Straw Hats, and they were all hanged and beaten. And, let alone fame, their fame won't increase this time around. The Straw Hats, and the Straw Hat Luffy, will be more famous. The Straw Hats single-handedly singled out 9 of their supernovas, and the incident of slapping them would definitely spread. Shame, but no way. It's so embarrassing. If it's well known, then we won't be too embarrassed this time. What is known? If the Straw Hat is named the 5th Emperor of the Sea, as everyone knows, it would not be shameful for us to join forces and lose to him. This made the other rising stars understand that it was. Luo felt that the Straw Hat would definitely be crowned emperor, and it wouldn't take long. After all, in the battle just now, I didn't use all my strength, it was only the 2nd gear and the 3rd gear, so there were still 4 gears. There must be 4th gear. Yeah, after all, if you don't use your full strength, then there must be 4 gears. How strong will the 4th gear be? I really want to see it, but I don't have the ability to see it now. When I become stronger, I will fight with him and see his full strength. One thing, you think, 4th gear is his full strength. Otherwise, even if it is stronger than us, it is impossible to be so different from the world, right? I think it makes sense, the Straw Hat's full power is in 4th gear, and is it going up? And 5th gear, stop kidding. Yeah, the 2nd gear and the 3rd gear are so strong, and if they hang us, then the 4th gear is even more terrifying, let alone the 5th gear, how is it possible? Straw Hats with 4 gears are like 5 emperors, there are really 5 gears, like what? Now he, the 5 emperors, has reached the top. They all agreed that Luffy wasn't using his full power, and that 4th gear was his full power. Even if there is a big gap, it can't be bigger. The supernovas could only leave separately, and some were going to go to the auction house to have a look, but obviously they didn't want to provoke Straw Hats again. The strength of the Straw Hat, if you want to exchange their heads for the bounty, you can really do it. Hawkins felt a little regretful. He had known that this would be the case, and he had done a divination before the battle, so that he would not be hit and embarrassed like this. But regret is useless. Soon, population auction. 2 celestial dragons came here, namely Roswald Street, Shalulia Palace. At the door, the top of the auction hall was already waiting here to greet him, and when he saw celestial dragons coming, he immediately knelt down in awe. Street, Roswald, Palace of Shalulia, welcome, please enter the VIP table. 2 celestial dragons entered, and Zaluria Palace said, Brother Charles Ross is so slow, he hasn't come yet. Because he always likes to ride sluggish humans, and he has to ride murlocs. Their arms are 10 times stronger than humans. Let's see if there will be any surprises in this auction. BHBJ, at this time, Kid Pirates and Heart Pirates have entered the auction. But, Kid didn't see the Straw Hat, and it's no surprise, maybe the Straw Hat crew bought it as they walked, so they arrived first. Celestial dragons came in and took a seat, the frontmost VIP seat. Kid and others stood in the last row of the auction, looking unhappy. Kid sarcastically. Celestial dragons, slaves, population auctions. Well, compared to the greed-seeking means of chasing after the greed, the villains in the world seem more humane. It is because the scum controls the world that a man is created. Criticize another group of scumbags. Compared to them, our ugliness is in a way cute. What do you say, Kira? Yes, come here to see if there is something good, otherwise, I really don't want to be in the same place with these celestial dragons. Auctioneer's room. Mr. Disco, a good deal came in today. Oh, is it a murloc? Then I will let the price go up smoothly, and the drag will be arranged. No, it's a mermaid. Originally, I was eyeing a young and beautiful mermaid, but I couldn't do it, but I was lucky. I met another one. Although it wasn't as good looking as the first one I was eyeing, it's also a good thing in this auction. The most popular. Really, that's great, it's going to be big today, and the celestial dragons are here, and they'll love it. Yeah, although the auction hasn't started yet, it already means that the mermaid belongs to celestial dragons. Ha 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 ha, well done, today is going to be a bumper harvest. Disco goes to the auction house population hold. After arriving, I saw the mermaid, and it looked really good. Disco approached with the collar, and the mermaid knew that if you put it on, it was really impossible to escape, either becoming a slave or dying. Nice mermaid. Who is the supplier? The Hound Pet Group. Peterman, you did a good job, but the Flying Fish Knights surprised me. This time they didn't bring anything. It's okay. In short, even this mermaid alone is enough for us to make a lot of money. Give me the collar. I'll put it on for him. Yes. However, when Disco was about to put the collar on, he rolled his eyes and fainted. Mr. Disco, what's the matter with you? The faces of the subordinates changed in shock. They were very stunned, and hurriedly took the person away to the treatment place. In a prison cell, the huge giant clan sat there, with amazed eyes, and glanced at the old man wearing slippers, silver hair and glasses beside him. Hey, old man, don't pretend you don't know. It's you, Hockey, who are you? Haha, I'm just an old man in the coding business. Even though he said this, the giant would not believe it. Although he was wearing a collar, sitting there gave off a feeling of incomparable indifference. Obviously, this person is the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. Naval Headquarters. Garp was in his room, eating senbei and listening to the report of the Marines. After listening to this, Garp felt ridiculous and said, Pluton, Silver Rayleigh. Ha 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 ha, Pluton was auctioned at the population auction. It's unbelievable, but it's true. What to do, Garp Vice Admiral, to report to Marshal Sengoku. No, I'll handle this matter and don't reveal it to others. But, what if it's true? It's not just in case, it's true. I occasionally get news that someone sees him. It should be that he lost the gamble and sold himself. Fighting Pluton may bring great losses to my army. In the past no, not now, even more so. Do you want Marine to fight two legendary characters at the same time? I see, Garp Vice Admiral. The Navy left and found that he really couldn't speak or manage. In fact, Garp still has an idea in his heart, and naturally he already knows that Luffy and others have arrived at the Seadi archipelago. Marine knew about it, but wouldn't send someone into action. And, Garp knew, too, the celestial dragons went to the Seadi archipelago. Thinking about Luffy, who has the same character as himself, he certainly doesn't put celestial dragons in his eyes, then he might get into trouble. If you get into trouble, you will be in trouble. It's good that Pluton is here, if something goes wrong, he'll help. Garp thought so in his heart, not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Moreover, there is a kind of unease, and I always feel that something will happen. My grandson is on the same island as celestial dragons, and the probability of an accident is very high, otherwise it will not be my grandson. So, Pluton is lucky to be in Seadi archipelago, Garp too. Although he knew about Luffy's strength, if something really happened, maybe Marine would send out a powerful force to complete the mission in a short time. So, with Pluton around, Garp can rest assured. Garp said to himself, Luffy, if you can stay out of trouble, that's the best. Thinking of playing like this, Garp smiled wryly, but then, it seems impossible to think about it. Auction house. Disco woke up and glanced at the time, hurried to the auction booth. It was about to start, and he had to host it by himself. The lights of the auction house came on, and when the Disco came, he shouted with a microphone. Hello everyone, the auction starts tonight. This time, we have prepared a lot of high-quality slaves for everyone. You are really lucky. This time there are super popular products. I sincerely hope that you can buy satisfactory slaves. The audience cheered, and most of the nobles dressed in gold and silver continued to discuss. What do you want to buy this time? The old and ugly rich woman looked forward. The last time I bought a human slave, it took less than 10 days to die, so today I want to buy a sturdy Murloc man. Hearing this, Luo muttered, what a bunch of scumbags. Kid and others are also disgusted after listening to it, but they know that the more scumbag is celestial dragons. However, even so, they can only endure staying here, hoping to meet something they like as soon as possible, and then leave. After all, I am unhappy, disgusted, and helpless here. Lecture the nobles, or even the celestial dragons. Even less likely, they would not have this idea. The auction started. Under the background of drag, many nobles bought slaves at high prices. Although they felt that it was not worth it, they had to force a smile. The next products are from West Blue Troya, a proud pirate who came from a musical family, a versatile musical instrument, a spotless cleaner who can pick up a musical instrument and can play all kinds of music, and a rag that can clean up, and can make wine. Such a man, 25 years old, how perfect. 192 centimeters, 130 kilograms, name, Byron. Then, let's start the auction with 480,000 Baileys. Immediately, more people bid for the auction. However, celestial dragons are not interested, but are also looking forward to it, because the slaves at auction are getting better one after another, which means it's almost time for a hot item. All kinds of slaves began to auction. Looking at the disgusting faces of those nobles, Kid and others were looking more and more uncomfortable. They wanted to leave, but they could only bear it. It's disgusting. More scumbag than us. Hold on, after all, the celestial dragons haven't started showing yet. It's unbearable, it's their turn, what are we going to do? The Kid pirates were talking and holding back. At this time, Kid grinned, curious about one thing. I'd love to know what the Straw Hat crew will be like. This made the crew not hesitate. Definitely like us, bear and watch. Yes, although it is a powerful pirate group, and the Straw Hat is even stronger, it can be called the fifth emperor of the sea, but when you come here, you have to endure it. If there is no celestial dragons here, Straw Hat crew may cause trouble, but with celestial dragons, Straw Hat crew will not do it even if it does something to other ordinary nobles, because celestial dragons are here, making trouble here. Don't look at them, it would be more troublesome if they were frightened. So, when Straw Hat crew came, he could only watch the auction quietly, endure it, and leave as soon as he bought what he wanted. They thought so, and felt that they would be the same. Kid also thought so and said to himself, although the Straw Hat doesn't seem to be afraid, it is true, after all, celestial dragons is here, even if I am arrogant, I choose to be patient. Auction house prison. The staff came and brought the next slave. Bring up slave number 15. The slave is a pirate captain, panicking and struggling. Stop, I don't want to be a slave, save me, save me. Where is Marine, help me. Sedatives. Soon, the pirate captain was quiet and powerless. Cammy's friend, the good-looking mermaid Kayla, listened to the cry. Her body could not help shaking. She was afraid, because she knew that it would be her turn soon. What to do? It's over, there is no hope, no one can save me. While muttering, the staff laughed. There is no hope, no one can save you, because this time there are celestial dragons, you will definitely be attracted by celestial dragons. 5. Hearing this, Kira was in despair, her eyes lost their luster, the words of celestial dragons, then there was no hope at all. Woo! Kayla cried in pain. Auction house. Crunch. The sound of the door being pushed open sounded, but it did not attract attention to the lively auction hall. However, Kid's group, and Luo's group turned their heads and looked over. Because what came in was Nami, and the others entered first, and then, Luffy, who was wearing a straw hat and a black stand-up collar cape, walked in and stood in the middle seat. When I saw Luffy, Kid and Luo again, I was shocked again. This momentum is really not a supernova, it is really like an emperor. The spirit and strength are incomparable, which makes Kid's face ugly and hits hard. Such a young man, why he has such courage and strength, is even more outrageous. But, at one point, Kid balanced and grinned. Because, after Luffy and the others came in, they sat down in the last row. All kinds of dirty voices from the surrounding nobles were echoing. Kid and the others saw it, but Luffy and others ignored it. Ha ha ha, Captain, as we thought, even they can only choose to endure like us. Although it is powerful, the Straw Hat is even stronger and can be called the Five Emperors, but what about the Five Emperors? There are celestial dragons here, how dare you make trouble? In this case, Captain, you can balance your heart a little bit, at least in this respect, you are better than them, and you endure it like us. Feel better. Listening to his subordinates, Kid grinned, yeah, I'm a little more balanced. Kid was in a better mood, and felt that even a Straw Hat would not dare to make trouble here with celestial dragons. The strength is strong, the spirit is strong, and the gap is huge. Here, don't you want to be the same as them? This is what Kid thinks, in a better mood. However, is it really what he thinks? After Luffy and the others sat down, the auction went on. Watching the slaves come to power, the price was announced, then the disgusting expressions of the nobles, and the constant bidding for commodities, watching, Nami and others gritted their teeth. Sanji, in particular, was the most unbearable. His fists clenched and his body trembled. "That's nasty," Sanji muttered. On the stage, Disco asked. Guest number 51 offered 10 million Baileys. Is there anyone else who has bid higher? After dropping the hammer 3 times, Disco announced, guest number 51 has been sold for 10 million Baileys. Watching this scene, Papago worried, will Kayla be like this too? Kami and Xiao Ba both looked ugly. In the distance, hearing this, Kid understood why he came. It seems that someone who knew became a slave. So, what would you do? Kid looked at Straw Hat Crew and listened carefully. Nami's face was firm at this time. It must be taken back. Our money and the treasures on the ship add up to an estimated 700 million Baileys. What is the market value of the mermaid? Xiao Ba was happy. This amount of money is enough, and I don't need so much. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. That's fine. Kami was grateful and wanted to say thank you, but Luffy covered her mouth. Don't be too polite to us, we are friends. Kami nodded, taking it to heart. At this point, Kid laughed. It seems that it was bought with money. If you don't need money to buy it, why don't you just snatch it? Besides, celestial dragons will also take a fancy to it and snatch it in front of celestial dragons. It's even more impossible, so we can only bid. I think the auction is also worth the auction, although 700 million Bailey is a lot, but for celestial dragons, it is a small amount of money. Kid became more and more interested. Looking forward to one thing, celestial dragons and Straw Hat Crew are eyeing mermaids at the same time. One wants to buy slaves, and the other is helping friends save lives, so what will happen when bidding? Straw, what kind of expression will Hat Crew look like when it fails? This made Kid look forward to it. The men guessed. Definitely helpless. For us, there is nothing we can do against celestial dragons. Although Straw Hat Crew is strong, it will also be as helpless as us. When the time comes, you can only give up, feel aggrieved and leave, otherwise what else can you do? Both are supernovas, they are not the same as us in terms of combat power, but here, facing celestial dragons, it is the same. The battle just now shocked us and made us uncomfortable, but knowing that Straw Hat Crew is going to suffer as much as we are here, it's comfortable. Kid smiled, clearly agreeing with what his subordinates said. Although they knew it would happen as they thought, they naturally wanted to see it with their own eyes. This made Kid and the others decide that as long as the Straw Hat Crew doesn't go, they won't go either, so they must see it. At this time, Luo was not so gloating, but he also felt that the Straw Hat had no choice but to encounter the most troublesome celestial dragons. Luffy and the others began to wait, knowing that it would appear at the end of the auction. At this time, outside, the reporter sitting in the bubble shouted, and the large stack of newspapers kept spilling on the ground. Outside the number, major event. People took the newspaper curiously, and when they saw the content on it, their faces changed greatly. Whether it was civilians, underground forces, bounty hunters, or pirates, they were all shocked. It really is a major event. The war is coming, and the world is going to be in turmoil. That's what it is, I see. Captain Drake, what's wrong? I finally understand why Naval Headquarters is so close to this island, but its troops are so weak that even the Supernovas and even the Straw Hats have no intention of being here. It turns out that a war may break out. The Great War, because Whitebeard's 2nd Division Captain, Fire Fist Ace, is about to be publicly executed. Hearing this, the expressions of the crew members changed greatly, and they fully understood. If you do, in Whitebeard's style, there's a good chance it will act. Sure enough, a war will really break out. That's why the troops here are weak and war is about to break out. Sabayati Archipelago set off a shock, the civilians panicked, and the pirates were excited. Naturally, they like the more chaos the better. However, some pirates are also worried that the balance will change in the future. In the auction house, I don't know about it yet. At this moment, Charles Rose Saint entered the auction room and breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it's not over yet. The bodyguard in black on the side said, although it is not over yet, it is nearing the end. Hearing this, St. Charles Rose's face sank, and he kicked the slave under his feet violently. This guy is really annoying, it's all because you're too slow that I delay the wonderful things ahead, trample you to death. 5. The slaves could only step on and keep silent. Charles Rose disliked. By the way, I sold him, I don't need it anymore. Okay, I'll go through the formalities now. The holy hand of Charles Rose reached into the bubble mask, clasped his nostrils and said, I want a mermaid, I don't know if this auction is available. St. Charles Rose walked to his seat under the guidance of the staff, and Shalulia Palace was helpless. It's finally here, Brother Wong. The right nostril was running, and Charles Rose, who was picking his left nostril with his left hand, walked to the seat and sat down. The three celestial dragons sat on the VIP seat. Disco's voice was loud and excited. Next, the last item of this auction. Hearing this, St. Charles Ross wanted to directly shoot the slave just now. The last one. However, what Disco said next intrigued him. The last, and hottest item. Then, an iron cage covered with a white cloth was pushed onto the stage, attracting everyone's attention. Kami, Xiao Ba's face sank, she guessed, nervous and worried. Disco didn't explain it directly, it sold the key, and aroused everyone's curiosity. I believe that many people yearn for her, so please see the figure first. The lights were turned on, and immediately, through the white cloth, the figures in the iron cage could be seen, making the eyes of the nobles shine. This is a mermaid. It's great, it really is super popular. It's the right time this time. Disco looked at this reaction, not surprised, and was excited. This time he was going to make a lot of money. Then, let's reveal it together. Enjoy it carefully. The staff tore off the cloth, and the nobles kept their eyes on it, excited and cheered the next moment. Ow, sure enough, it's a mermaid. Mermaid, she looks good too, that's great. It's so lucky, it's hard to come across. This is Kayla from the Fishmen Island. Immediately, St. Charles Rose's eyes lit up and his heart was excited. In the water cage, Kayla was scared, but suddenly noticed a familiar figure. It's Kami, and Xiao Ba, are you here to save me? That's great. Hachi and Kami were worried, and it was Kayla. It's my friend Kayla. Kami was nervous. Nami condensed. Then, I'm going to start the auction, we have 700 million. At this point, Luffy knew that even this amount of money would not be enough. But, no matter what, it must be saved. Luffy heard what Kid said. Like them, naturally impossible. It was impossible in the original plot, let alone now, even more impossible. The auction room quieted down, and Disco said, it seems that everyone is very interested. Yes, it's been a long time since the auction of mermaids, let alone such a young and good-looking mermaid. So, how much should I start with? I want to say, the starting auction the price is billions. Suddenly, Charles Rose was the first to speak. This made the auction hall quiet for a moment, and Disco was also startled. However, after a brief pause, he was naturally excited. Originally thought to start with a starting price of 100 million Bailey, but Celestial Dragons went straight to 1 billion. The auction hall was silent for 10 seconds, Nami's face changed in shock, and the bidding cards in his hand fell out of his hand subconsciously and fell to the ground. Nami's eyes were blank, his pupils contracted, and he stayed where he was. Kami and Xiao Ba were both in cold sweat and despair. Kira, who was locked, was even more desperate, collapsed, and terrified. The other nobles gave up, although this was price gouging, but they did not dare to get angry. Give up. Can only give up. The opponent is too strong, Celestial Dragons. We nobles are no different from commoners in the eyes of Celestial Dragons. Even if I have more than 1 billion, I will not compete with Celestial Dragons. For a time, no one bid, and most of them didn't have enough money. Even if they had money, they wouldn't dare to bid, and they couldn't even win the auction. They couldn't be richer than Celestial Dragons. The expressions of the kid pirates were wonderful. As expected, it's going to happen. What will they do? What else can I do? I can't bid, I can only endure it, there is nothing I can do. Nami's face was ugly. How can, this is not enough. The faces of Sanji and others also became heavy in an instant. Little Hachi and Kami were about to burst into tears. They were desperate. Luffy, they have already helped themselves, they can't ask for anything more, they try their best. Saint Roswald glanced at his eldest son and blamed, I started to spend money indiscriminately again, don't you still keep piranhas in your sink? Although it's to blame, it doesn't matter. Charles Rose was looking forward to it, and he said shocking words without changing his face. You can let them chase and play, the mermaid seems to be the fastest swimmer in the world. Shalulia Palace became interested. It sounds very interesting, then I have to go and see it. In addition, Brother Wong, since you are here for fun, you don't need to care about what you look like. I want to make a slave mark. Is it all right to burn it on her face, brother? Charles Rose Street doesn't care, okay. Disco said at this time. The audience is silent, so, is there anyone else bidding more than 1 billion? If not, we have to end it as soon as possible. However, there was no response. The disco started hammering, and it seemed to everyone that it was set and the auction was over. Charles Rose Saint grinned, determined to win. Kid looked at this scene and sighed. It's like a microcosm of this world, a farce. Don't watch it, let's go. Kid is going to leave with his subordinates. The auction also means the end, there is no need to stay here. After the disco knocked 3 times, he announced, then, Mermaid Kira, won by the auction of 1 billion Baileys of the holy flower of Charles Rose, this auction will become. However, before the words were spoken, a cold voice resounded. And many more. This sound stopped Disco's words abruptly. Kid and others who were walking towards the gate also stopped. Kid turned his head, it was Straw Hat Luffy, what was he going to do? The rest of the nobles were puzzled and looked at Luffy, who stood up, not knowing. Who is he? What to do? I do not know. All eyes, including Kayla, looked at Luffy, who stood up. Bang bang bang. Footsteps sounded, and Luffy, who was wearing a black cape and a straw hat, lowered his head and couldn't see his expression clearly. I saw Luffy stand up from his seat, walk down the aisle, and down the steps to the auction table. This made Xiaoba's face change. Do you want to force it? Xiaoba was already thinking about saving it by himself, but he didn't have the key, so he was thinking about how to get the key, otherwise it would be useless to save, and the collar would explode. And, that's Celestial Dragons, you can't let Luffy do it, because Luffy and the others have already helped them enough, but they can't let Luffy and the others get into such a huge trouble. Wait, Straw Hat, what are you doing? Little 8 grabbed Luffy and asked in a deep voice. Of course, to help her. But, she's wearing a collar and it's going to explode. It's okay, leave it to me. Xiaoba still held Luffy firmly, resolutely. No, even if you have a way, you can't do it, then you will provoke Celestial Dragons. However, it was difficult to drag Luffy. Xiaoba subconsciously reached out and grabbed Luffy. This suddenly made the expressions of other nobles change, and they were extremely disgusted, and there was discrimination in their bones. Ah, look at that hand, it's a murloc. Why are the murlocs here, this monster? Staff, catch him quickly. Get away from me, ugly monster, and get out of the sea. 5. After realizing it, Hachi let go of Luffy, at a loss. Papagu shouted. Xiaoba, run away, or you will be in danger. Xiaoba is not afraid. I don't care, Kayla she. Boom. Suddenly, the gunshot sounded, and it was Charles Rose who aimed at Xiaoba and pulled the trigger. However, Luffy was ready, flashing quickly, his hand caught the bullet. This changed the expressions of everyone in the venue, especially Kid and Luo. As for Xiaoba, his face changed even more, and he felt uneasy. Before Charles Rose could be happy, his face became gloomy. I was caught by him. Luffy was about to start, but was pulled by Little 8. Leave me alone, Straw Hat Boy. Xiaoba immediately looked at Celestial Dragons. Don't be angry, you can shoot me a few more times, I don't hide, don't blame him. Xiaoba's words touched Luffy's heart, and he said this out of fear of provoking Celestial Dragons. Xiaoba, let go. Luffy said lightly. Don't, Straw Hat Boy, don't be angry, I screwed up, you don't care about me, just let him shoot me, 2 shots, 20 shots, you don't care. I said it before, whether it is whoever gets killed in front of you can't shoot Celestial Dragons, didn't you promise me? So, leave me alone, let him shoot me to relieve his anger, then you'll be fine. Anyway, I'm a pirate, maybe this is me the retribution for the bad things I did in the beginning. In order to make atonement for Nami, I really want to help you, but, it seems that I can't continue to help you to go to the Fishmen Island, so let me die here, I don't want to be unable to help you, I'm also causing you trouble, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Xiaoba burst into tears, very sorry and sad. St. Charles Rose was angry. Don't move, I'm going to hit 20 shots. You dare. Suddenly, Luffy glared at St. Charles Rose with a stern gaze, and the momentary aura made St. Charles Rose startled. But, soon, St. Charles was angry. What kind of eyes do you dare to say to me? Luffy didn't say anything, but walked towards Charles Rose step by step. Xiao Ba panicked. Don't do it, you will not end well, stop now. However, Luffy stepped closer, his expression gloomy. Charles Rose Saint was furious, pulled the trigger, and the gunshot rang out, but was easily dodged by Luffy. Luo frowned. This is too. Kid was shocked. Seriously. At the same time, when I was shocked, I found that something was wrong, not just to do it. Kid and Luo were startled, because from the straw hat, they felt the killing intent. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.